22. Almas Tower, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Several hours later. 68 stories high, the shining steel and glass Almas Tower soared nearly 1,200 feet into the air. Even then, it was only the 8th tallest of the more than 200 high-rises that crowded Dubai's skyline. Almas was the Arabic word for diamond, and, seen from above, the tower's shape resembled an enormous cut gemstone. It had been purpose-built to house firms linked to the UAE's prosperous diamond, precious gemstones, and pearl trade, including Dubai's Diamond Exchange. As a result, security was extremely tight. That factor alone had attracted the Quartet Directorate's favorable attention back when the office tower opened. Now, one of four's front organizations, Sykes-Fairbairn Strategic Investments, maintained a small office on one of the highest floors. Most of the time it was empty, serving only as a useful accommodation address that helped maintain the illusion that Sykes-Fairbairn was a legitimate investment firm with worldwide connections. Tonight, however, it provided a convenient place for a secure meeting only 160 air miles from Bandar Abbas. Nick Flynn stood at one of the office's large windows, looking out across a sea of dazzling light. Dubai's highways, skyscrapers, and extravagant, palm-shaped artificial islands were all brightly illuminated, turning night into near day for miles along the coast. Life in this oasis of commerce and luxury ran around the clock. Stifling a yawn, he rubbed hard at his tired eyes. Sleep had been scarce over the past 72 hours. He'd spent most of those hours arranging the safe departure of his Quartet Directorate Ops team from Afghanistan, along with their gear, including the Bushcat light plane and the Predator. Once that was done, and everything was on its way to storage in various warehouses four-owned in the United States, Middle East, and Europe, he'd flown directly here to confer with Fox and Gideon Aish about possible next moves. Just at the moment, however, they were all waiting to hear back from Fox's contact inside the CIA. At a muttered, "Damn," from Fox, Flynn turned away from the windows in time to see the other man put his smartphone down with a frustrated expression on his thin face. No joy from Langley? He guessed. Fox shook his head. None. As we expected, Aish reminded him with a shrug. Low expectations are one thing, Fox said wryly. Having them met in reality is another. He tapped the phone. I did pick up one piece of fresh information from my source, but it's not good news either. The Gulf Venture has moved from the shipyards to a berth at the Bandar Abbas oil terminal. Flynn frowned. So whatever the Iranians and their Raven Syndicate allies are planning must be about to kick off. That is the most logical assumption, Aish agreed. And even knowing that, the CIA is really just going to sit by on its high and mighty ass and do damn all? Flynn asked. Langley won't step on White House toes, Fox explained quietly. Not when the threat seems so low. Low? Flynn retorted. That rocket I saw on the move is bigger than some of our ICBMs. You can pack a hell of a lot of explosives on something that size. The older American nodded patiently. True, Nick. But one missile with a conventional warhead still only adds up to the modern equivalent of a World War II-era V-2 rocket. A weapon like that might take out a block and do a lot of damage, but it's not a city killer. And Iran doesn't have nukes. Not yet, anyway. And then, in the blink of an eye, Flynn saw the piece of this puzzle they'd all been missing from the very beginning. Son of a bitch, he thought, feeling suddenly afraid. As hard as they'd worked this problem, he and the others in 4 had still been acting as though it was just the usual spies and counter-spies variant of a low-stakes poker game. One where move met counter-move and deaths could be counted on 1 or 2 hands. But now it turned out that the bastards sitting across the table were actually going all in. And this game was really being played for the life and death of hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. Iran may not have nukes, he said tightly, but Russia sure as hell does. Aish furrowed his brow. What reason do we have to believe Moscow would ever provide the Iranians with such weapons? In answer, Flynn leaned over the table and flipped open the folder Fox had brought with him. It contained all the photos they'd been accumulating from the beginning, those retrieved from Skoblin's computer and other sources, and now the images he'd taken outside Bandar Abbas. He pulled out their single blurry black and white contemporary picture of Pavel Voronian and slid it across to the two older men. This guy Voronian is my reason, he said flatly. Why else would Tehran need the Raven Syndicate? That rocket they've stowed aboard the Gulf Venture is Iranian-made from top to bottom. So's the oil tanker itself, for that matter, and the Revolutionary Guard Corps doesn't exactly have a shortage of trained killers in its own ranks. So the Iranians have zero real need to rely on Voronian's ex-Spetsnaz mercenaries as muscle for this midnight operation of theirs. He shook his head. All of which indicates the Raven Syndicate must have brought something extremely important to the table. Something the Iranians couldn't provide themselves. Something like a nuclear weapon. Fox stared down at the photo. Giving the Iranians a nuke? What would Voronian hope to gain from going that far? Money, Flynn suggested, and lots of it. He shrugged. Remember, this guy and his old boss, Grishin, were willing to sell his own country's stealth bomber to the highest bidder. He paused for a moment. So what's the going price for a fusion bomb these days? A very large sum indeed, Aish said quietly. He frowned. But I do not believe that even someone like Voronian could gain access to a nuclear weapon. Not without explicit authorization from the very highest levels of the Russian government. Moscow's security protocols for its nuclear arsenal are much too strict to be easily circumvented. They are, Fox agreed slowly. Behind his thick glasses, his eyes darkened. Unfortunately, Gideon, it's only too clear that President Zhdanov himself is Voronian's patron and protector. Aish shook his head stubbornly. You think Zhdanov would approve providing Tehran with such a weapon? The means I grant you, but the motive? What can Russia hope to gain from so dangerous a move? Plausible deniability, Flynn told him. If anything goes wrong, the shit hits Iran, and not Russia. By using the Iranians as his front group, Zhdanov can smack one of Moscow's enemies hard and escape retaliation. A daring and vicious concept, Aish agreed carefully. But while I agree that Pyotr Zhdanov is certainly an ambitious and evil man, he is also not a fool. I don't see how Moscow could hope to retain control over a nuclear weapon once it was in Iranian hands. Iran may be an ally of Russia, but it is not a vassal or a puppet state. If the radicals in Tehran change their minds and decide to use their new bomb as they see fit, even against Russia's interests, what are Zhdanov's safeguards? The Raven Syndicate, Flynn said, working it out. My bet is that's why we keep finding Voronian's men so deeply embedded in this operation. His people are along to make sure that warhead is used for its intended purpose, and not for something else, like being taken apart and reverse-engineered to advance Tehran's own nuclear weapons research. Aish sighed. I will not take that bet. He nodded reluctantly. Very well, Nick. I accept your premise, deeply unsettling though it is. We have to assume that the missile concealed aboard the Gulf Venture is now armed with at least one live nuclear warhead. He frowned. Unfortunately, this knowledge doesn't bring us any closer to understanding where and how our enemies plan to use this weapon. No, it doesn't, Flynn agreed. But one thing's sure. Once that tanker sails, it can go anywhere in the world. We can't rule out any target. Not D.C., not Los Angeles, not London or Paris. Or Tel Aviv, or Jerusalem, Aish added somberly. Fox nodded. Indeed. He got up from the table and went to the windows to look out across Dubai's glowing skyline for a long moment. Beyond the brightly lit islands along the coast, a vast band of darkness showed where the Persian Gulf spread across the horizon. Dozens of smaller lights blinked out at sea, signaling the presence of ships ferrying oil, passengers, and other goods down the Gulf. These were some of the busiest waters in the world. With a bleak expression on his face, he turned back to the table. Okay. If our fears are accurate, we now face a nightmare scenario. A nuclear weapon in the hands of fanatics ready, eager, and willing to use it. Fanatics aided and abetted by one of the world's great powers. The question then is, what can we do to stop these people before it's too late? I don't see that we have much choice, Flynn said forcefully. Somehow we have to organize a strike force and take that damned ship the moment it crosses into international waters. The older American shook his head with a slight smile. I can always count on you for the direct approach, Nick, but in this case, I don't believe four can put together a team with the sorts of skills and special equipment needed. At least not in the brief time remaining before the Gulf venture is likely to sail. Wearily, Fox pulled off his glasses. With his eyes closed, he rubbed at the bridge of his nose, obviously considering the situation. Then he put his glasses back on and turned to Aish. Which leaves your people, I think. Gideon, he said slowly. The Israeli made a face. Many of the same problems apply, he said cautiously. True, in the past my country has dealt some shrewd blows to Iran's shipping, but staging our forces into this region is always difficult and time-consuming. Unless we already have an operation in progress or planned for the near future, Israel may also lack the ability to act with sufficient speed and power, he warned. But you'll still make the case, Fox pressed. Aish nodded gravely. I will. His gaze fell on Flynn. But I'll need Nick here at my side when I meet with those who command my nation's special forces. They are likely to ask some very difficult questions that he is best prepared to answer. One side of Flynn's mouth quirked upward in a quick, sidelong grin. You sure about that, Professor? He asked dryly. I'm not much of a diplomat. Or so I've been told. Your reputation for speaking hard truths to those who really don't want to hear them precedes you, Aish admitted with a hint of amusement. But in this case, with time so short, I believe straight talk may prove far more useful to us than tact. 23. Atlit Naval Base, south of Haifa, Israel. Very early the next morning. Situated near the ruins of a Crusader castle originally built for the Knights Templar, Atlit was the headquarters for the Israel's elite naval special forces unit, Shayatet 13, the 13th Flotilla. Widely considered to be at least the equal of the U.S. Navy's SEALs, Shayatet 13's force of highly trained frogmen and commandos carried out missions that might range from hostage rescues to the assassination of terrorist leaders to the capture of enemy ships in port or out on the high seas. First organized in 1949, at the very beginning of the modern state of Israel, even the fact of its existence was kept secret for nearly 10 years. To this day, most of the details of its daring exploits were still shrouded in mystery and rumor. Given that history, Flynn had been stunned when he realized where he and Gideon Aish were being driven after arriving at Ben Gurion Airport, aboard a night flight from Dubai. He'd expected Aish to arrange a discreet briefing for a select few inside Israel's military establishment, perhaps at the offices of his counterterrorism think tank, another Quartet directorate front in Jerusalem. Instead, they were met at the airline gate by a uniformed officer of Israel's naval forces and taken straight to this closely guarded base on the coast just south of the port city of Haifa. They'd been waved through the main gate and into the center of the compound. Steps next to a camouflaged bunker led down into a brightly lit underground command center. Wall screens showed detailed maps of the entire Middle East region, with icons showing the positions of major air, naval, and ground units belonging to different countries. Communications and computer consoles on an upper tier surrounded a central U-shaped conference table in the middle of the room, with seats for unit commanders and their top staff officers. Several officers from Israel's Navy and Air Force were already seated, waiting for Aish and Flynn. A middle-aged civilian with short-cropped, ash-gray hair and wire-rimmed glasses sat at the head of the table. According to the card at his place, his name was Avi Elazar. Although his precise title was never mentioned, it quickly became clear that he was a man to whom everyone else in the command center, including Aish, very obviously deferred. Flynn bet that indicated this guy Elazar was either someone high up in the Mossad or, more likely, a high-ranking member of the Israeli Prime Minister's inner circle. With a polite nod, Elazar waved them to the two empty chairs left at one end of the conference table. He acknowledged Aish with a tight, humorless smile. "So, Gideon, I understand you've brought us news of more trouble on the horizon?" "Not just on the horizon," Aish clarified quietly. "This trouble is already nearly at our door." Flynn hid his astonishment. It was now clear to him that the older man operated with far more freedom of maneuver in his nation's military and political circles than did his American counterparts in the Quartet Directorate. They had to work almost entirely on their own, without the U.S. government's sanction or even knowledge. Which raised another question. How much about Ford did these Israeli soldiers and civilians really know? Had Gideon Aish blown the Quartet Directorate's cover to his own people? Because everything he'd been told in his training indicated secrecy was essential to the group's continued survival and success. Its founders had known from the very beginning that the official intelligence organizations in their home countries would never tolerate the existence of even a friendly private ally. Elazar turned his curious gaze on Flynn. "And this is your young friend? The one who first reached out to you?" Aish nodded. "Mr. Flynn works for a friendly intelligence service," he said carefully. "He is one of their most talented field agents. Another of your remarkable web of contacts and confidential sources, of whom it occasionally seems there is no end, Gideon?" The gray-haired civilian commented wryly. Aish shrugged with a slight smile. "I talk to people here and there, Avi. Sometimes they confide in me. It's a gift." That drew a murmur of laughter from the officers around the conference table. Flynn kept a tight rein on his own expression. Aish's careful circumlocution answered his earlier unspoken question. Somehow, the Israeli professor had kept the details of the Quartet Directorate's existence and real history secret, while still managing to exert far more influence than his nominal role as a think tank academic would suggest. Instead, his countrymen seemed to credit Aish with cultivating high-level connections to other official Western intelligence organizations, connections that had been very helpful in thwarting past terrorist actions aimed at Israel. And, equally plainly, his country's political and military leaders seemed willing to let Gideon work his miracles, unhindered by inconvenient questions. That was a remarkably pragmatic and unbureaucratic attitude, Flynn thought with a touch of envy. It was probably one fostered by Israel's past vulnerability in the midst of a sea of potential enemies. The United States, geographically vast, populous, and for so long, secure behind her twin ocean frontiers, had always been able to survive a degree of sluggishness and inefficiency in its national security machinery. The people of Israel, penned in a country barely 10 miles wide at its narrowest point, could not afford the same luxury. Eleazar waited for the quiet amusement to fade. Then he turned toward Flynn. "Very well," he said. "We are at your disposal. Please explain this danger that has Professor Aish so worried." Flynn waited while Aish handed over a USB drive containing the images they'd brought to back up his oral presentation. A junior officer fed the drive into a computer and pulled up the first photo in the series. It was a copy of Arif Khavari's passport picture. "Our first inkling of trouble came in Austria, during a covert rendezvous with this man," he began. Over the next 30 minutes, he briefed them on what he and the other members of FOR had managed to discover since that first aborted contact with Khavari. His pictures of the missile convoy taken inside Iran generated intense interest, as did the revelation that Russia's mercenary Raven Syndicate was working hand in glove with the Iranians to carry out the operation they'd codenamed Midnight. Still, watching their reactions while he spoke, he judged his audience's general mood to be focused and highly professional. While they were plainly intrigued by the intelligence he was sharing, it was also clear that none of them were especially worried by anything they'd heard so far. After all, Russian military cooperation with Tehran's radical regime was nothing particularly new, although it was unusual to see the two countries collaborating so directly on a covert operation. "I bet that attitude changes completely in, about 30 seconds, he thought calmly, as he steadily worked through the assumptions underlying the bombshell he was about to drop. "Well, either that, Nick, or they'll just decide you're completely loco," he realized with an inward grin. After he finished speaking, a shocked quiet descended on the command center. It lasted for what felt like an hour, but really couldn't have been more than a few moments. Eleazar broke the silence. Carefully, he leaned forward. "Let me be sure that I understand you correctly, Mr. Flynn," he said softly. "You believe this man Voronian has given Iran a nuclear weapon to use in Midnight, and that he has done so with permission from Pyotr Zhdanov himself?" "Yes, sir," Flynn said firmly. "That's correct." The other man digested that for several seconds before going on. "Judging by your accent, you are an American, not so?" Flynn nodded again. "Yes, sir, I am." "Then, may I ask what action your own government plans to take in this matter?" the Israeli civilian asked gently. "None," Flynn said bluntly, not bothering to hide his own anger and disgust. "Washington doesn't want to rock the diplomatic boat with Tehran right now, especially since much of this is admittedly speculation. Speculation which is also logical and quite reasonable, based on the available evidence," Eleazar interjected, "and not just some hardliner's wild fantasy." "Yes, sir. That's how I see it," Flynn agreed. "Then again," he admitted with a self-deprecating smile, "I may be a little biased since this was basically my idea in the first place." Next to Eleazar, Raphael Alon, the Israeli naval officer who commanded Shayetet 13, raised an eyebrow. 3 gold stripes on his shoulder boards showed that he was a Sagan Aluf, or deputy champion, the equivalent of a commander in the U.S. Navy. "And yet your superiors have approved your sharing this information with us?" he asked skeptically, "despite their own reluctance to respond?" "My immediate superiors did okay this meeting," Flynn said carefully, sticking to the literal truth. Fox was his boss, after all. That much of what he said was accurate, even if it avoided the fact that neither of them actually served in the official U.S. intelligence community. But under the circumstances, none of us saw much point in pushing things too far up the political food chain. Out the corner of his eye, he noticed Aish manfully maintaining a very straight face at this bit of deliberate misdirection. Again, what Flynn had just said was also quite literally true. The only thing left out was that the Quartet Directorate avoided contact with U.S. politicians under any circumstances, and not just in this special case. Flynn noticed heads around the table nod in understanding. He hid a smile of his own. He suspected his hosts now viewed him as one of the Gentile equivalents of the Sayanim, Jewish citizens of other countries who were willing to provide critical aid to Israel in times of need. Throughout its tumultuous history, Israel had good cause to be thankful for their support. In the silence that followed, Elazar looked around the command center. All right, since the Americans seem to have tied their own hands, what are our options to deal with this Iranian oil tanker and the nuclear missile it now carries? We could sink the ship at anchor with an airstrike, one of the Israeli Air Force officers suggested. Or out at sea once it sails. He shrugged. Such a mission would be difficult, especially given the strength of the surface-to-air missile and fighter interceptor units currently deployed around Bandar Abbas. It would certainly require the commitment of a large number of our best planes and pilots, but it could be done. Unfortunately, sinking the tanker by air or missile attack is now out of the question, Elazar said patiently. Can you imagine the environmental damage and the resulting international outcry if we send a vessel loaded with hundreds of thousands of barrels of crude oil to the bottom of the sea? He turned back to the head of Shayatet 13. Can your commandos plant a limpet mine on the ship, Raphael? Something that would damage its engines and keep it in port without rupturing those oil storage tanks? That at least would buy us additional time to organize a more permanent solution. Elon frowned. That oil terminal at Bandar Abbas is a hard target, he said. Between the IRGC's speedboat patrols and its own frogmen, the odds of carrying out a successful operation there would be very low, while the chances of incurring substantial casualties would be very high. And once the Gulf venture sails, Elazar asked, what about then? It would be difficult, Elon told him. Planting a mine on a ship moving at 15 to 20 knots would require the use of one of our Dolphin II-class submarines, carrying a force of divers and high-speed underwater sleds. One of the command center's digital maps zoomed in to show where Israel's 3 Dolphin II-class subs were currently stationed. They were all in the Mediterranean. But it'll take us at least 5 days to transfer the Drakon, the Rahav, or the Tanin through the Suez Canal and around into the Persian Gulf. By which time that tanker will have vanished, another officer commented sourly. The sea is a big place. Flynn saw what they were driving at. A ship steaming at high speed could cover a couple thousand nautical miles in 5 days. Finding a needle in a haystack would be easy compared to pinpointing a ship somewhere in the vast expanses of the world's oceans. We have a spy satellite in orbit, Elazar pointed out. The same officer shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, Avi, he said. The orbit of our OFEC-16 imaging satellite is optimized to keep watch on Iran's nuclear facilities and its missile research centers. It's not designed for ocean reconnaissance work. Flynn kept his mouth shut, listening while the discussion went on. Eventually, it became obvious that Elon and the other Israeli officers saw only one even remotely realistic option. A Shayatet 13-led helicopter boarding operation backed up by a support unit aboard fastboats. Elon finished conferring with his colleagues and turned back to Elazar. Given 24 hours, we can move 2 Eurocopter AS-565 Panther helicopters and a couple of air-transportable Moreno rigid-hull inflatable boats to a staging area in the UAE. Naturally, the helicopters will have to refuel on the way from one of our KC-130 air tankers. Under the Abraham Accords, we only have commercial and diplomatic ties with the United Arab Emirates, Elazar objected. We are not military allies. Alon offered him a wolf-like grin. Officially, that's true, he agreed. He shrugged his shoulders. But for years we've worked covertly against Iran with many of the Gulf states. If we're quiet about this, they'll gladly turn a blind eye. 2 helicopters, and a couple of small boats with a couple of squads of commandos in the first wave? Another officer commented dryly. That's not exactly an overwhelming force, Raphael. Heads nodded throughout the command center. Previous Israeli seizures of Iranian shipping had often involved multiple surface warships, hundreds of soldiers and sailors, and large numbers of combat aircraft flying cover. What choice do we have? Elon retorted. Wait until the Iranians detonate this nuclear warhead the Russians have given them over Tel Aviv? Or one of our other cities? Elazar held up a hand, stifling the heated argument they could all see brewing. As I see it, this decision comes down to the reliability of the intelligence we've been given by our American friend here. If what he says is true, we do not have any real choice except to gamble. He turned to Flynn with a shrewd, calculating expression on his face. So then, Mr. Flynn, just how confident are you that your assessment of this situation is correct, and that this Iranian missile is actually armed with a nuclear weapon? Aware that all the eyes in the room were fixed on him, Flynn knew he could not afford to hesitate. The slightest show of uncertainty would wreck any chance of stopping midnight in time. Confident enough to volunteer to join your boarding party, he said coolly. Beside him, Aish nodded approvingly. Elazar raised an eyebrow. That is confidence indeed. He glanced at Elon. What do you think, Raphael? In answer, the Shayatet 13 commander looked hard at Flynn. How often have you been in action? He demanded. 4 times, Flynn replied simply. And were you frightened? The Israeli officer probed. Flynn smiled back at him with a quick flash of tightly bared teeth. Afterward? Oh, hell yeah. But during the fighting, Elon asked bluntly, were you scared then? Flynn shrugged. I was too busy to think much about it, he answered truthfully. The Israeli commando officer matched his devil-may-care grin and turned back to Elazar. This American's Totach. A standout guy, he said simply. We'll take him. The gray-haired civilian nodded. Excellent. He looked around the conference table. Very well. I'll recommend to the Prime Minister that we proceed. In the meantime, prepare your forces for movement, and outfit Mr. Flynn with the equipment and weapons he'll need. Later, in private with Aish, Flynn shook his head in amazement. I cannot believe that I just talked my way into going along on this raid. So much for the whole foreign mantra about the need to keep a low profile. His mouth turned down. Man, Brer Fox is not going to be happy about this. The older man chuckled quietly. Oh, I doubt that, Nick, he said sincerely. You see, Fox and I had a wager as to whether you would find some way to join any attack force. And he just won that bet. 24. Over the Gulf of Oman. The next night. 2 twin-engine AS-565 Panther helicopters flew low over the sea at more than 150 knots, rapidly closing on the huge black shape of the Gulf Venture, which was now less than 5 miles away. Nick Flynn had one of the fold-down seats inside the lead Panther's crowded troop compartment. He was hemmed in between 7 Shayatet 13 commandos. Bulky in their body armor, they were all loaded down with weapons, short-barreled X-95 bullpup assault rifles, grenades, fighting knives, and 9mm pistols, as a diplomatic gesture to the need to minimize the Israeli military presence in an Arab state. There were no national markings on either helicopter or on any of their camouflage uniforms. He glanced down through the open doors on his side of the helicopter. The waning half-sphere of the moon was just rising, casting a pale, silvery glow across the water. Below them, he spotted two small shapes arrowing across the sea at high speed, trailing V-shaped wakes of curling white foam. The two Morena RHIBs carrying the boarding party's small reserve force were approaching on schedule. Through the Panther's forward cockpit canopy, he could make out the enormous oil tanker that was their target. Satellite photos hadn't done justice to the ship's actual size. The Gulf Venture was nearly 3 football fields in length, and as wide as 3 school buses parked end-to-end. As massive as one of the U.S. Navy's 100,000-ton Nimitz-class supercarriers, its broad bow plowed through the Gulf of Oman at roughly 18 knots, hurling white-capped waves aside. Now that it was well outside Iran's coastal waters, there were no other vessels in the immediate area. "Stand by," Flynn heard the Panther's pilot say calmly over the intercom. "We're about 60 seconds out." To his relief, the language being used for this operation was English, rather than the usual Hebrew. Since Shayatet 13 commandos often cross-trained with American SEALs and operators from the UK's Special Boat Service, they were all perfectly fluent in English. Flynn noticed the 2 commandos closest to the doors check the thick braided lines they would use to fast rope down onto the ship's deck. His shoulders tightened. This was quite literally an all-or-nothing tactical evolution. When you made an airborne drop from a plane, your static line would pull your parachute, even if you couldn't for some reason. But fast roping from a helicopter was one hell of a lot more dangerous. The need for speed when assaulting from a hovering helicopter meant there was no such thing as a safety line. If your hands slipped going down the rope, you'd find yourself doing your best Wile E. Coyote impression in midair, except that in real life, no one walked away from going splat onto a metal deck. "Oh, smooth move," he scolded himself mentally. What was the #1 rule for anyone with real-world military experience? Never volunteer for anything. And what was rule #2? Never, ever volunteer. Rules #3 through 10 were pretty much the same. And yet here he was, like some overeager, green-as-grass recruit, getting ready to hurl himself out through the open door of a helicopter, perched more than 60 feet above a fast-moving ship. Swallowing hard, Flynn looked away from the side doors. Instead, he craned his head forward again, trying to get a better look at the tanker they were approaching. Apart from a few lights visible on the Gulf Venture's multi-story high aft superstructure, the vessel's main deck was completely blacked out. He frowned. Voronyan's Raven Syndicate had to have deployed an armed security force aboard, so the lack of any apparent reaction yet was odd. Both Panthers carrying the Shayatet 13 assault unit had various stealth features, radar-absorbent composite materials in their airframes, enclosed fan-like tail rotors, and reduced thermal signature engine exhausts. But there was no real way to render a military helicopter completely invisible to radars and IR sensors. And even though they were approaching from downwind to reduce their rotor noise, the Panthers were still pretty loud. Flynn shook his head dubiously. Someone aboard that ship should have spotted them by now. They couldn't all be asleep or blind and deaf to the attacking force heading their way. "Come into my parlor," said the spider to the fly, he muttered. Instinctively, he checked the assault rifle he'd been issued, making sure again that it was loaded and ready. "You sense danger?" the Israeli commando seated next to him asked, raising his voice to be heard over the din of their helicopter's turboshaft engines and spinning rotors. His teeth flashed white in the darkened interior. "More than we already expect, I mean." Flynn grimaced. "Yeah, I do. It could be I'm just turning yellow in my old age, but I've still got a really bad feeling about—" And then all hell broke loose. What had appeared to be ordinary shipping containers chained down across the Gulf Venture's deck as some sort of extra storage abruptly fell open, revealing the weapon mounts hidden inside. Besides a number of Samavat twin-barreled 35mm anti-aircraft guns, there were several launchers bristling with small MISAG-2 surface-to-air missiles, Iranian-made copies of China's QW-2 Vanguard heat-seekers. The moment their firing arcs were clear, the anti-aircraft guns opened up. Curtains of bright orange tracers rippled through the night sky toward the Israeli helicopters. Seconds later, SAMs started launching, streaking off the deck in plumes of gray smoke lit from within by their rocket boosters. Reacting immediately, both Panthers veered away, twisting and turning in a series of desperate evasive maneuvers. Dozens of tiny decoy flares tumbled outward behind them, fanning out like a constellation of small meteors falling toward the sea. Gritting his teeth, Flynn held on tight as the helicopter he was aboard spun wildly through the air. Through the forward canopy and open doors, he could catch only split-second glimpses of what was happening around him. But what he did see was nightmarish. The Gulf Venture, once darkened and seemingly lifeless, was now lit from stem to stern by the strobing flashes of its guns and missiles. A dazzling orange-white explosion suddenly engulfed one of the Iranian anti-aircraft guns. Another blast turned a missile mount into smoldering wreckage. The Israeli flight crews were fighting back, he realized, trying hard to knock out the tanker's defenses using their helicopters' pod-mounted 20mm guns. But it was all too clearly a completely unequal fight. Flashes suddenly peppered the sky near the second Panther. It staggered in midair, obviously hit hard. The badly damaged helicopter dove away at high speed, skimming low over the waves with thick smoke curling away behind it. Frantic voices echoed through Flynn's radio headset. "Paladin 2 breaking off. I've got an engine out and wounded aboard," its pilot reported. "Roger that, too," he heard his own pilot reply. "We'll cover you." Flynn grabbed hold even tighter as the Panther banked sharply, coming around in another tight turn. Through the door next to him, he saw the sky and sea swing dizzily through a wild arc. The star-flecked blackness outside the helicopter tore apart in a swirling maelstrom of blindingly bright tracer rounds, missiles, and flares. And then, their own luck ran out. Wham! 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 Multiple 35mm shells hammered the Panther's fuselage. Everything around Flynn seemed to happen in horrifying slow motion. An almost simultaneous series of bone-jarring bangs and jolts nearly threw him out of the helicopter. Jagged splinters punched through the sides and sprayed across the crowded troop compartment. Some were stopped by body armor. Others ripped through unprotected arms and legs. The Israeli commando next to him slumped over, with blood pouring from his wounds. Dazzling showers of sparks erupted wherever the razor-edged fragments struck metal. A thickening haze of smoke filled the torn cabin. "Brace for impact," one of the Panther's flight crew yelled. "We're ditching." Flynn threw one arm around the injured commando and wrapped the other around his seat, holding on with all his strength. Through the doors, he saw the wave-topped sea rushing upward at them with terrifying speed as the wrecked helicopter spun down out of the sky. They smashed into the water with an enormous, shattering impact, sending a wave of white-hot agony sleeting through his whole body. There was a moment of almost unearthly silence, broken only by low moans and the pinging of hot metal contracting in sudden cold as the shell-riddled helicopter settled lower. Dazed by the crash, Flynn shook his head frantically to clear it. Blood trickled down his chin. He spat to clear a salty taste from his mouth. Swell, he thought muzzily. He must have gashed his face on something when they slammed into the sea. "Everybody out, now!" he heard the Shayatet 13 detachment commander bark. "Go, go, go!" Yeah, no shit, Flynn realized as everything around him suddenly shifted back into full focus. Seawater was already flooding in through the doors. The Panther was going down fast. He dumped his weapons and other gear with frantic speed. Then, hauling the wounded Israeli commando with him, he struggled to his feet and splashed out into the rising sea. Side-stroking frantically, he swam away from the sinking helicopter, aware of other heads bobbing all around. When he got far enough away, he started treading water. Still cradling the injured man, he fumbled with the straps holding his body armor, desperately shrugging out of it before the added weight could drag him under. Moments later, the Panther's mangled fuselage slid out of sight with a sudden spurt of bubbling white foam. Torrents of water were hurled in all directions by its still spinning rotor blades when they smacked into the sea, and then vanished. A few lighter pieces of wreckage bobbed back to the surface, but that was all. Still treading water, Flynn turned through a full circle, counting off those in the water nearby. Like him, the Israeli commandos who were not seriously wounded were supporting their bleeding, half-conscious comrades. Miraculously, it appeared that everyone else had made it out of the helicopter before it sank. Off in the distance, he could see the two Marina inflatable boats speeding toward them to conduct a rescue. With a deep sigh, he wheeled back toward the now distant Gulf Venture. The huge black ship hadn't altered its course by so much as a degree. It was still headed away from them, steaming almost due south into the darkness. Small fires guttered in places across the oil tanker's deck, showing where return fire from the two helicopters had knocked out a couple of its anti-aircraft guns and missile launchers, but it was obvious that the ship was otherwise completely undamaged, and now free to carry its lethal secret cargo wherever it wished. Flynn felt a wave of despair wash over him. He'd failed. Midnight was fully underway. 25. Aboard the Gulf Venture. T-minus 26 days. A short time later. Victor Skoblin took the outside ladder up to the navigation bridge 2 rungs at a time. He came up onto the starboard wing, nearly 100 feet above the tanker's main deck. 2 bearded IRGC Quds Force commandos were posted at the hatch leading into the bridge itself. Although they wore ordinary ship's coveralls instead of their usual desert tan berets and camouflage battle dress, the 9mm submachine guns they carried erased any illusion they were regular civilian sailors. Apart from Skoblin and his 10-man Raven Syndicate security team, all members of the ship's crew were part of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. "I need to see the captain," Skoblin growled to the guards. He found it ironic that those in Gulf Venture's mixed Iranian and Russian crew were forced to rely on the language of their most powerful enemy, English, to communicate with each other. But only one of his men spoke any Persian beyond a few simple phrases, and very few of the IRGC soldiers and sailors aboard had any Russian. Then again, he knew that English was the standard tongue employed at sea, just as it was in air traffic control and commercial aviation in general. Without speaking, one of the stern-faced commandos waved him through the open hatch. Skoblin entered the dimly lit bridge. He stood off to the side for a moment, waiting quietly while his eyes adjusted. Together with its port and starboard wings, the navigation bridge ran the width of the 6-story-high superstructure, which occupied most of the tanker's aft end. Large windows lined 3 sides of the bridge, offering almost unobstructed views over the deck and out to sea. The only place higher aboard the ship was an open-air platform studded with radar and radio masts located just above the bridge itself. Down on the main deck, a damage control party had just finished extinguishing the last small fire. The blackened and twisted twin barrels of a Samovat 35mm gun mount were now slathered in foam. 3 blanket-covered stretchers next to the wrecked anti-aircraft gun held the mangled remains of its crew. In other places, sailors were busy repositioning the painted wood panels that formed the fake shipping containers used to hide Gulf Venture's newly installed guns and missile launchers until they were needed. By the time the sun rose, all of the oil tanker's weapons would again be camouflaged. Skublin nodded approvingly. The Iranians apparently had matters well in hand. The tanker's captain, Reza Haidari, stood near the helmsman station, listening carefully to a report from his second-in-command, Turaj Dabir. Haidari, lean and hawk-nosed, was a high-ranking officer in the IRGC's naval forces, as was the somewhat younger and bulkier Dabir. "All fires are now out, Captain," Dabir said calmly. "The ship's propulsion and steering and the Zul'jana rocket storage and control compartments are not damaged. We have minor leaks in a few of the upper oil storage bunkers, but those are being plugged rapidly." Haidari looked pleased. "Very good, Turaj. We certainly don't want to leave a trail of crude oil floating behind us for an enemy to follow." He moved to the front of the bridge and stared down at the deck. "What's the current status of our defensive armament?" "Two of the guns were knocked out, along with a pair of our MiSAG-2 launchers. All other weapons are fully operational." Haidari nodded. "How much of our ammunition was expended?" "The battle consumed approximately 1/4 of our stores of 35mm high-explosive and armor-piercing rounds, and roughly 1/3 of our surface-to-air missiles," Dabir told him. The captain frowned. Skublin understood his irritation. Under attack, the ship's gun and missile crews had fired wildly, hurling hundreds of shells and more than a dozen SAMs at the 2 enemy helicopters they'd engaged. True, they'd won, downing at least one and possibly both of the hostile rotorcraft, but their lack of fire discipline and control had been extremely costly. Without improvements, 1 or 2 more such attacks might leave the tanker out of ammunition and missiles, reduced to mere small arms for its own defense. Still, what else could have been expected, the Russian wondered. The Gulf Venture was not a warship equipped with sophisticated, centralized fire direction gear. In the short time Voronian had allowed, it had already required something of a miracle for the Shahid Darvishi shipyards to fit this ship with its improvised array of armaments. Jury-rigging the advanced fire direction radars and communications systems necessary to exert more control over a battle would have consumed months of dedicated yard time, not just a few days. "What were our total casualties, Turaj?" Haidari asked after a moment. Dabir shrugged. "We lost 5 men killed outright, with another 4 wounded." He cleared his throat. "I've spoken to the medical staff. 3 of the wounded will die unless we transfer them to hospitals with more advanced facilities." Haidari grimaced. "Arrange a rendezvous with a helicopter to fly them back to Iran? Making it that much easier for someone to find us at sea again?" He shook his head. "Impossible. We are at war now, and our first responsibility is to this ship and its mission. All those who die on this voyage are martyrs." Reluctantly, Dabir nodded his understanding. "Very well, sir. I'll speak with the sickbay staff. They'll do what is necessary." Skublin knew what that meant. Their ship's doctor would euthanize the critically injured men, injecting them with enough pain-killing drugs to kill them quietly. It was harsh, but Haidari was right. Now that the Gulf Venture had broken contact with the enemy tracking them, providing them with another opportunity to detect the ship would be foolish. He waited while Dabir saluted and then left the bridge before approaching the Iranian captain. Haidari watched him come with a carefully neutral expression on his narrow face. During the frenetic rush to prepare the tanker and its cargo for sea, it had become abundantly clear that the IRGC Navy officer was not especially happy to have a group of foreigners aboard who were not explicitly under his direct authority. "What is it, Major?" he asked coldly. Skublin smiled thinly. He'd opted to use his former Spetsnaz rank for the remaining duration of midnight. He'd done so hoping Haidari would feel more comfortable dealing with the Raven Syndicate team as if they were still fellow professional military men, rather than highly paid mercenaries. So far, however, his gambit hadn't made the captain any more welcoming. "I'd like to send a radio message to Moscow, reporting your repulse of the enemy's attempted helicopter raid," he explained. "The news of your success will be very welcome there." Left unsaid was the fact that Skublin hoped to bask in the shared glory. After the fiasco in Vienna, he needed to seize every available chance to rehabilitate himself in Voronyan's eyes. Haidari shook his head firmly. "That will not be possible, Major. You heard what I told Dabir with regard to our own wounded." His lips compressed. "My superiors have decreed a total communications blackout for the duration of this mission. I intend to obey their orders to the letter. Therefore, we will not break radio silence for any reason. Is that understood?" "Of course, Captain," Skublin assured him smoothly. Exasperating though it was, he wasn't really surprised by this diktat. Before they sailed, Voronyan had privately warned him that the Iranians might take such a step. Besides the clear military rationale, the hardline radicals in Iran's revolutionary government undoubtedly wanted to make sure no one else in Tehran could suddenly get cold feet and attempt to order an abort of this high-risk mission. It was equally obvious that these same radicals did not entirely trust their Russian mercenary allies and technical experts, so it made sense for them to sever all communications links between Moscow and the Raven Syndicate team aboard the Gulf Venture. Excusing himself, Skublin turned and left the bridge. His request had been a formality, a polite nod to the niceties involved in working within an informal alliance. Now he was free to act according to his own orders from Voronyan. What Haidari and his fellow Iranians might not completely understand was that their lack of trust was fully reciprocated. For now, Russia's interests and those of its radical Islamic partner coincided. That might not always be the case. After he reached the Raven Syndicate's own closely guarded section of the tanker's superstructure, he ordered the doors locked and sentries posted in the corridor outside. As a further precaution, all of their compartments aboard the ship were routinely swept for listening devices. Satisfied that they were safe from Iranian observation and interference, Skublin turned to Evgeny Kiryat. "Get your gear ready," he ordered. "I need to talk to the Raven's Nest as soon as possible." Kiryat swung into action. The short, slightly overweight former GRU intelligence officer had been Skoblin's drone operator in Vienna. Now he was chiefly responsible for the shipboard team's communications and other high-tech equipment. He dragged a large metal case out from under his bunk and opened it, revealing a neatly packed assortment of spare magazines and boxes of extra ammunition for their assault rifles. Pushing two small catches inside the case allowed him to lift out its interior, exposing a smaller compartment hidden underneath. There, securely packed in foam, was a military-grade satellite phone, complete with lengths of cable and a long, flexible black antenna. Working quickly, Kiryat connected a headset to the phone. When carefully extended through an open porthole, the antenna was virtually invisible at night. He listened closely while the phone hunted for the nearest Russian military communications satellite that could route their rigorously encrypted signals. Within seconds, he heard the soft chime that indicated success. "We're in contact, Victor," he confirmed. Skublin took the phone and headset and dialed the special number he'd been given just before they left Bandar Abbas. After a series of soft clicks, it connected. Their call was answered immediately. "Go ahead," a voice on the other end said coolly. It was Voronyan himself. Skublin swallowed hard. "Bird strike. Welcome party. Free ride." Those were the preset code phrases to let Moscow know that they'd been attacked by hostile helicopters, but the assault had been defeated, and that the Gulf Venture was currently proceeding as planned toward the launch point for midnight. "Understood," Voronyan acknowledged. There was a short delay. Report your current status. Eclipse. I say again, eclipse, Skublin replied. That confirmed for the Raven Syndicate's leader that the ship's crew had cut all communications with its home base, as he had anticipated. Very well, Voronian said. Listen carefully, Skublin. From here on out, you will report your current position, course, and speed to this station once every 24 hours. Otherwise, continue as planned. Is that clear? Yes, sir, Skublin said forcefully. You can rely on me. I'm counting on it, Voronian told him with a hint of frost in his voice. Don't fail me this time, Victor. It would make me extremely unhappy. Raven's Nest out. The phone went dead. Slowly, Skublin unplugged the headset and handed everything back to Kiat to stow away out of sight. He shivered, despite the warm night air flowing in through the open porthole. Logically, he knew that he was currently far beyond Voronian's immediate reach, and yet, for some strange reason, he still felt as though the cold muzzle of a pistol was pressed firmly against the back of his neck. One deck below the tanker's bridge, Captain Reza Haidari turned away from the accommodation ladder and strode down a narrow corridor. Several closed doors lined each side of this hallway, which ended in a massive armored hatch. 3 more Quds Force commandos stood in front of this sealed entrance. Their leader, a battle-scarred chief warrant officer, stepped forward to stop him with an upraised hand. Your identity card, please, Captain. The other 2 covered him with their submachine guns. Haidari handed it over with a gratified smile on his lean face. These troops were following his own explicit orders. No one was permitted past that hatch without prior permission and a thorough check of his identity. Carefully, the Quds Force non-com compared the photo on the ID card with his face and then handed it back with a nod. He turned away and entered a quick series of numbers on a keypad below a bulkhead-mounted intercom. LCC, a voice answered over the loudspeaker. Yes? The captain is here, the chief warrant officer answered. Status verified. In reply, the hatch undogged and swung open, revealing a windowless compartment almost as large as the bridge just above it. Computer consoles and display screens filled almost every square meter. Several civilians sat at the consoles, carefully monitoring the data flowing to their stations. Video feeds from cameras mounted at various places around the ship offered their only views of the outside. Haidari stepped through the hatch and waited while the Quds Force sentry on duty closed and sealed it behind him. A short, stocky scientist with a scruffy white beard looked up from the central console. He smiled pleasantly. Welcome to the Launch Control Center, Reza, Dr. Hossein Majidi said. I understand that we've overcome the first hurdle on this long ocean voyage? Haidari nodded. The Israelis attacked us as expected, he said calmly, and we drove them off. Again, just as we expected. His little quip drew quick, relieved smiles from the missile technicians on duty. Completely isolated from the rest of the tanker by design, all they could have seen on their screens during the attack were the repeated, pulsing flashes of guns and SAMs firing. He walked over to Majidi's side. Come to inspect our cargo? The scientist asked. Haidari nodded. Majidi flicked a finger at one of his technicians. Bring up the missile compartment on my display here, Kamshad, he said indulgently. Instantly, the screens at his console brightened, showing views of a long white rocket with a black nose cone lying on its side, securely cradled inside a metal framework. A web of thick data cables ran to ports located along the flanks of the Finn Zorjana launch vehicle. Since they were unable to physically inspect the rocket currently hidden deep inside the Gulf Venture, below storage bunkers containing tens of thousands of barrels of crude oil, Majidi and his technicians were forced to rely on a complex network of remote sensors. These devices provided constant updates of the status of the missile's engines, electronics, and other internal systems, including those of its special nuclear payload. The scientist indicated the numbers and graphs flowing across other screens at his console. "As you can see," he said to Haidari, who could actually see nothing of the kind, "both solid fuel stages remain completely stable." He tapped a control on his keyboard. New graphs appeared, and the volatile hypergolic fuels for the rocket's third stage are safely stored. There are no problems. "What about the warhead itself?" Haidari asked sharply. "Will it work as planned?" "Relax, Reza," Majidi said confidently. "All you and your sailors need to do is deliver us safely to the planned launch point." He waved a hand around the compartment. "Once that's accomplished, you can sit back and watch while we finish this mission." Haidari leaned forward, peering intently at the missile concealed deep in the bowels of his enormous ship. It could only be his imagination, he realized, but now the rocket seemed almost to be straining at the data cables and other webbing holding it in place, as though it were a hunting falcon straining at its leash, eager to soar and kill. 26. Orlando International Airport. A couple of days later. Tired and sore, Nick Flynn limped slowly out through the sliding doors of Terminal B. The backpack slung over one shoulder was the only piece of luggage he'd brought on the succession of flights home from Israel. He joined a knot of other arriving travelers, most of them in t-shirts and shorts, who were waiting for taxis or Uber and Lyft drivers to pick them up. A dark blue late-model Jeep Grand Cherokee pulled up to the curb and flashed its lights 4 times. "Excuse me, folks, that's my ride," he said politely, as he edged past a couple of parents with 3 very excited children wearing matching Disney shirts. Carefully, favoring his right leg, he climbed into the back seat of the waiting SUV next to Fox. The older man greeted him with non-committal nod and leaned forward. "We'll go straight back to Avalon House," he told the man behind the wheel, Mark Stadler. The tough-looking former Marine was now one of 4 security personnel. "We shouldn't have picked up a tail anywhere, but keep your eyes peeled just in case." "Yes, sir," Stadler agreed. "I'm on it." After checking his mirrors, he pulled out into the airport's slow-moving traffic. Fox sat back with a sigh and turned to Flynn. He raised a single, questioning eyebrow. "Well?" "I'm a little battered and bruised, but I'm not seriously hurt," Flynn assured him. "My Israeli hosts had me checked out at one of their military hospitals during the mission debrief." He pointed to the bandage slanting from one corner of his mouth to the middle of his chin. "Took a couple of stitches here, but the docs say I won't even get much of a scar out of it." Fox nodded. "Good." "My pride's taken a hell of a beating, though," Flynn admitted. His jaw tightened. Whoever'd said that any crash landing you could walk away from, or in his case swim away from, was a good one, must not have spent much time around those who hadn't been as lucky. I took those poor Shiatet 13 guys right into a goddamn trap. Some of them may never get out of the hospital. Fox shook his head. "There's no point in kicking yourself too hard about this, Nick. I've talked to Gideon. No one in the IDF is blaming you. We all knew trying to board that tanker from the air would be extremely difficult and dangerous. What none of us anticipated was the actual strength of those concealed defenses." He frowned. "I saw some of the gun camera footage from the 2nd Panther helicopter. The amount of anti-aircraft fire coming your way looked a bit hairy." "Hairy is an understatement," Flynn said grimly. "That ship is a floating fortress. No boarding party could have made it past that level of firepower." He frowned. "Hell, from what I could make out, it'll take a heavily armed warship to knock out those gun mounts and missile launchers before anyone could hope to make it to the deck alive." Fox smiled dryly. Sadly, Four's original organizers neglected to provide us with a navy of our own, or the resources to acquire one now. Pensively, he looked out his window as they merged onto a highway that would take them north toward Winter Park. Nor, unfortunately, do I see any hope of persuading our government to take any action in this case. Washington's still not taking this threat seriously? Flynn asked in disbelief. Even after seeing how heavily the Iranians and Russians have armed the Gulf venture? Those 35mm guns and SAMs sure as hell aren't on that ship just to protect it from Somali or Malay pirates. My sources tell me the overall mood in the higher echelons of the CIA and its counterparts is one of smug satisfaction that they've avoided being caught in what's considered the usual crossfire between hardliners in Jerusalem and radical Islamists in Tehran, Fox said quietly. Flynn gritted his teeth. Then they're idiots. Politicians, Fox corrected him sardonically, which I suppose amounts to much the same thing. So we're basically screwed, Flynn snapped. Being able to say I told you so isn't going to be much comfort if a nuke goes off over a city somewhere. Fox eyed him coldly. Personally, I have no intention of sitting idly by waiting for that to happen, do you? No, I don't, Flynn shot back, slightly nettled by the suggestion that he might have been thinking about giving up. Yes, he was incredibly jet-lagged and very short on sleep. Truth be told, right now he was essentially running on fumes, a mix of adrenaline and endless cups of crummy airline coffee. To make matters worse, the assortment of bruises and strained muscles he'd collected when his helicopter ditched in the sea made even this SUV's comfortable seats feel akin to a medieval instrument of torture, something like a rack or a spike-lined Iron Maiden. But he'd be damned if he quit that easily. He offered the older man a rueful smile. Sorry, Brer Fox. It's just that I haven't been able to figure out yet how in God's name we're going to put a helicopter or ship-borne boarding party onto that oil tanker without getting cut to pieces. And I admit that's pissing me off some. So I gathered, Fox said with a hint of mild amusement. His expression darkened a bit. For what it's worth, Nick, I'm drawing a blank there too. So far, at least. He shrugged. Which is why I want you and Laura Van Horn and a few others with equally devious and violent minds to begin formulating alternate plans. I know it's a difficult nut to crack, but I have a great deal of confidence in your tactical skills and in your respective talents for thinking well outside the box. He took off his glasses, stared through them for a moment, and then put them back on with a frown. In the meantime, however, I'm afraid there are still more challenges we need to address. Flynn settled back to listen while they continued on toward Avalon House. If nothing else, being asked to focus on different problems would help him ignore his fatigue and aches and pains for a little while longer. At some point soon he knew he was going to come crashing down. When the time came, he was going to need some strong painkillers and a lot of sleep, in that order. For now, he'd be happy just to stave off that inevitable collapse until he could get a little more privacy. First, Fox pointed out somberly, even finding the converted Iranian oil tanker again was going to be enormously tricky. In the days since the failed Shayatet 13 assault, the Gulf venture had disappeared into the enormous expanses of the open ocean. Already their potential search area had expanded to cover several million square miles of sea. Every new day that passed without anyone picking up the ship's trail would add hundreds of thousands more square miles to that already daunting total. Flynn saw what the other man meant. Even if the Quartet Directorate could afford to spend huge sums chartering civilian aircraft to patrol the most likely sea routes, it would still take incredible luck to spot the missing ship somewhere in all that vastness. And Four's luck had been in awfully short supply lately. Of course, even assuming they did come up with some way to orchestrate such a massive air search effort, it would be virtually impossible to hide what was going on from the authorities, or from their enemies. So we're playing a game of hide-and-seek, except we've got to do it while stumbling around in the dark with only a tiny pinhole to look through, he commented. And if we bump into anybody else, even by accident, the game's over. Fox nodded. A colorful but reasonably accurate summary of our current situation, he agreed. Just terrific, Flynn said wryly. He looked at the older man. Put simply, we need to find a ship that's armed to the teeth and probably can't be found, and then somehow figure out how to capture it. Sounds like a walk in the park. He grinned crookedly. Do I even want to know what else you think we've got on our plate at the moment? The other issue might seem more abstract, Fox told him quietly, but I believe it's just as critical. We need to work out what the Iranians, and through them Voronian and Zhdanov, are really planning. It doesn't seem like much of a mystery to me, Flynn said carefully. Not since we know that tanker is carrying a missile armed with a nuclear warhead. A nuke may not exactly be a subtle or elegant weapon, but it's sure as hell likely to blow the crap out of whatever it hits. Fox shook his head. Somehow, somewhere we're missing something, he insisted. There's no doubt that this missile being smuggled aboard the Gulf Venture can be used to destroy a city, or to wipe out an important military installation, I guess. But how would that really advance Iran's strategic goals, let alone those of Russia? Hitting a single strategic target, no matter how vital it may be, won't inflict irreversible damage on any of Tehran or Moscow's different enemies. Even Israel, as small as it is, can withstand a single nuclear strike and still be in a position to hit back hard. Our own country is even more resilient, as are our other larger allies in Europe and Asia. Flynn saw what he was driving at. While on some grim level the Russians might be satisfied to see an American or European city wiped out, as long as Iran took the heat and bore all the damage from any resulting counterstrike, what could Tehran's own motivation possibly be? Not even the most radical mullah could see any real value in killing 1 million Americans, if, at the end of the day, the result would be the destruction of their Islamic State, with the United States, the great Satan, left largely intact. Nor did he really believe Zhdanov and his inner circle would want to take that sort of gamble. Not without something more to gain. For more than 70 years, the cold, brutal calculus of deterrence had kept ICBMs in their silos, strategic bombers on the ground, and submarine-launched missiles in their tubes. Why would Moscow risk crossing the nuclear threshold for so small a prospective victory? And after all, what guarantee did the Russians have that the Iranians would stay silent about their involvement once an angry and vengeful America unleashed its fury? No, Flynn thought darkly, Fox was right. There had to be some key element of their enemy's plans that they did not yet understand. He sat back, wrapped in worried silence through the rest of the short drive to Avalon House. It was becoming increasingly clear that what had already seemed to be an extraordinarily dangerous situation might actually be something even more catastrophic. This was beginning to resemble a stereotypical nightmare, he realized, the one where you were the only person who saw a great danger and tried desperately to alert everyone around you, to no avail. No one in the U.S. government could even acknowledge the existence of the Quartet Directorate, let alone pay any attention to its warnings. They were entirely on their own, and racing to make sure this particular nightmare didn't come true. 27. Aboard BS-64 Podmoskovye, in the North Atlantic. T-minus 23 days, that same time. Russian Navy Captain First Rank Mikhail Nakhimov leaned forward over the shoulder of one of his junior officers. Under the control room's blue-tinged lights, the depth gauge still showed them at 320 meters. Apart from minor quivers whenever the 18,000-ton nuclear submarine encountered some new underwater current, the gauge hadn't budged for hundreds of hours. Ever since Podmoskovia had successfully broken away from the shallower confines of the Barents Sea Naval Exercise Area. For that entire time, they had been creeping onward at 10 knots through a world of Stygian darkness and near absolute silence. To escape detection by Western hunter-killer submarines and passive sonar arrays, reducing their acoustic signature, all the noise made by their reactor pumps, propulsion screws, and other machinery, to the bare minimum, had been vital. "Sir." Nakhimov turned toward the plot table along one side of the control room. His navigating officer, Senior Lieutenant Podrovsky, beckoned him over. The younger man had just finished marking off their logged progress using a compass divider and parallel rulers. He indicated a small cross near the end of the line he'd just drawn across the chart. They were far out in the northern Atlantic, more than 800 nautical miles off the French coast. "We're passing through checkpoint Omega now, Captain, and within 5 minutes of your predicted time," Nakhimov said, after checking the submarine's chronometer. He clapped Pokrovsky on the shoulder. "Good work, Ivan." Then his smile faded. They'd reached the coordinates where he was instructed to open his sealed orders from Moscow. Now he would learn the real purpose of this top-secret voyage. Unfortunately, this same process also served to remind him yet again that he was no longer the sole master aboard his own vessel. He turned to his executive officer, Captain Second Rank Arshavin. "Invite our guest to my cabin, please." Arshavin nodded and took a handset from the bulkhead beside him. He punched a button to connect to the aft berthing compartment reserved for their passengers. "Colonel Danilevsky will report to the captain's quarters at once. Repeat, at once." He disconnected without waiting for a reply. Nakhimov shook his head. "You might have been a bit more polite, Maxim," he commented dryly. "The fellow's supposed to be a soldier," his executive officer said dourly. "He shouldn't need me to hold his hand." Podmoskovia's captain bit down on a laugh. Like him, none of his senior officers were happy to be saddled with a complement of hired gunmen from the so-called Raven Syndicate, masquerading as genuine naval infantry and Spetsnaz commandos. Their leader, Konstantin Danilevsky, might once have held the rank of colonel in the Spetsnaz, but that didn't change the fact that he was now only a mercenary working for the highest bidder, and no longer solely a loyal servant to the state. Unfortunately, even his preliminary orders from the Kremlin required him to treat Danilevsky as a co-equal for the duration of this mission. So far, distasteful and awkward though this unprecedented power-sharing arrangement was, it hadn't caused any real trouble. The ex-Spetsnaz officer had been wise enough not to interfere with day-to-day operations aboard the submarine while it was underway. But now Nakhimov couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that might be about to change. His cabin, little more than a curtained alcove, was just a few steps away from the control room. He wasn't especially surprised to find the Raven Syndicate leader already there waiting for him out in the narrow corridor. Large as it appeared from the outside, most of Podmoskovia's hull space was taken up by her twin nuclear reactors, mini-sub hangars, torpedoes, and other consumable stores. The living space actually set aside for her 135 officers and ratings, and now 20 more commandos, was astonishingly small, especially by the standards of those unused to service aboard submarines. Nakhimov's broom closet-sized room gave him more privacy than anyone else in his crew. The captain swept the curtain aside and coolly nodded Danilevsky in ahead of him. The other man, several inches taller and more powerfully built, perched carefully on the small bunk while Nakhimov sat down at his built-in desk. He waited until the curtain was drawn again before commenting. "I assume that we've reached this Omega point of yours?" That's correct, Colonel, Nakhimov confirmed. He opened a small cabinet and entered the combination on his safe. It clicked open, revealing 2 sealed manila envelopes, one bearing his name and rank, the other that of Danilevsky. Each was marked Most Secret, commanding officer's eyes only. Frowning, he tore open his own envelope. It contained several pages of closely written text. Slowly, his eyes widened. The document, signed by President Pyotr Zhdanov himself, outlined the role his submarine was expected to play in an operation codenamed Midnight, which was already in progress. The plan's combination of intricate deception and treachery, all culminating in the massive application of lethal force, left him shaken to his core. If everything worked as Zhdanov anticipated, Russia would achieve a strategic victory without precedent in world history, and all in less than an hour's time. But if anything significant went wrong, this operation could easily trigger a war Russia could not win, a war that no one could win. And now the responsibility for making sure Midnight succeeded rested squarely on his shoulders, and on those of his Raven Syndicate counterpart. Suddenly finding it surprisingly difficult to breathe, Nakhimov carefully put the sheaf of orders down on his desk. He turned to Danilevsky. To his astonishment, he realized that the other man had only casually skimmed the contents of his own envelope before setting it aside. You knew about all of this before we sailed? The Raven Syndicate mercenary smiled icily. Of course. His dark eyes held no trace of humor at all. Do you have a problem with that, Captain? Abruptly remembering exactly what Danilevsky and his men were expected to do if the need arose, Nakhimov shook his head stiffly. No. For the first time, he fully grasped the horrifying fact that he and his sailors were now confined 300 meters below the surface of the sea, trapped inside a relatively small steel cylinder with a group of hardened killers. In the past, Podmoskovia had carried Spetsnaz soldiers bound on other missions. These men, however, were different. They would kill for financial gain, not because it was their patriotic duty. Lazily, the other man handed over his copy of their orders and waited while the captain locked them safely away again in his safe. Then he rose. With your permission, I'll rejoin my troops. After Danilevsky left, Nakhimov breathed out. Gathering his composure, he headed back to the control room. The safest road now was that of duty. He had his orders, and they must be obeyed, no matter how hazardous they appeared, both to himself and to the motherland. Faces alight with curiosity turned toward him when he re-entered the dimly lit control room. It was an open secret throughout the submarine that their actual mission would only begin once the captain opened his special orders from Moscow. Duty roster or not, all of his senior officers had wanted to be on hand when Podmoskovia reached Checkpoint Omega. Ignoring his subordinates for a moment, Nakhimov took a message pad and rapidly scrawled a status report and request for updated intelligence, as directed by the top-secret orders he'd just read. Finished, he tore the sheet off the pad and held it out to his radio officer, Lieutenant Leonid Volkov. Encrypt this and send it to Moscow at once, with maximum security. Yes, Captain. The younger officer took the message and scanned it quickly. His eyebrows rose. He sat down at his station and rapidly entered the clear text into their encryption machine. A display showed the much shorter sequence of numbers, special characters, and letters now ready for transmission. Then he swiveled toward the senior petty officer manning the communications board. Launch Relay 1. Throughout the Cold War, communication between nuclear submarines at sea and their fleet headquarters had been extremely difficult. Two-way radio contact was only possible if submarines came to periscope depth, greatly increasing their vulnerability to detection and attack by hostile forces. Absent that, it was only possible for shore stations to transmit one-way, extremely low-frequency signals that could be picked up by submarines operating far below the surface. Now, however, the Russian Navy, like its American rival, had developed new communications systems to address these problems. "Launching Relay 1, the petty officer confirmed, flicking a series of switches. Lights that had been red turned green. Far aft of the control room, a small hatch opened on Podmoskovia's starboard flank. Slowly, a small tethered submersible floated out of the flooded compartment. Connected by fiber optic cable, it drifted back to trail behind the larger submarine. Steadily, kilometer after kilometer of cable unreeled as the distance between them widened. "Relay 1 is in position," the petty officer reported at last. His instruments indicated that the smaller submersible was now being towed 10 kilometers behind Podmoskovia. "Release the SATCOM buoy," Volkov ordered. The petty officer tapped another control on his panel. A signal flashed down the fiber optic cable, issuing a new command to the submersible's simple-minded computer. In response, it opened one of the several tiny ports on its topside. A much smaller buoy rose through this port and slowly ascended, with another length of cable trailing behind. The moment it bobbed to the surface, an indicator light blinked green aboard Podmoskovia. The buoy's antennas had locked on to one of Russia's military communications satellites in orbit. Immediately, Volkov hit the transmit button on his own display. Compressed into a millisecond-long blip, Nakhimov's message was sent winging on its way to Moscow. Over the next several minutes, a flurry of coded signals passed back and forth between the Kremlin and the submarine. When they were finished, a new command directed the tiny, expendable satellite communications buoy at the surface to scuttle itself. Obeying, it flooded its flotation chambers and detached the length of cable connecting it to the Relay 1 submersible. Swiftly, the buoy slid beneath the waves, beginning its inexorable plunge down into the vast, unlit depths of the Atlantic. The somewhat larger submersible itself was slowly reeled back into its bay aboard Podmoskovia. While they waited for its safe return, Nakhimov studied the decrypted messages handed to him by Volkov. According to their most recent reports, the Gulf venture was still on the far side of the African continent, almost 9,000 nautical miles away. Based on its last known course and speed, the converted oil tanker must now be somewhere off the northern tip of Madagascar. He walked over to the plot table and considered the problem for a few minutes. His officers waited in expectant silence. "Relay 1 is aboard, Captain," Volkov reported quietly at last. "The hatch is closed and sealed." Nakhimov looked up. He nodded tightly. "Very well." Making his decision, he leaned over the table and scrawled a tiny cross at an otherwise featureless spot out in the South Atlantic, several hundred miles west of Cape Town, South Africa. He looked up at his navigating officer. "Plot a shortest time intercept course to this point, Ivan." Pokrovsky hurried to obey, laying out a course using his parallel rulers and dividers. Finished, he turned to the helmsman. "Helm, come left to 192 degrees. "Come left to 192 degrees, aye, sir," the helmsman, a grizzled 15-year veteran of the submarine service, answered. He turned the steering control slightly. "My rudder is right 2 degrees, coming to course 192 degrees. Once Podmoskovia settled on its new heading, Pokrovsky issued a new command. "Make revolutions for maximum speed." "Maximum revolutions, aye," the helmsman affirmed, pushing a throttle control forward. Aft, In the submarine's maneuvering room, duty technicians saw the relayed order and opened valves to reactor-fed steam turbines. Instantly, the propellers began spinning faster and faster. Steadily, the massive Russian nuclear submarine accelerated until it reached its top speed, churning through the depths at more than 24 knots. If all went well, it would reach the point selected by Nakhimov in a little more than 11 days. 28. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. A couple of days later. Nick Flynn, Laura Van Horn, and Gwen Park were in the mansion's cluttered upstairs study. Maps, printouts of downloads from different internet sites, reference books, and personnel dossiers littered the small coffee table between them, along with a laptop computer connected to Four's secure local network. Van Horn finished paging through the draft mission plan Flynn had prepared. She looked up with a tiny frown. "I see where you're going here, Nick, but it's still risky as hell." Sitting next to her, Park nodded. "That's probably an understatement." "True enough," Flynn agreed with a shrug, "but it beats every other option we've explored so far. Nothing else gives us the slightest chance of putting an assault team aboard that tanker." He picked up a heavily crossed-out sheet of paper. "Using helicopters, for example. We tried that once, got shot down." He crumpled it up and dropped it to the floor. "Let's just say that I'm not exactly eager to repeat the experience." "Fair point," Van Horn allowed. Flynn took out another sheet covered with notes and hand-drawn diagrams. "Then there's the idea of using small, fast boats to close and board, which sounds great until you realize those rapid-fire 35mm guns would blow them to smithereens a mile or two off. Not to mention that any survivors would then have to scale the ship's hull using ropes or ladders while under intense attack from an armed crew." "The phrase sitting ducks does spring to mind," Park said quietly. "Yeah, it does, so scratch that." He scrunched up this second sheet and tossed it aside. "Which brings us to the plan of landing the assault force by conventional parachute," he continued. He snorted. Even setting aside the problem of successfully landing on a moving target at night, and probably out in the middle of the ocean, something about the whole idea of flying a slow-moving plane into range of those anti-aircraft weapons and SAMs seems incredibly stupid, so— "What, no piece of notebook paper to mangle for that one?" Van Horn interrupted with a half-smile. "I thought that was a nice effect." Flynn laughed almost unwillingly. "I decided to save Force some money." "Oh, yeah, saving a few pennies on scratch paper, that'll soothe Brer Fox's troubled heart," she said with a wider grin. She turned more serious. "So, assuming you're serious about implementing plan not quite as crazy, what's your next step?" "I found a place to train the assault force," he said seriously, "and I think I know where we can pick up most of the specialized gear we'll need. But mostly it's going to come down to whether or not I can pull together the right team." He shrugged. "That might be tricky." Van Horn raised an eyebrow. "You think?" She slouched back in her worn leather armchair. "Heck, all you need are incredibly competent, physically fit guys with a mix of weapons and demolition skills. Guys who'd also be willing to risk their necks on something like this." She shrugged. "So, who've you got in mind?" "Tad Cossack, Shannon Cook, and Elram Ricard for a start." She nodded. "Yeah, they're nuts enough. Anybody else?" "I've sounded out Mark Stadler," Flynn said. "He's interested." Van Horn turned to Park. "Stadler, he's one of your security guys, right, Gwen?" she asked. "The Marine?" The other woman nodded. "He's also ex-Force Recon." "Which means he's got shipboard combat experience," Flynn pointed out. He pulled out one of the personnel dossiers. "And Fox has talked to Four's UK station. They suggested one of their new recruits, a former sergeant in the SAS named Tony McGill. He's flying here tomorrow to check me out first." "Not a dummy, then," Van Horn commented. "You ready to exert all your powers of persuasion?" I'll be my usual charming self, he assured her. Nick, you'll have to do better than that, she said sternly. Don't forget that you're actually trying to get this guy McGill to sign on for this stunt, not to bolt for the nearest exit. Flynn bowed his head in mock apology. Yes, ma'am. Good. So who else is on your list? Well, that's about it, he admitted. Turns out that 4 is a little short right now on paramilitary daredevil types. He smiled ruefully, which probably explains why Fox was so hot to trot to scoop me up last year. I could go along on this gig, Van Horn offered. Assuming you male chauvinist types don't mind fighting with the girl on your side, that is. Flynn grinned at her. I don't think anybody's dumb enough or suicidal enough to try to stop you, Laura. But we're going to need your flying skills more. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure this op literally won't ever get off the ground. She nodded reluctantly. Probably so. Her eyes were troubled. Still, counting you, that's only 6 men, Nick. She picked up his draft mission plan. And this scheme of yours calls for a minimum assault force of 8, which, considering the odds you are likely to face on board that tanker, is already pushing the envelope. 6 shooters isn't going to cut it. Not when you're likely to take casualties just getting down onto the deck. We don't really have a choice, he said carefully. He shrugged. It's not like I can place a classified ad to fill the empty slots. For just a second, a trace of impish glee flickered across Van Horn's worried face. Well, you could, I guess. But can you imagine the look on Fox's face when he caught sight of a line of pot-bellied, gray-haired guys in hunting camo and Army surplus tactical gear lined up outside Avalon House? Flynn's mind goggled at the thought. That would be something to behold, he agreed slowly. Not a good thing, mind you. I might have another option, Gwen Park said, almost hesitantly. The petite Asian-American woman wore a strange expression on her elegant face, an odd mix of embarrassed exasperation coupled with reluctant amusement. Oh? Flynn said. About a week ago, 2 uninvited guests showed up on our doorstep, the Avalon House security chief told him, and they were asking for you, Mr. Flynn. Me? She nodded. You? Could be process servers, Nick, Van Horn murmured. If you have to make a run for it, I'll hold them off here. Oh, very funny, Flynn said. He turned back to Park. What's the story on these guys? She shrugged. You were still overseas, so we played dumb. They then threatened to just wait outside for as long as it took us to find you. Kind of determined types, Van Horn commented dryly. Very determined, Park concurred with that same half-pained expression. In the end, we compromised. They agreed to go back to their motel and sit tight, and we agreed to contact you on their behalf. Which you didn't do, Flynn pointed out. The security chief smiled thinly. Of course not. At least not until we'd thoroughly vetted them. She sighed. We've had them under surveillance ever since, and their story, such as it is, seems to check out. And you think they might be able to help Nick with this operation? Van Horn asked narrowly. Possibly, Park allowed. She frowned. Letting strangers inside Avalon House is against the rules. My rules, I mean. But I don't see any other realistic option in this particular case. She held up her smartphone. I can have them here in minutes, if you're interested. Flynn nodded. Oh, hell yes. A short time later, Park knocked briefly on the half-open door to the study and looked in. Our guests have arrived, she reported. Then she half-turned and crooked a finger down the hall, signaling someone. In here, gentlemen. Flynn's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 men who ambled somewhat sheepishly in behind the security chief. Cole Hines and Wade Vukovich had been part of the Joint Force security unit he'd briefly commanded on Alaska's frozen north coast. after a risky parachute jump into a winter blizzard that all tangled with a Spetsnaz detachment hunting for Russia's missing stealth bomber. A fight that had ended in victory, but with half of his men dead or wounded. He hadn't seen any of them since he'd been medevaced out to San Antonio for his own injuries. He stood up. Hines, short and square-shouldered, nodded to him. "Hey there, Captain," he said uncertainly. Vukovich, taller and wiry, shyly echoed him. "Hi, sir." They bobbed their heads at Laura Van Horn. From the appraising looks on their faces, they recognized her as one of the C-130J pilots who'd flown them on that last airborne drop. "Ma'am." "Cole. Wade, it's... Well, really good to see you both," Flynn acknowledged, trying less than successfully to conceal his surprise at their appearance here at Avalon House. "But you can drop the captain and sir bit, you know." He indicated his jeans and polo shirt. "I'm not in the Air Force anymore." "Yes, sir," Hines said. "We know that, but we've got to call you something, and Mr. Flynn doesn't sound right somehow." Flynn grinned at them. "You could try calling me Nick," he suggested. "Yes, sir," Hines agreed. "We could." But their stoic faces told him that was a non-starter. He studied their own mix of civilian clothes. "So I guess you guys are out of the Army now, too?" Hines nodded. "That's right, sir." He shrugged. "The brass wanted me to re-enlist when my time ran out, but they offered me Fort Polk," he said in disgust. "Ouch," Flynn said sympathetically. Fort Polk in Louisiana had a well-deserved reputation as one of U.S. Army's worst duty stations. "That sucks." "Yeah, Polk. And on a PFC's lousy pay, forget that," Hines said. "So I told them to shove it." Flynn stared at him. "I thought you got your sergeant's stripes back after our brush with the Russians." Hines, a superb soldier otherwise, had a pugnacious streak that had cost him his non-com's rank and landed him with Flynn's band of exiles in northern Alaska. "I did," the shorter man said evenly. "Lost him again. Had a disagreement with a dickhead civilian outside a bar in Anchorage a couple of months later." Flynn hid a grin. He should have figured. Outside of combat, Cole Hines tended to get bored. And when he got bored, it was all too easy for that temper of his to get the better of him. The veteran infantryman didn't suffer fools gladly. He just decked them. He turned to Vukovich. "What happened in your case, Wade?" The other man reddened slightly. "Had a little trouble with the MPs," he admitted. "So my new CEO and I came to an agreement that I wouldn't re-up when the time came." "Not another exploding still, Wade?" Flynn asked sympathetically, hearing a muffled snort from Laura Van Horn. Vukovich had tried building a jury-rigged still at the isolated radar station they'd been assigned to guard. The resulting explosion had spewed half-fermented potato slices far and wide across what seemed like half the polar ice cap. "No, sir," Vukovich replied, sounding hurt. "The next one worked just fine." He shook his head, but the first sergeant wanted a bigger cut of the proceeds and ratted me out when I turned him down. "Uh-huh." Flynn looked them over. "So you're both out of the tender mercies of the United States Army, wandering around footloose and fancy-free?" "That's about the size of it, Captain," Hines agreed. "Which leads me to the somewhat more important question of just what you're doing here," Flynn asked carefully, seeing Gwen Park lean in slightly. This was obviously the same question she wanted answered. "Well, sir, it's like this," Hines said. "All of the guys, Sanchez, Peterson, Kim, and the rest of us, were real curious about what happened to you after that bomber crashed and blew up and they packed you off to some hospital. Since we all got sworn to secrecy by a bunch of spooks about everything that went down, we couldn't ask any questions while we were still in the service, so when Wade and me got out, we decided to go look you up." "And just how did you plan to do that?" Flynn wondered, "since I'm pretty sure my personnel records were sealed." We visited your folks in Texas, Hines said patiently. And since your mom thought you might want to see us, she gave us your address. My mother did what? Flynn said in disbelief. Hines nodded again. Sure, Captain. She said she figured you were probably off causing trouble somewhere and that you might be able to use a couple more hands. Van Horn was red-faced now with suppressed mirth. She swiped away tears of laughter. Now I really have to meet your mother, Nick, she forced out. She's got you pegged perfectly. Flynn ignored her. He stared hard at the two former enlisted men. Even my mother doesn't know where I work, and my address is a post office box, he pointed out quietly. They nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, sir, Hines said, but it's a P.O. box here in Winter Park. So we just found the post office in town and waited for someone to pick up the mail. Then we followed him back here. He looked admiringly around the room. Heck of a nice place, Captain. Flynn shook his head in disbelief. They made it sound so easy. And the funny thing was that it really had been that easy. So much for the quartet directorate's vaunted aura of secrecy, he thought, fighting down the temptation to burst out laughing himself. Now he knew why Gwen Park looked so embarrassed. Hines and Vukovich turned out to have slipped straight through a gaping, completely unsuspected hole in the net of secrecy she'd oh so carefully thrown around Avalon House. He would not want to be the member of her detail who'd been assigned to pick up their mail. Either her security officer had been woefully inattentive, or the two ex-soldiers were a lot better at being sneaky than he would first have imagined. And just what sort of work is it that you thought I might be doing now, Cole? He asked curiously. The brass plaques outside the mansion would have told them it housed offices for the Sobieski Charitable Foundation, the Concannon Language Institute, and Sykes-Fairburn Strategic Investments. Hines shrugged. Well, Captain, I don't guess you're just working as a translator for some language institute. And I doubt you're handing out charity money. And I sure don't see you as a banker. He grinned. So I figure all that stuff outside is just bullshit window dressing. And that your mom was right. You're still raising hell. For someone. Nick? Van Horn said softly. What was it that you were saying about 4 finding itself short of paramilitary daredevil types? He smiled back at her, and then turned to Hines and Vukovich. As it happens, he said carefully, I do have a project in mind. One you guys might be interested in. Hines thumped his taller friend in triumph. Told you so, Wade, he crowed. But it's also extremely hazardous, Flynn warned them. The chance of getting killed is pretty high. Vukovich spoke up now. Yeah, he said simply. We sort of expected that, sir. You can deal us in. 29. In the hill country, northwest of Austin, Texas. 2 days later. Laura Van Horn tweaked her Bushcat's centerline control stick gently to the left, banking into a slow, wide orbit a couple of 1,000 feet over the low, wooded hills of central Texas. A stretch of mostly open, mostly level ground appeared through the windshield. Grazing land for one of the local cattle ranches. She glanced at Fox. The training area is just down there. The head of the quartet directorate's American station nodded and raised his binoculars to scan the small valley. Bright white chalk lines, like those used on baseball fields, had been laid down across the close-cropped grass. They created a highly visible, mostly rectangular shape with one rounded side that was roughly 800 feet long and a little more than 100 feet across. More chalk lines had been drawn inside this larger outline, suggesting a maze of piping, catwalks, gangways, bollards, and other structures. He lowered his binoculars and turned to Van Horn. Is that supposed to be a mock-up of the Gulf Venture, as seen from the air? Yep, she shrugged. It was the best we could do in the time available. She grinned at him. We thought about trying to lease a tanker of our own for practice, but that turned out to be way outside our budget. Plus, sailing around in the Gulf of Mexico with a rented ship that size would be a bit too likely to draw attention from the media and the government that we could do without. Yes, I'd imagine so, Fox said with a thin smile of his own. He craned his head again to take another look at the chalk-drawn deck plan. He frowned. So our Mr. Flynn has decided to take his team in by helicopter after all? Despite the tanker's air defenses? Van Horn shook her head. Nope. Nick's got something a little different in mind. He raised an eyebrow. Different in what way? You'll see, she said cryptically. She spoke into her radio mic. Dragon, this is Tiger Cat. We're in position, standing by. Through their headsets, they heard Flynn's laconic reply. Understood, Tiger Cat. Dragon team dropping now. Van Horn banked again, bringing the little plane around so that they could see another aircraft. This one a larger twin-engine turboprop, flying several miles away and several thousand feet higher. Its wings winked in the spring sunlight. Fox raised his binoculars, seeing tiny black specks spilling out of the distant plane. He waited for parachutes to blossom against the clear blue sky. None did. His frown deepened. Something strange was happening out there. Instead of plunging almost vertically toward the ground, the men who'd just hurled themselves out of the aircraft were slanting downward at an angle, gliding straight toward the tanker mock-up at high speed. Perplexed, he focused carefully and managed to catch a brief close-up glimpse of one of the jumpers. The helmeted man was diving head first. His arms and legs were spread apart, with layers of nylon fabric connecting them to create an airfoil. They're wearing wingsuits, Fox murmured, suddenly realizing what it was that he was seeing. Pretty nifty idea, right? Van Horn said archly. Starting a couple of decades before, experienced skydiving enthusiasts had begun taking to the air wearing those individual flying suits. Worn in combination with parachutes for the final landing, wingsuits added significant amounts of lift and enabled their users to greatly extend the range and duration of every jump, whether out of airplanes or off tall buildings, mountains, and cliffs. One by one, as they arrowed closer to their chalk-outlined target, the jumpers pulled their chutes. Steerable rectangular canopies snapped open, slowing their descents, and they drifted down the last couple of 100 feet. They were clearly aiming for the clear patches of grass and dirt inside the outline, while trying to avoid the white lines that represented pipelines, catwalks, fake shipping containers, and the other obstructions which littered the real oil tanker's deck. In a real combat jump, anyone who slammed into one of those obstacles would almost certainly be seriously injured or killed. Small clouds of dust and chalk puffed up as each man flared his parachute and came down to a soft landing. Once all 8 jumpers were down, Van Horn brought her bushcat around, descended, and landed in the pasture close beside the tanker mock-up. By the time Fox climbed out of the light aircraft, Flynn was already on his way over with his wingsuit and parachute bundled under one arm. Welcome to the Dragon exercise area, Flynn greeted him, coming up with a big grin on his lean, dirt-streaked face. Otherwise known as the Big Dusty to some of my guys. Fox stared at the chalk-outlined target area and then shook his head dubiously. The list of things he could imagine going wrong was already depressingly long. He turned back to Flynn. There's a pretty big difference between hitting your marks on a stationary one-dimensional target on dry land and landing safely on a ship steaming at high speed at sea, isn't there? Flynn nodded calmly. Yes, sir, there sure is. And between landing in broad daylight and coming in at night, for that matter. He shrugged. Which is why we're going to be running this drill over and over, steadily upping the tempo and difficulty level each time. Once we've mastered the basics of flying these wingsuits and steering our landing chutes, I'll have a contractor come out to the ranch and put up some scaffolding so our mock-up's more 3D. How long do you plan to train? Fox asked. If possible, practically right up to the moment when you give us the actual target, Flynn told him frankly. "When we do this for real, it's going to be a halo drop from high altitude. The farther we are from the Gulf Venture when we jump, the less likely we are to spook the bad guys until we're right on top of them. It's our best chance to avoid being blown out of the sky by their anti-aircraft guns." Fox narrowed his eyes in thought. The younger man was right. Given the defenses their enemies had fitted to that oil tanker, achieving almost total surprise was their only hope of putting an intact assault team aboard. "How far away do you plan to be when you make your drop?" "The world wingsuit distance record right now is around 20 miles, Flynn said quietly. "I hope to beat that." He smiled tightly. "We'll manage it for sure, and by a considerable margin if the experimental high-tech wingsuit gear I've ordered from Germany gets here in time for us to train on it." Then he shrugged. "But since I can't count on that happening, we're training to go using the equipment we have on hand now." Fox nodded slowly, taking in what he'd been told. The opening phases of this plan might not be quite as crazy as he'd first feared. The tanker's Iranian captain and crew shouldn't automatically assume that an aircraft crossing their course 20 miles or more ahead was launching an attack on them, and that ought to make them hesitate to unmask their concealed weapons, since doing so risked blowing the Gulf Venture's cover as a genuine merchant ship. That was especially true since the Dragon team's transport plane would be flying well outside the effective range of their 35mm guns and surface-to-air missiles. So at least the aircraft's crew would be safe no matter what happened. Of course, the same thing couldn't be said for Flynn and his men. If the tanker's weapons were manned and ready when they jumped, the gun crews would need less than 30 seconds to drop their camouflage and open fire. Knowing that revealing his misgivings wouldn't help anyone, Fox did his best to hide his fears. Throughout its long history, the Quartet Directorate's audacious covert operations had helped guard the United States and its allies against their most dangerous enemies. But there was always a terrible price to be paid, a price in brave men's and women's lives. The secret war waged on behalf of the peoples of the free world without their knowledge or gratitude had been costly from its very outset. Sadly, it showed no signs of becoming any less deadly with the passage of time. Instead, he waved a hand at the tanker mock-up and at the group of tough-looking men who were now busy loading their gear aboard the vehicles that would take them back to the local airport for another practice jump. "Has there been any reaction from the locals to all this unusual activity of yours?" Flynn's grin grew bigger still. "Some, but not a lot. There aren't a lot of people in this part of the state in the first place, and the folks who do live here are mostly the get-along, go-along kind. If it's not obviously illegal, they pretty much reckon it's none of their business." He fished a business card out of his breast pocket. "For when we run into any real nosy parkers, I had these printed up. It usually satisfies them." Fox took it. Almost unwillingly, his own mouth twitched in a slight smile. The fake business card read, "Flynn's Flying Circus. Team aerobatics and stunts. Air shows and movie spectaculars our specialty." Then he sighed. If this fun-loving Texas daredevil got himself killed, the world would be a much darker place. Unfortunately, he suspected that was by far the most likely outcome of this hazardous operation. Later that evening, after the Dragon team had finished the last of its 3 scheduled practice jumps for that day, Fox briefed Flynn, Van Horn, and the others on the search program the Quartet Directorate had instituted to try to find the converted Iranian oil tanker. They all listened intently. Unless 4 could somehow detect and then track the Gulf Venture at sea, all of their training and hard work would be in vain. Analysis by our top planners confirmed that relying on aircraft for the initial search would be a complete waste of time and resources, he told them bluntly. So instead, we're using satellites. "We've got our own fucking satellites?" Hines blurted out in astonishment. "Seriously?" Fox stifled a frown. He still wasn't sure that it had been wise to bring the members of Flynn's old unit into the Quartet Directorate's secret. They were considerably rougher around the edges than 4's usual recruits. Still, as Gwen Park had pointed out to him, at great length, what other choice did they really have? Killing innocents went against every principle Four held dear. And besides, Hines and Vukovich, unpolished though they might be, had demonstrated both considerable loyalty to their old commander and a remarkable talent for unconventional operations by tracking him down in the first place. If they lived long enough, doubtful though that seemed at the moment, more training should make them extremely useful agents, especially for missions requiring direct action. The satellites aren't ours, he explained patiently, at least not directly. Through one of the Quartet Directorate's front groups, ostensibly a science nonprofit focused on climatological research, they were buying time on the European Pleiades constellation. Its twin high-resolution imaging satellites circled the globe in polar orbits, passing over every point on the Earth's surface once every 24 hours. These satellites were dual-purpose, filling both defense and civilian needs, but most of their users were more interested in pictures taken over the world's landmasses. That left an opening for Fox, and he'd seized it with both hands. Under the contract he'd written, the Pleiades satellites were scanning large swathes of the world's oceans, beginning with zones near the Persian Gulf, and then steadily moving to the east and west and north and south with each new orbit. Depending on weather constraints and their space vehicles' other commitments, the constellation's commercial managers in Toulouse, France, had estimated they should be able to obtain good quality pictures of around 230,000 square miles of ocean per day. Hines whistled. Fox nodded. Those numbers do sound impressive, he agreed coolly. Unfortunately, they still represent only a fraction of the sea area we need surveyed. He shrugged. But without access to our own government's far more capable spy satellites, this is our best option. The former Army enlisted man frowned. So you're saying this is still just a crapshoot? Not entirely, Fox corrected. Our search patterns are carefully calculated to maximize the odds of our spotting the Gulf Venture. For example, we're focusing most heavily on stretches of the ocean outside the ordinary sea lanes, since we suspect the Iranians and their Russian allies want to avoid even accidental contact with other passing vessels that could report their presence. Sitting between Hines and Van Horn, Flynn nodded his understanding. He leaned forward. One thing, Brer Fox? Yes? I get why we're renting the Pleiades constellation, but aren't there other imaging civilian satellites that can cover wider areas? Fox nodded. There certainly are, Nick. However, the trade-off there is that they all produce much lower resolution imagery. We need high-resolution pictures to have any real hope of positively identifying the Gulf Venture from orbit. At lower resolutions and from hundreds of miles up in space, one Aframax-sized oil tanker looks pretty much like another. So what's our outside time frame for finding this ship? Flynn asked quietly. Fox sighed. Your guess on that is as good as mine, Nick. He shrugged. But one thing is all too clear. If we don't spot the Gulf Venture before it comes within missile range of whatever target Moscow and Tehran have chosen, it will be far too late. 30. Raven's Nest, outside Moscow. T-14, a few days later. Pavel Voronin waited patiently while his servants handed around glasses of champagne to his guests. Russia's president, Pyotr Zhdanov, and a small group of his closest military and intelligence advisors. They were seated around a table that had been moved into the palatial living room for this special event. A large-screen digital display stood at one end of the table. It was currently blank. When the servants quietly withdrew, closing the doors behind them, he moved to the head of the table and raised his own glass. Gentlemen, he said smoothly, before we begin, a toast. To our president, a man of courage and vision. Voronian noticed one or two of them discreetly rolling their eyes at this bit of gross flattery, but they raised their glasses all the same. Obsequiousness was a survival trait in the highest circles of Russia's current government. "The president," deep voices rumbled in response. Most of them downed the fine sparkling wine, a Perrier-Jouet worth thousands of American dollars per bottle, as though it were the cheapest vodka, the sort bought purely for its high alcohol content. For all their rank and position, he thought coolly, the majority of Zhdanov's inner circle were still nothing but jumped-up peasants. Where it counted, they were all alike. Kokorin, the elderly Minister of Defense, Golitsyn and Rogozin, respectively the commanders of the Navy and Air Force, Yumashev, who headed the FSB, Russia's internal security agency, and Veslovsky and Ivashin, the chiefs of the SVR and GRU. They had education and even technical competence in their own narrow fields, but they had no real grasp of culture. He'd seen their faces when they first saw the extravagant blend of expensive designer furniture and priceless modernist art that filled this room. Looks of baffled incomprehension had been mixed with scorn at what they apparently considered a display of decadence. But underlying it all had been their clear envy of the tremendous wealth he flaunted. Voronian knew, too, that these men, almost all of them nearly twice his age, also despised and feared him because of his obvious and growing influence over Zhdanov. His Raven Syndicate was a source of power completely outside their control, one they saw draining the armed forces, the SVR, and the GRU of their best officers. So far, they had failed to stop his rapid rise, watching from the sidelines with barely veiled hostility while he took his place at the president's right hand. Inwardly, he shrugged. Perhaps he should feel sorry for them. They were caught on the wrong side of one of the oldest equations in human history. Ambition coupled with ruthlessness produced wealth. Wealth, in turn, produced power, and this power, wielded relentlessly, yielded even more wealth. It was a synergistic relationship that few Russians understood. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, the nation's new oligarchs, including his dead mentor, Dmitry Grishin, had shown themselves unable to grasp the fundamental truth that money, in and of itself, was useless unless it was coupled with political and military authority. That left them vulnerable to a hard-edged autocrat like Pyotr Zhdanov, who had begun carving out his own path to the presidency while he was still a young officer in the old KGB. Voronian had no intention of falling into that same trap. His control over the Raven Syndicate made him the master of highly trained soldiers, spies, and assassins beholden to him and to no one else. At the same time, his new status as Zhdanov's most trusted counselor gave him nearly unfettered access to the levers of Russia's state power, its fleets, air units, tank armies, and missiles. The day would come when this indirect exercise of power no longer satisfied him, but it would do for the moment. Now it was time to show these old men the first steps on the road to their nation's renewed greatness. Voronian put his own champagne down largely untasted. He turned to Zhdanov. "Mr. President, with your permission, I'll proceed." Zhdanov nodded briefly. His eyes were hooded. He'd agreed with the younger man's reasons for keeping midnight a closely held secret, even from his other most trusted advisors. Now that the moment had come to brief them on the operation, he was plainly somewhat anxious about how they would react. None of them would be happy to learn just how far they'd all been kept out of the loop. Voronian ignored the older man's show of nerves. He judged it to be wholly unnecessary. In their hearts, the others Zhdanov had gathered around him were no more than domesticated dogs, not untamed wolves. While they might growl and snap in protest, in the end he knew they would bend to their master's voice and will. Instead, he ran his own gaze around the table. The presentation you're about to see has been classified at the very highest level, by the direct order of the President himself. Outside this room, there will be no further discussion of the operation codenamed Midnight, except with his written authorization. Startled, the senior ministers and military commanders turned as one toward Zhdanov. He nodded slowly, confirming what they'd just been told. They sat back, looking troubled. Voronian concealed a pleased smile. Now these men knew better who was calling the tune here, and who held the whip. He raised a hand to signal one of his aides. Immediately the lights dimmed and the large display brightened. "The world is about to change," he told them with grave satisfaction. "And many of the obstacles to Russia's rightful place as the globe's dominant power will be swept away forever." Video footage of the Zolzhana rocket launch appeared on screen. Steadily, the missile arced high over the Caspian Sea, roaring aloft on a pillar of flickering fire. What you're witnessing is the final test of a key element in our plan, the space vehicle that will deliver the Midnight weapon to its intended target. Yevgeny Rogozin, the lieutenant general in charge of Russia's Air Force, frowned. "That's not one of our ICBMs." "Correct, General," Voronian said. "The rocket is an Iranian design." "The Iranians?" Gennady Kokorin, the defense minister, snapped querulously. "What the devil does Iran have to do with this Midnight plan of yours?" "Everything," Voronian said simply. Then he smiled coldly. "And nothing." Over the next several minutes, he walked his audience through the several stages involved in this high-stakes operation. The more he talked, the longer their faces grew. As he'd suspected from the beginning, they were conditioned by age and inbred caution to focus only on the risks involved. So much so that they could not recognize the enormous rewards to be reaped. "These men are fossils," he thought contemptuously. Much the same, of course, could be said of Zhdanov himself, though at least the aging president still had just enough guts and greed to be useful to him. When he finished, there was a long moment of horrified silence. At last, Kokorin shook his bald head. "This plan of yours is insane," he said bluntly. "You would stake everything on a single weapon. A weapon that is no longer even fully in our control." He grimaced. "Failure would be utterly catastrophic, both for Russia and for all of us in this room." "All the more reason to make sure we succeed," Voronian retorted. He shrugged. "Besides, alea iocta est." Seeing their looks of incomprehension at the classic Latin comment from Caesar, spoken as he crossed the Rubicon to make his bid for power, he smiled thinly. "In other words, the die is cast. The Gulf venture has already sailed, and our Iranian allies will not willingly abort the operation now." They stared at him in shock. Until that instant, none of them had realized Midnight was already in motion. Voronian resisted the temptation to laugh. Had these tired and timid old men seriously believed they would be consulted first? That they were anything more than the tools Zhdanov would use if it was necessary and discard or ignore if it was not? "There are risks," he agreed, "but the potential rewards far outweigh them. At the moment, Russia's status as a world power is mostly an illusion, one which rests on a foundation of sand. The longer we sit idle, the more the power conveyed by our military might, especially by our strategic nuclear forces, will be undermined by an aging, shrinking population and shaky economy. If nothing changes, we will only grow weaker as our competitors grow stronger. We must either act decisively now against our chief rival, the United States, or abandon any pretense of being a great nation. He turned his attention to Zhdanov. And I do not believe our people would react well to learning that all their sacrifices of the past decades were in vain. The president nodded dourly. He was only too aware that his countrymen would turn against even the strongest leader if they believed he had failed them. Fed a steady diet of propaganda claiming that Russia could still enforce its will on the rest of the world whenever it chose, they would not accept anything less. In essence, his continued hold on power rested on his ability to make reality conform to those lies before the Russian people figured out how badly they'd been duped. In any case, midnight has been structured deliberately to minimize any significant danger to us, Voronian continued slyly. Any significant evidence that survives will pin the attack on another of America's long-standing enemies, Iran's radical Islamic regime, and not on us. Slowly, the men around the table relaxed and muttered their agreement. The younger man's arguments were persuasive, especially since it was clear that his scheme had Zhdanov's total support. Only Kokorin seemed unimpressed. His thin-lipped mouth curled in distaste. "You've certainly spun an elegant web of lies and deceit," the elderly defense minister acknowledged. "So much so that I only wonder what else it conceals." His eyes hardened. "Is your interest in this plan purely patriotic? Some burning, selfless desire to see Mother Russia made great again, or do you hope to achieve more personal gains in all the chaos you're about to unleash?" Zhdanov leaned forward with a scowl. "Enough, Gennady," he snapped. "Remember, I've personally approved this operation. What I care about is what matters, and what matters to me are competence and boldness, not high-minded slogans that do nothing to advance Russia's strategic interests. So far, midnight has been executed flawlessly. That is what counts." Voronian bowed his head modestly, acknowledging this praise. Privately, he knew the reason for the president's vehemence was that Kokorin's tart comment had struck close to the bone. Zhdanov, like him, was fully aware that the world's financial markets were about to be turned upside down, and that investments made with that in mind would yield extraordinary gains. Some, he mused, might find it grotesque to expect to profit financially from the probable deaths of 100 million people. But while Russia's leader undoubtedly intended mainly to pad his own considerable personal wealth, the ill-gotten fruits of years of near-absolute power, he personally had far bigger plans. The financial rewards he expected to reap were important, but not in themselves. With $3 billion at his disposal, Voronian had made himself the second most powerful man in Russia. How much more could he achieve with 10 or 20 times that amount? His pale eyes narrowed in speculation. It would be quite amusing, he decided, to find out. 31. Aboard the Gulf Venture, deep in the South Atlantic. T-11, 3 days later. Viktor Skablin hit the power button on the satellite phone to turn it off. When the screen went dark, he handed it back to Yevgeny Kvyat. The former GRU officer got to work stowing its separate components away out of sight. It was vital to keep their Iranian allies unaware that the Raven Syndicate team had its own line of communication to Russia. "Well, what's the news from Moscow?" another of his subordinates, Dmitry Fadiev, demanded. Skablin heard the tension in the other man's voice. It mirrored his own. During the oil tanker's seemingly endless voyage south through the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean, and now west into the South Atlantic, day after day without sighting land or any other ships, frictions had risen steadily between his small unit and the larger Iranian crew. Apart from their mission, the two sides had nothing in common. To Captain Haidari and the other Revolutionary Guard sailors and soldiers, the Russians were godless mercenaries, not true believers. The more fanatical among them clearly regarded the very presence of Skublin and his men aboard as something that contaminated their ship's holy purpose. So far, they'd limited themselves to muttered insults and sullen looks. But the Raven Syndicate's ex-soldiers and spies were now being very careful never to go anywhere aboard the tanker on their own or unarmed. He looked around the circle of anxious faces. "Mother Wolf is in position," he told them quietly. "She will stay with us all the way to the launch point." The news that the Russian Navy submarine Podmoskovia was now covertly trailing this ship triggered several small, relieved smiles. They were no longer alone in the middle of the ocean. In the hill country, Central Texas. That same time. Nick Flynn stood on the covered porch of the ranch house he'd rented for his Dragon assault team. Together with Laura Van Horn, he was watching a severe spring thunderstorm roll across the Central Texas hill country. Dozens of flashes of lightning slashed down in dazzling, split-second bursts that split the night sky apart. Their eerie ionized glow illuminated towering masses of clouds scudding eastward on the wind. Moments after each separate strike, thunderclaps boomed across the neighboring hills and woods. They were powerful enough to rattle the windows behind them. Over the noise of the thunder, Flynn heard a loud, rushing roar drawing closer. "Here it comes," he said quietly. Seconds later, a wall of driving rain swept across the ranch house, hammering down on its metal roof with an ear-splitting, near-continuous clatter. "You know, falling snow's a hell of a lot quieter," Van Horn yelled in his ear. "Maybe Alaska's not so bad after all." He grinned. "I'll take a little noise so long as I'm not freezing to death," he shouted back. Wryly, she pointed out to where torrents of rain were pounding the lightning-lit pasture. "Don't look now, but I think our simulated oil tanker just sank." Flynn nodded. After the storm passed, the limestone soils here would dry quickly, but they'd definitely need to have a ground crew re-chalk the outline they'd been using for jump practice, and repair the scaffolding erected to make the fake obstacles on its deck more realistic. All told, his team would probably lose close to a full day of training time, at a time when every hour was precious. He frowned. It'd sure be nice if the real Gulf Venture was just as easy to put under. A Category 5 hurricane would come in handy right about now, Van Horn agreed. Too bad that evil SOB Veronian wasn't dumb enough to set his operation in motion during hurricane season. Suddenly, the lights inside the ranch house went out. A minute later, Shannon Cook came outside to join them. The ex-Special Forces soldier's face was illuminated by his smartphone's screen. "The electricity's out across the whole area," he reported. "Looks like all this lightning blew a bunch of transformers almost simultaneously. The local cooperative says it'll take several hours to restore power." "Just swell," Van Horn said. She turned to Flynn with a playful grin on her face. "Well, darn. I guess this'll be an early night after all. And yet here I am, still feeling wide awake." But Flynn failed to take the bait offered by her not-so-subtle hint. Instead, he stood motionless, gripped by the insights cascading through his mind with all the intensity and speed of the lightning flashes still tearing across the sky above them. Suddenly, everything about what Moscow and Tehran really had planned fell into place with terrifying certainty. "Son of a bitch," he said at last in stunned realization. "Those bastards aboard the Gulf Venture aren't aiming to destroy just one city. They're going after dozens." He saw their puzzled looks and said tightly, "We need to see Fox. Pronto." Near Austin Bergstrom International Airport. Early the next morning. Flynn knocked on the door of Fox's hotel room and waited. The chief of the Quartet Directorate's American station had come in from Orlando late the night before aboard a red-eye flight. There was no sound from inside. He glanced at Van Horn. "Think he's asleep?" "Brer Fox?" she said with some amusement. "I doubt it. Only humans need sleep." She fought down a yawn. "Like me." Flynn restrained himself from asking why, if she was that tired now. She'd seemed so painfully cheerful while flying the Bushcat down to Austin, with the sun just poking above the horizon. She had sharp elbows, and his ribs could only take so much. He raised his hand to knock again, but before he could even make contact, the door swung open. "Nick, Laura, please come in," Fox said quietly, waving them inside. He swiped at his chin with a hand towel, removing the last traces of shaving cream, and then stepped inside the small bathroom to hang it neatly on the rack. As usual, every motion was controlled and precise and neat. Only the shadows under his eyes suggested that he was as tired as they were. Politely, he ushered them into chairs set around a little round table. Then he pulled a seat of his own over from the room's tiny desk and waited, while they poured out cups of room service coffee from a carafe. "Very well," he said finally. "You have my full attention." "We've all been banging our heads trying to figure out what Voronian and his backers in Moscow and Tehran have up their sleeves," Flynn said, "right?" Fox nodded. His mouth tightened. "So far, unfortunately, Fall's best analysts have all come up empty-handed," he admitted. "Me too," Flynn told him, "until last night." He pulled out his smartphone and brought up an image on the screen. It showed a nighttime picture from space of the continental United States. Glowing patches of light showed the presence of major metropolitan areas: New York, Boston, D.C., Miami, Chicago, Houston, Dallas, St. Louis, Salt Lake City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, and dozens of others. Bright rings were superimposed on this image, radiating out from a single point over the Midwest marked with a radiation symbol. "It's this." Fox studied it for a moment in silence. He looked up. "Go on." "Moscow and Tehran planned to carry out a nuclear EMP, an electromagnetic pulse attack against us," Flynn explained. "A high-altitude nuclear detonation designed to simultaneously knock out electric power grids, cars, trucks, trains, river barges, and aircraft, water purification plants, and computer systems across a huge stretch of the United States." The image on his smartphone screen showed different areas of effect for an EMP attack, depending on the altitude of the initial nuclear burst. A warhead detonated 30 miles up could fry electronics out to a radius of 480 miles. The damage caused by the same-size bomb going off 120 miles over the Earth would spread 1,000 miles beyond the blast point. The worst-case scenario indicated that a nuclear blast 300 miles above the surface would destroy computers and other electronics up to 1,500 miles away. Across the entire continental United States, most of Canada, and the northern regions of Mexico. A massive EMP pulse would destroy every affected system beyond any possibility of repair, Flynn continued grimly. Producing replacements and installing them could take months, maybe years in some cases, and in the meantime, deprived of fuel, food, clean water, and electricity, millions of people in our major metro areas will die, either from starvation or disease. No American city or its surrounding suburbs had more than a few days' worth of fuel, food, and purified water available at any given time. They were entirely dependent on a continuous flow of supplies brought in by road, rail, and river, and without working transportation systems and power grids, there would be no way to ship in the needed goods. Shelves would empty in a matter of hours, followed by looting and the complete breakdown of law and order. The margin between a modern, high-tech civilization and Dark Ages barbarism was breathtakingly slim. Fox frowned when Flynn finished laying out the terrifying scenario he saw developing. My understanding is that the threat of an EMP attack is somewhat overblown, he said carefully. Our ICBMs and other nuclear forces are already hardened against electromagnetic pulse effects, so they'd be completely unaffected by any surprise strike. As a result, a major power like Moscow or Beijing has to know that crossing the nuclear threshold like that would automatically trigger massive retaliation, probably leading directly to an all-out and unwinnable war. The same thing goes double for a regional power like Iran, with the exception that we could smash them back to the Stone Age without taking further damage. Tiredly, he took off his glasses and rubbed at his eyes. With a sigh, he put them back on. And as far as the threat of a terrorist-conducted EMP strike goes, that seems even less likely, according to the experts. Developing the specialized warheads needed to pull off an effective attack would be far beyond the capability of any known terrorist group, as would calculating the optimum missile trajectories and detonation points. Flynn nodded. All of that is true, which is precisely why Zhdanov is working through Voronyan's Raven Syndicate and the Iranians. It lets him hide Russia's involvement. And without solid evidence that Moscow is directly responsible, would an American president be willing to unleash a nuclear Armageddon that might end all of human civilization? Probably not, Fox agreed slowly. And even if he was, I'm not sure the rest of the chain of command would go along with him. Well, one more thing's for damn sure, Flynn said bluntly. The Russians definitely have the nuclear weapons technology and expertise needed to build EMP warheads, and the supercomputing power required to plan the most destructive attack. He leaned forward, intent on making his point. Remember how none of us could see what strategic advantage the Russians and the Iranians hoped to gain by destroying a single city? Because the huge risks of sparking a total war never seemed to match up with any possible gain? This is the answer, Brer Fox, he argued. A successful EMP attack carried out by hidden intermediaries lets Zhdanov and the nutcases in Tehran cripple us without giving themselves away. With millions dead or dying and our whole civilian economy in ruins, we'd have to turn inward, dedicating every ounce of our remaining resources trying to cope with the avalanche of disaster unfolding here at home. His jaw tightened. Sure, all our missiles, bombers, warships, tanks, and artillery would be untouched. But so what? They'd be rendered effectively useless by the sheer magnitude of the domestic catastrophe we'd be facing. It'd take us decades to recover. Decades with the Russians and their allies consolidating power in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, South America, hell, wherever they want to. Finished, he sat back, feeling suddenly exhausted. Even though he didn't have any hard facts to back up his speculation, he was still as sure of this as he'd ever been about anything. And he absolutely needed the higher-ups in the Quartet Directorate to understand the magnitude of the threat they now faced. Four no longer had time to play it safe or to try to conserve scarce resources. Laura Van Horn broke the uneasy silence. Nick's right, she said flatly. His hypothesis is the only one that fits all the data. Somberly, Fox nodded. I agree. He sighed. Which makes our need to seize the Gulf Venture and that nuclear-armed missile it's carrying that much more urgent. He spread his hands helplessly. Unfortunately, none of our least satellite reconnaissance sweeps of the world's oceans have turned up the tanker yet. We are as much in the dark now as we were when we started looking. It has to be heading for either the North Atlantic or the Caribbean, Flynn said abruptly. Fox stared at him. Why there, not the Pacific? Because we have anti-ballistic missile interceptors based in Alaska and California, Flynn explained. feeling more and more certain that he was right about this. With just one shot in their quiver, the bad guys can't risk watching their warhead blown out of space before it reaches its intended detonation point. His fingers drummed on the table. They have to launch their attack from where we're most vulnerable, and that's off the eastern seaboard. The Navy's Second Fleet has destroyers and cruisers armed with SM-3 interceptors, Van Horn pointed out. In combination with powerful AN Spy-1 Aegis Combat System radars, RIM-161 Standard Missile 3s were designed to shoot down short and intermediate-range ballistic missiles. Flynn nodded. Yep. And if those ships were deployed on a picket line with their radars energized and the crews on alert, they'd have a chance at making an intercept. He shrugged. But my bet is that most of them are swinging idly at anchor right now at Norfolk, or deployed somewhere else. You'd win that bet, Fox told him. The Russians started a major fleet exercise in the Barents Sea about 3 weeks ago. The Navy responded by sortying a large task force of our carriers and other warships into the Norwegian Sea for joint maneuvers with other NATO countries. Man, those assholes Voronian and Zhdanov aren't taking any chances, are they? Flynn said bleakly. They waved the red cape and off our admiral's charge. In exactly the wrong direction. Fox grimaced. So it appears. He looked across the table at them. Suggestions? We have to gamble, Van Horn told him. We need to concentrate all of the Pleiades imaging satellite searches on the approaches to the Atlantic and the Caribbean. Flynn nodded. Laura's right. Focusing our satellite passes should roughly double our odds of spotting that oil tanker before it reaches its planned launch point. If your guess is wrong, and the Gulf Venture is actually steaming toward the west coast, retasking the satellites that way guarantees certain failure, Fox warned. That's so. And I wish like hell we had more options, Flynn conceded. But I've got an itchy feeling at the back of my neck that tells me we're running out of time fast. So we can't hold anything back in reserve, he said forcefully. We can't split our limited resources trying to cover all the possible bases. Our only choice is to go all in. And we have to do that now. 32. Headquarters, 42nd Rocket Division, Strategic Rocket Forces, outside Nizhny Tagil, Central Russia. T-6, a few days later. Pavel Voronian sat beside Pyotr Zhdanov in the back of the president's armored black limousine. Other cars carrying plainclothes bodyguards were ahead and behind them. Several more wheeled armored personnel carriers packed with troops brought up the tail end of this convoy. They turned off the highway and onto a narrow track that ran deeper into the surrounding forest. Studded tires crunched over snow and ice as the column of vehicles drove slowly along the winding trail. A quick thaw across this part of Russia a few days ago had been followed by one last freezing spring storm, leaving the trees sheathed in glistening coats of ice. 2 kilometers off the main road, they came out into a clearing. Razor wire-topped fences stretched in either direction. Patrols of soldiers in white winter parkas accompanied by dogs could be seen along the perimeter. As they approached the main gate of this isolated compound, the leading vehicles turned off the track and parked on the side, clearing the way for Zhdanov's limousine to proceed alone. The guards manning the gate pulled it open. They waved the big black car through without stopping it. Officially, the Russian president was not here, and so no records of this secret visit would be kept. At the center of the compound, the limousine pulled up outside what appeared to be a simple forester's hut. Bodyguards riding up front jumped out and opened the rear doors for Zhdanov and Voronian. When they emerged, a major waiting at the open hut door stiffened to attention. "Mr. President, welcome to the 42nd Rocket Division," he said briskly. His eyes darted to Voronian, and then just as quickly shifted away. Clearly, he'd been briefed against showing too much curiosity about the Russian leader's civilian guest. "Lead the way, Major," Zhdanov ordered. Obeying, the young officer ushered them into the hut. It was simply a concrete-floored shell designed to hide an elevator shaft that ran deep underground. Steel doors slid aside, revealing a waiting car. They filed in and waited while the elevator smoothly descended, carrying them nearly 200 meters below the surface. At the bottom, the doors rolled back, revealing a short, well-lit corridor. At the far end, another thick armored hatch opened into the missile unit's battle management center. Above the entrance, Voronyin noted the emblem of the Strategic Rocket Forces, a wreath-surrounded golden shield backed by 2 crossed arrows and an upright sword, along with its ominous motto, "Posle nas, China." After us, silence. A wry smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. The phrase seemed particularly appropriate, given the role this unit was slated to play in Midnight. After he and Zhdanov passed through it, the armored hatch silently swung shut and sealed behind them, leaving their staff escort outside in the corridor. Consoles equipped with computers, displays, and secure communications links lined each of the battle management center's 2 stepped tiers. In the middle of the lower tier, a single long table faced a theater-sized screen. A small group of senior officers stood there waiting for them. All of the other workstations were empty. Knowledge of the Midnight targeting plan was restricted to a tiny inner circle of the 42nd Division's leadership. Voronyin noted how Major General Konstantin Ryazanov, the Rocket Division's rail-thin commander, carefully avoided making eye contact with him, instead focusing all his attention on Zhdanov. He concealed his amusement. Ryazanov and all the others in this room had already accepted generous compensation from the Raven Syndicate for their part in Midnight. Pretending not to know their real paymaster wouldn't fool anyone for very long, least of all the president, especially since Voronyin had been careful to secure the older man's approval for his bribes to active-duty military officers. After all, he had no real need to work behind Zhdanov's back. Not for this enterprise, anyway. He took the chair he was offered and studied the large central screen. At the moment, it showed the current locations of the 27 road-mobile RS-24 Yars ICBMs controlled by the 42nd Rocket Division. The huge 16-wheeled launchers transporting these missiles were dispersed throughout the surrounding forests. Every RS-24 carried 4 independently targetable 300-kiloton nuclear warheads, each 20 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Once they were all settled, Zhdanov turned to Ryazanov. "Let's not waste more time on meaningless pleasantries, General." He smiled coldly. "This is a war briefing, not a social call. And I want to be back in Moscow before anyone important notices that I'm gone." "Yes, Mr. President," Ryazanov acknowledged. He darted a glance at the most junior officer in the room, a colonel. "Run the targeting program, Mikhail." The colonel keyed in a sequence of commands at his console. Immediately, a new image appeared on the central screen, a detailed digital map of Iran. Color-coded icons representing important cities, nuclear weapons and missile research sites, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps bases, military airfields, and oil production and storage hubs dotted this map. One by one, dozens of these icons blinked red. "New coordinates have been locked into the multiple warheads aboard 14 of this division's ICBMs," Ryazanov confirmed. His voice held no discernible emotion except a cool professionalism. The screen split, continuing to show the map of Iran on one half, while shifting back to a display of the positions of the 14 RS-24 missiles on the other. "Upon receipt of your coded order, unlock Midnight," the general continued, "these 14 ICBMs will execute a simultaneous launch." Echoing his words, The symbols representing the selected RS-24 missiles blinked yellow and began moving along arcs which illustrated their planned trajectories, hurtling southward at more than 24,000 kilometers an hour. They vanished off the edge of the digital map of central Russia and instantly reappeared on the map of Iran. All 14 ICBM icons divided into 4 new tracks each, representing the 56 separate warheads now fanning out toward their designated targets. One by one, they reached a red outlined icon and vanished, leaving only a glowing dot. Approximately 7 minutes after launch, our weapons will begin detonating. Some in the sky over soft targets like cities, and others, earth penetrators, deep inside heavily protected underground complexes, Ryazanov said. Within 10 minutes, our nuclear strike will have completely obliterated Iran's radical Islamic government, military forces, oil industry, and advanced weapons research facilities. Zhdanov looked pleased. "And your estimate of civilian casualties?" he asked. Ryazanov shrugged. "They will inevitably be very high. Our preliminary analysis indicates upward of 20 to 40 million Iranians dead or critically injured." The Russian president raised an eyebrow. "So many?" "The Iranians have cited a large number of their most critical defense facilities close to population centers," the general explained. He smiled thinly, probably as a deterrent to a major attack by the Americans or the Israelis, since they know both countries are reluctant to inflict collateral damage. "A weakness we do not share," Zhdanov commented dryly. "No, sir," Ryazanov agreed. Zhdanov turned to Voronin. "Do you have any questions, Pavel?" He shook his head. "None, Mr. President." He nodded pleasantly at Ryazanov and his officers. The targeting plan these officers have created seems perfectly satisfactory. In truth, Voronin was delighted. The rain of nuclear fire planned by Ryazanov was the final piece in the fiendishly complex and ruthless scheme he'd devised and implemented over the past several months. By wiping Iran off the map shortly after their EMP warhead detonated over the United States, he and Zhdanov would achieve several of their country's long-sought and most crucial strategic objectives. First, they would eliminate any chance that Iran's radical leaders could betray Russia's involvement in the attack against the United States, and in fact, Russia's nuclear bombardment could be portrayed as an act of justified retaliation for Tehran's brutal and unprovoked strike against innocent American civilians. Whether anyone genuinely believed this was immaterial. Having seen the horrific consequences of angering Moscow, no other nation would dare do more than issue weak, pro forma protests. Second, they would destroy the rising Shia power in the Persian Gulf, one whose very existence threatened all of its Sunni neighbors. That ought to entice a grateful Saudi Arabia and all of the other Arab states to turn to Russia for protection and leadership. The United States, crippled and in ruins, could have nothing to offer them. Left without much choice, even Israel might finally come to realize that its own national interests aligned with those of Moscow. Finally, the destruction of Iran's oil fields and infrastructure, combined with the havoc wreaked by midnight's EMP pulse on U.S. energy production, would create a massive spike in world oil prices, and this, in turn, would vastly increase the value of Russia's own oil production, which was now virtually its only reliable source of economic strength. Voronin smiled icily. As he had so often promised Iran's fundamentalist leaders during their negotiations, midnight would indeed overturn the world's existing balance of power, though not at all in the way they had foolishly imagined. 33. In the Hill Country, Central Texas. 2 days later. Nick Flynn came drifting down near the aft section of their simulated oil tanker. He tugged gently on the front risers of his rectangular ram air parachute to alter his course a couple of degrees, just enough to slide past the canvas-covered scaffolding representing one of the catwalks which ran the length of the real ship. A few feet off the ground, he flared the parachute to slow his descent. His landing was so soft that it felt more like stepping off a staircase than finishing a wingsuit jump from 20,000 feet up and 16 miles away. Swiftly, he punched the quick-release buckle on his harness to release his chute and let it flutter away across the ground. For this exercise, speed was essential. They'd recover the parachutes later. Still moving fast, he unhooked the mask and oxygen cylinder he'd worn for this high-altitude practice jump and dropped them to the side. Then he hurriedly unzipped his wingsuit and shrugged out of it, kicking his feet loose from the bunched nylon fabric. Now freed of all encumbrances, he darted into the cover offered by the scaffolding catwalk and crouched down. Once there, he rummaged quickly through the largest gear bag attached to his assault vest, pulling out and readying his primary weapon, a compact Kel-Tec 7.62mm RFB carbine. He inserted a magazine and pulled back on the charging handle to chamber a round. "Dragon lead is down on target port side and ready to move," Flynn reported over their tactical net. "Dragon 2 in position on starboard side," Tadeusz Kosek radioed from the other side of the ship. "3 is same on port side at your 5 o'clock lead," Tony McGill called from behind him. Flynn glanced over his shoulder and saw the ever-cheerful ex-SAS sergeant give him a thumbs-up from the corner of one of their mock-ups of the fake shipping crates positioned along the Gulf Ventures deck. One by one, the other 5 men in his assault force, Shannon Cook, Alain Ricard, Mark Stadler, Cole Hines, and Wade Vukovich, confirmed that they'd landed safely and were ready to move out. All told, it was scarcely more than 90 seconds from the moment his boots first touched dirt. He stood up with a grin. "Nice job, guys," he told them. "Nobody's in the drink, and nobody bounced into an obstacle. So this one counts as a first-phase win." For the first time ever, all 8 members of the Dragon team had managed to land on target, without tangling themselves up in the maze of chalk-drawn piping and other structures cluttering the simulated oil tanker's hull. Repeated practice jumps and a grueling training schedule had finally paid off in precision. That meant the first part of his assault plan, getting his troops aboard the ship, wasn't necessarily suicidal. After that, of course, Flynn reminded himself, all bets were off. At a minimum, they'd be heavily outnumbered by the Iranian crew and any of Veronion's Raven Syndicate security troops aboard. Once they were safely down, he and the others would be counting on surprise, speed, and sheer guts to act as force multipliers for them in their battle to take the ship. He slung his Kel-Tec bullpup carbine and walked over to scoop up his wingsuit. Out in the pasture, the local teens he'd hired as a ground crew were chasing after some of their parachutes using a golf cart. Alain Ricard and Mark Stadler came over to join him, followed by the rest of the team. Stadler tapped the stock of his own carbine. "Any chance we can get some more range time with these weapons, Nick?" Ricard nodded in agreement. "Yes, that would be a good thing." The former French Marine commando officer shrugged expressively. "If you're going to fight using these small rifles, I would very much like to test their characteristics further under close-to-combat conditions." Other heads bobbed, indicating most of the team felt much the same. They'd chosen the Kel-Tec carbine for its small size, just 26 inches from muzzle to buttstock, and the greater hitting and penetration power conferred by the 7.62mm rounds it fired. Compactness was essential, because trying to carry longer firearms outside their wingsuits would screw up their streamlined glide characteristics. But there were downsides as well. While 7.62mm rounds did more damage and could punch through most body armor better than NATO standard 5.56mm bullets, they were considerably larger and heavier. The Kel-Tec weapons' standard magazines held only 20 rounds, compared to 30 for a similar rifle firing 5.56mm ammunition. That put a premium on accuracy when using it, since spraying and praying would just run a shooter out of ammo that much faster. Flynn considered the situation. They'd built an improvised assault shooting range in the wooded hills above this pasture land, setting up a mix of pop-up targets, obstacles, and tripwire pyrotechnics. It couldn't replicate all of the challenges they'd face fighting aboard a massive ship with its intricate layout of pipelines, stairs, ladders, hatches, and separate compartments, but it was the best they could do with the time and resources available. And running through the range as often as possible definitely gave his team a chance to keep their combat reflexes and shooting skills sharp, while familiarizing themselves with their new weapons. Although he'd originally scheduled one more practice jump that afternoon, the fact that this last one had gone so well gave him room to switch the training schedule around. "Yeah, let's do that," he agreed. "Gather up your jump gear and stow it back at the ranch house, and then we'll head over to the range for some running and gunning." He nodded toward Tadeusz Kosak and Tony McGill. Or, in the case of the two terrible T's here, some slithering and shooting. That sparked grins all around. The Polish sniper and former SAS commando had already demonstrated an uncanny ability to blend in with any cover available. McGill gravely claimed that he'd been inspired as a child by reruns of the classic Monty Python skit, How Not to Be Seen. "Hey, boss! The plane! The plane!" Hines suddenly yelled in a gravelly falsetto, pointing at the sky over Flynn's shoulder. Flynn glanced down at his camouflage-patterned battle dress and laughed. He wasn't exactly wearing the elegant white suit favored by Ricardo Montalban in another vintage TV show, Fantasy Island. Still shaking his head, he turned around and saw the Bushcat coming in for a landing right beside their pretend oil tanker. The little plane touched down in a puff of dust and taxied closer. It slewed to a stop only 50 yards away. Lara Van Horn scrambled out of her aircraft before its propeller even stopped turning. She loped straight over to him. "What's up?" Flynn asked quickly. She pulled a tablet computer out of her shoulder bag and held it out to him. "This morning's Pleiades HR-1A pass spotted the Gulf Venture," she said, sounding breathless. He took the device and studied the digital image it showed. Although it had been taken by a satellite orbiting more than 400 miles above the Earth's surface, the details in the enhanced picture were incredibly clear, all the way down to the fake shipping containers that concealed the tanker's anti-aircraft guns and SAM launchers. He looked up at her. "Where was the ship when this picture was taken?" he demanded. In answer, Van Horn reached over and swiped her hand across the tablet's screen to bring up the next image. This one was a map, with a cross indicating the position of the Gulf Venture when it was spotted from space. Flynn whistled softly in relief. He'd guessed right about the ship's probable destination. When the Pleiades satellite made its pass several hours ago, the Iranian tanker had been in the mid-Atlantic, almost exactly halfway between Guyana on South America's northeastern coast and the tiny country of Guinea-Bissau on Africa's western edge. Then he frowned. The Iranian vessel was currently nearly 4,000 miles from the closest point on the U.S. mainland, which put it well out of reach of Four's assault force and its support units. That was especially true considering that his Dragon team was still based here in central Texas. He studied the map. If they could stage out of Puerto Rico, that would shave off some of the distance, but not enough. He looked up. "Damn it, we still can't hit those bastards." Van Horn nodded. "Not yet, anyway," she shrugged her shoulders. "But, on the other hand, all the missile gurus Fox has consulted pegged the likely range of their rocket at somewhere around 2,000 miles, assuming they're going for a high-altitude detonation 200 or 300 miles up. So, yeah, you can't hit the enemy yet, but by the same token, they're not anywhere close to a possible launch point either. That tanker is going to have to come a lot closer to the U.S. coast, which should give you and your team time to get into position before the balloon goes up." "Let's hope so," Flynn said tightly. "But we've got another problem. We were all focused on finding the ship in the first place, but just how in heck are we going to keep tabs on it now?" He waved a hand over the map displayed on her tablet. "We were damned lucky to spot it once. But at best, we'll only get a satellite pass over that part of the ocean once every 24 hours. And assuming the Gulf Venture is still making 18 knots, it could steam another 500 miles in some other direction before the Pleiades comes back around for another look." "Yeah," Van Horn agreed, "which is why Brer Fox and I are working on a couple of ways to handle the job." She tapped the digital map. "Anyway, based on its last known position, we think it's a safe bet that the tanker will keep heading northwest for at least another day. If it veers too much in any other direction, it'll end up crossing into busier shipping lanes off South America or Africa, which could blow their cover." She glanced at her watch. "I'm on a flight to Orlando in a couple of hours. I should be out hunting Gulf Venture by this time tomorrow or even sooner." "You can't just send out a scout plane to track that ship," Flynn warned. "The bad guys aren't idiots. They'd be bound to spot a trailer. And then my guys and I are boned." She smiled back at him. "Yeah, copy that. But this isn't my first aerial rodeo, cowboy. Just remember that subtlety is my middle name." Flynn acted surprised. "Really?" He grinned crookedly. "Man, Laura, you had some weird parents." Before Van Horn could smack him, his smartphone pinged with a new text message. He scanned it quickly and then looked at her. "I need to bum a ride with you back to Austin, if that's okay." She nodded. "Can do. What's up?" "Some good news for a change," Flynn said. "That special hardware I ordered from BMW just came in on an air freight flight. If I pick it up this afternoon, I can get it back here to the ranch by sundown. That should give us enough time for some trial runs with it later tonight and tomorrow morning before we fly out to Florida ourselves." "Sweet," Van Horn said appreciatively. The tiny laugh lines around her eyes deepened slightly. "So Birdman Flynn and his Glide boys are going Iron Man after all? You know, I'm kind of sorry I'll miss seeing the first time you try out these new high-tech gizmos." He snorted. "Very funny." He shook his head. "We sure can use the extra capability this experimental equipment ought to give us, but figuring out how to use it safely and successfully means more practice jumps, right at a time when it seems like the countdown clock is already ticking. Everything we're planning rests on a hell of a lot of different assumptions. About the range of that rocket, about its probable target, the size of the crew aboard, and all the rest. And if we're wrong about just one of those assumptions, we're screwed, along with everybody else in the whole U.S. Van Horn's own expression turned more serious. "I know what you mean, Nick. Basically, we're in a race now, one where the competition is already well out in front, and we don't even know where the finish line is." Flynn straightened his shoulders. "Then I guess we have to dig down deeper and run even harder, right?" She nodded. "Just as fast and as hard as we can. And if you're the praying type at all, that might not hurt either." 34. Aboard the Gulf Venture in the mid-Atlantic. T-3. The next day. Responding to a summons blared over the ship's intercom system, Victor Skablin hurried out onto the navigation's bridge's windswept port-side wing. Captain Reza Haidari and his second-in-command, Dabir, were both at the forward railing. Haidari was peering intently through a pair of powerful mounted binoculars at a distant silvery dot high in the blue, nearly cloudless sky ahead of them. White contrails streamed out behind the speeding aircraft as it flew northeastward. The Revolutionary Guard Navy officer turned his head toward the Russian. "A radar picked up this air contact crossing our course a few minutes ago." Skablin frowned. They were well off the normal commercial flight routes between North America and Europe, and still more than 2,000 kilometers east of Puerto Rico. That made this sudden appearance of an unknown plane more worrying. "Could this be someone out searching for us?" he asked guardedly. The closer they came to their intended launch coordinates, the more disastrous it would be to be discovered by the Americans. Haidari stepped back from the binoculars, making room for the Russian to take his place. "See for yourself, Major," he said. He shrugged. "But we're not detecting any surface search radar emissions from that aircraft, nor has it altered its flight path by even a degree to come any closer to us. I suspect a genuine reconnaissance flight would behave very differently." Still scowling, Skublin bent down to look through the binoculars. He focused on the distant plane. It was a twin-engine aircraft, and it looked significantly smaller than most commercial passenger airliners or cargo jets. In and of itself, that meant nothing, since both the American Navy and Air Force maintained fleets of smaller planes, usually used as VIP transports, that might be pressed into service for visual reconnaissance if necessary. But this aircraft wasn't painted military gray, he noted. Instead, it was a mix of bright colors, red, green, and white. He supposed it was possible that the Americans could have repainted one of their transports in those hues as a disguise. But such thoughts verged on paranoia. "That's probably just a business jet," he mused out loud. "Some rich man's private plane ferrying him from a vacation in the Caribbean islands back to Europe. Or perhaps the Arab oil states." "Yes, that would be my guess as well," Haidari agreed evenly. Nettled, Skublin stepped back from the telescope. If the Iranian had been so sure there was no real threat to their mission, why haul him all the way up here on the double? Was it some sort of dominance game? A chess move to remind him of his subordinate status? "Thank you for informing me of this contact, Captain," he said stiffly. "I'm glad this turned out to be nothing to worry about." Two can play games, he thought coldly. He waved a hand at the sea and sky around them. "Perhaps in the future you will make sure your lookouts and radar operators are on maximum alert. We can't afford any surprises from here on in." "Your recommendation is noted, Major," the Iranian naval officer said gravely. "You can be sure that my crew will do its best." "Until later, then," Skublin said. He turned on his heel and headed for the ladder leading down toward the compartments reserved for his Raven Syndicate security unit. Watching the Russian go, Dabir murmured, "That snake will cause us trouble in the end." Reza Haidari nodded. Indeed. His own gaze was ice cold. But not for long. Many miles to the north, Laura Van Horn was at the controls of the fast Gulfstream G650 business jet, cruising northeast at 40,000 feet. At the moment, she had nothing to do but sit tight, since they were flying on autopilot, behaving just like any genuine luxury private aircraft making a transatlantic crossing. She glanced around the elaborately instrumented cockpit with a pleased smile. This was a heck of a nice ride. Night and day from the kit-built bushcat she'd been flitting around Afghanistan, Iran, and central Texas in. The Quartet Directorate had leased this Gulfstream through one of its front groups. "How's it going back there? Any luck?" she called over the intercom. From the aft cabin, Fox replied, "We're almost finished, Laura, and yes, we guessed right. That ship out there is definitely the Gulf Venture, there's no doubt at all." Four's American station chief and a couple of vetted contract technicians were manning a long-range tracking camera similar to those used to monitor rocket launches. It allowed them to capture close-up images of the oil tanker more than 40 miles away. The clear visibility for this sortie was a plus, but the camera also had an infrared capability, and they also were using it to take detailed readings on the massive vessel's heat signature. The current forecasts predicted worsening weather over the next day or two. If those forecasts were accurate, the IR scans they were getting could prove vital. Van Horn nodded to herself. As they'd hoped, the Iranian tanker hadn't changed course or speed since their last satellite pass. That strongly suggested the ship was heading directly toward a launch point picked out by planners in Tehran and Moscow. Assuming they planned to launch near the maximum range estimated by Four's experts, that should be a patch of ocean roughly 750 miles due east of Norfolk, Virginia. If so, that would put the enemy a little under 4 days from being able to fire. She settled back down to wait as patiently as she could. She couldn't bank the Gulfstream G650 back toward Florida until they were well beyond the Gulf Venture's radar and visual horizon. And she'd have to be sure to stay far to the north on the return leg. One pass by a private jet could be chalked up to coincidence by the crew aboard that ship, but 2 passes by the same aircraft in a matter of hours would undoubtedly alert them that this was enemy action. This was flying a fine line, she thought, gathering just enough intelligence to give Flynn's assault force a shot at finding the tanker when it steamed into range, without putting the Iranians and Russians on board on high alert. Orlando Apopka Airport, Florida. The next day. The Orlando Apopka Airport was a single-runway, privately owned airfield about 20 miles northwest of central Orlando. A highway ran along one side of the airport. The other bordered a large 20,000-acre wildlife area around the shores of Lake Apopka, the 4th largest lake in Florida. More than 80 small hangars housed the small private planes based there. With the sun hanging low and orange on the western horizon, several vans rolled past a brownstone and dark wood building that contained the little airport's offices and a flight school. At the end of the drive, they turned onto a side road that also served as a taxiway for aircraft. The vans parked on a hard-packed dirt lot next to one of the larger hangars. Nick Flynn hopped down from one of the vehicles. He was followed by the rest of his Dragon assault team. A door on the side of the hangar opened, and Fox and Laura Van Horn came out to meet them. "So, what do you think of your ride?" she asked innocently, pointing behind him. He turned around and caught sight of a very large 4-engine turboprop parked at the edge of the runway. This aircraft completely dwarfed the other private planes, mostly a mix of single-engine Cessnas, Beechcraft, and Pipers of various models, scattered around the tarmac and hangar complex. He whistled in surprise. "Holy crap! A C-130J Super Hercules?" He swung back to Van Horn. "What did you do? Steal a plane from the Alaska Air National Guard like those Stinger missiles you used in Iran? That's pretty bold, even for you." She grinned. "Nothing quite so piratical this time. This is totally legit." She nodded toward the big turboprop. "That's an LM-100J, the commercial version of the Super Hercules. We're subleasing it from a private aviation company." Her grin widened. "They think we needed to shoot some scenes for a low-budget, made-for-streaming action-adventure movie. When they asked what it was called, we told them the working title was something like Sky Dragons on Spring Break." Flynn heard the strangled laughs from the rest of his assault force and matched her expression. "Close enough to the truth, I guess? And at least you know how to fly that thing." Van Horn's smile disappeared. She shook her head. "It won't be me this time, Nick. I'll be piloting your backup aircraft, which is waiting on the ground in Bermuda for me now. Because the way I see it, that's going to be an even trickier gig than getting you all to the target." Flynn nodded. He should have figured that would be the case. Coming up with a way to reinforce his team with a qualified crew to sail the tanker if they succeeded, or to rescue any survivors if things went south, had been a difficult problem to solve. As things went, the best idea they'd been able to come up with was still a long shot, one that would require a lot of luck and an incredibly skilled pilot to pull off. "So who's going to be at the controls of that Herky Bird?" he asked. "Because I wouldn't have thought 4 had a surplus of qualified multi-engine aircraft pilots just waiting around." "Oh, ye of little faith," Van Horn said enigmatically. She turned and signaled to the hangar. Flynn stared at the man who walked out to join them. He'd last seen the newcomer more than a year ago in Alaska and in very different circumstances. Back then, Major Jack Ripper Ingalls, had been the commander of the damaged C-130J that had made an emergency landing at his last duty station. Van Horn had been his co-pilot. He raised an eyebrow. "What's this? An old flight school reunion? Or is everybody in the Air National Guard wearing two hats now? Pilot by day, secret agent by night?" Ingalls had the grace to look abashed. "Actually, sizing up Rip here as a possible Quartet Directorate recruit was my primary mission on that tour of duty, because, as you've noticed, we're kind of short of skilled personnel of all kinds," Van Horn said. "Snagging you for 4 was a bonus." She smiled sweetly. "But it does seem like one of my better calls, don't you think?" Fox spoke up. "As I told you at our first meeting, Nick, having Laura meet and assess you then was pure serendipity." "So I see," Flynn said dryly. He turned to Van Horn. "Okay. Who else have you got stashed in that hangar as a surprise? My mother?" "Thought about it," she said cheerfully. "But then I decided that might be pushing things a bit too far." Knowing when he was licked, Flynn just shook his head. He glanced back at his team, ignoring their barely suppressed grins. "Why don't you guys start getting our equipment inside?" Obeying, they split up and began lugging cases from the vans into the hangar. On his way past, Hines murmured, "You know, sir, having met your mom, signing her up with this outfit might not be such a bad idea. She seemed kind of badass to me. Not meaning any disrespect, of course." Flynn shuddered. "There are some things, Cole," he said sternly, "that are too horrifying to contemplate." He shook his head. "Maybe we're not strictly bound by the laws of war, but I'd still draw the line at inflicting my mother on an enemy force. Even on a bunch of terrorists." Hines chuckled. "Point taken, sir. 1 Flynn is a force multiplier. 2 Flynns would be a war crime." Still smiling broadly, he moved off to the back of one of the vans. Flynn followed Van Horn, Fox, and Ingalls into the hangar. It was empty except for a row of cots, several long picnic-style tables, folding chairs, and a couple of portable refrigerators plugged in along one wall. Some of the support staff from Avalon House had also rigged up a portable shower area near the back of the hangar. From now on, the Dragon team would be bunking in here. Looking over the facilities, he nodded in satisfaction. He and his men might not exactly be comfortable, but at least they'd be ready and able to fly out practically the moment Fox could give them a solid bearing on the Gulf venture. Over on the far side of the hangar, now that they were safe from prying eyes, Hines, Cossack, McGill, and the rest of the team started unpacking and checking over their assault gear, their wingsuits, parachutes, weapons, and other special items. Fox ushered Flynn and the others over to one of the tables where he'd set up an improvised command post. It held an assortment of computers, LED displays, and communications equipment. "I thought you'd like to see our assessment of the current situation," he told them. "It's based on the data we picked up from our second aerial acquisition of the Gulf venture during the Gulfstream pass we made several hours ago." Flynn nodded. While he and his men were aboard their commercial flight from Austin to Orlando, they'd been out of secure communication with the reconnaissance group attempting to track the Iranian tanker. The older man sat down and used a keyboard to bring up a large map of the Atlantic on one of the computer displays. A blinking dot at the end of a long red track showed the projected position of the enemy vessel based on its last known course and speed. If the estimate was accurate, the ship was now around 1,800 miles off the South Florida coast. Flynn studied the map in silence for a moment. Then he looked over at Ingalls. "What do you think, Rip?" The former Air National Guard major chewed on his lower lip for a few seconds. "The tanker's within the range of that LM-100J Super Hercules parked outside. At least if it's fully fueled and carrying a very light load." He glanced over at the rest of the Dragon team, "which you and your people definitely are." Flynn nodded. A fully loaded C-130J could carry 92 fully equipped paratroops or 42,000 pounds of cargo. Compared to that, this four-engine turboprop would be flying almost empty with just the 8 of them in its cavernous aft compartment. He turned back to Fox. "We should go tonight," he said forcefully. "If we take off after dark, we can be in the air over that ship in a little more than 4.5 hours. And the sooner we hit the bad guys, the better." The older man shook his head regretfully. "Normally, I'd agree, Nick. But there's another factor to consider." "Aw, crap, the weather," Flynn guessed. "The weather," Van Horn confirmed. "Show me." Fox brought up a weather overlay on the map. It showed a band of storms, with thick clouds, strong winds, and high seas, moving to the northwest across that part of the Atlantic. Inset boxes showed the predicted high-altitude wind speeds inside those storm clouds. Flynn frowned. "Shit," he muttered. Fox was right. Weather was always the controlling factor for any airborne operation, and any jump into those conditions would be suicide. Given those winds and the poor visibility, his team would be scattered across miles of ocean. They'd certainly never be able to touch down safely on the Gulf Venture's deck. Big as that oil tanker was, it was scarcely larger than a grain of sand when compared to the immensity of the sea. If there's any consolation in this situation, it's that the same factors apply to any sea-based rocket launch, Fox pointed out. The same high winds and waves which make it too dangerous for you and your team to drop should also make it too risky for the Iranians and their Raven Syndicate allies to carry out their attack. Flynn smiled ruefully. "There are a lot of implicit shoulds and hopefullys in that analysis, Brer Fox," he said. "Too many for my comfort." The older man nodded. "Mine too," he admitted. "Any guesses on when this bad weather should clear?" Fox shrugged. "Right now, the meteorologists say sometime in the next 24 to 48 hours. Flynn felt his jaw tighten. Based on the calculations run by Four's missile experts, the Gulf Venture was already under 45 hours steaming time away from its predicted launch point. This was all coming down to the wire a lot faster than he liked. He took another look at the wall of storms shown on their map and scowled. "There's another danger we have to consider," he said darkly. He traced out the band of bad weather. The Gulf Venture could use the cover provided by this bad weather front to execute a radical course change and vanish again. "We're aware of the risk," Fox said. "Laura and I have another reconnaissance flight planned for tomorrow around this time. If that tanker isn't where it's supposed to be, we'll still have time to search the area and pinpoint it again." Van Horn nodded. "We're on this, Nick," she assured him. "From 40,000 feet or more, we'll have a 240-mile-plus visual horizon. And the long-range tracking camera and telescope rig we're using has IR capability. Storm clouds or not, those bastards won't be able to hide from us. So if they do try to get cute at the last minute, we'll find them for you." 35. Over the Atlantic Ocean. The next evening. Flying at 50,000 feet to stay well above the layers of storm clouds blanketing the ocean below, Four's leased Gulfstream G650 headed steadily southwest. From this high up, the Earth's curvature was obvious. A faint orangish glow among the towering cloud masses lining the western horizon marked the position of the swiftly setting sun. For this evening's reconnaissance pass, Laura Van Horn had opted to make a wide loop out to the north from Orlando and then fly well to the east before turning back to cross the Gulf Venture's projected track. Her filed flight plan listed this extravagant looping course as a meteorological and climate change data collection trip on behalf of the same science nonprofit front organization the Quartet Directorate was using for its Pleiades satellite searches. Most of the seats had been stripped out of the G650's aft cabin, making room for the set of rails that allowed their long-range tracking camera to move from window to window down the length of the aircraft as they flew past a potential target. A motorized pulley system provided the power to make these shifts. Seated in one of the few chairs left, all placed along the rear bulkhead, Fox felt the twin-engine business jet bounce and rattle as it hit another pocket of turbulence. Grimacing, he tightened his seatbelt slightly. From the front, one of the two tracking system operators looked back at him with a grin. "Pretty rocking thrill park ride today, sir." He nodded. "Will all this jolting and shaking give you any trouble?" "Nope," the other man said confidently from his seat mounted directly behind the telescopic camera. The large device was currently aimed out one of the 8 port-side cabin windows. "This baby is gyro-stabilized to the nth degree. Heck, we could take it on a real roller coaster and still get razor-sharp images." 2 minutes out, Laura Van Horn's voice came over the aircraft intercom. "Tracking crew, stand by." "Standing by," the second operator replied. He would be responsible for controlling the tracking camera system's movement along the rails as they made their pass. Both men were retired Air Force veterans who did clandestine work for the Quartet Directorate on a part-time contract basis. 30 seconds? Fox tensed. He was following their flight's progress on his laptop. A text box at one side of the map indicated he had a secure communications connection for text messaging with the Dragon team on alert in Florida. "Target acquisition," the primary camera operator said rapidly, zooming in on the glowing green thermal image on his monitor. His fingers flew over his controls. "Signature match. That's the Gulf Venture, all right." The camera whined slightly, tracking toward the edge of the cabin window. He glanced at his partner. "Shift us aft, Pete." With a soft whir of gears, the tracking camera mount slid down the length of the Gulfstream's cabin until it reached the next large round window. The camera traversed again. "Target reacquisition," the primary operator confirmed. "Good pictures. No observed change to target profile." "Can you give me a course and speed?" Fox asked. "Yes, sir. That oil tanker is currently on a heading of 315 degrees. I estimated speed at around 18 knots. Fox allowed himself to relax a little. The enemy vessel was still moving on the same course it had been following since it was spotted from space and at the same speed. "Strike that," the camera operator said sharply. "Course change observed." He shot a glance at his partner. "Shift us 2 windows aft this time, Pete. I need a clearer angle." Fox resisted the urge to unbuckle and move to look at the monitor himself. The Gulfstream was still hitting pockets of significant turbulence, and it wouldn't do anyone any good for him to risk being tossed into the ceiling or against a bulkhead. The tracking camera rolled down the aircraft's cabin, drawing closer to him. It halted smoothly. Again, the camera traversed toward the forward edge of the window it had stopped beside. "Confirm that course change," the operator said. He swung toward Fox with a troubled expression. "Sir, it looks as though the Gulf Venture is now engaged in making a series of wide, 360-degree turns." Fox stared back at him. "The tanker is just steaming in circles." "It looks that way," the other man said carefully. "And the ship's speed is coming down to around 5 knots. Whatever they're doing, it sure doesn't seem like they're in a real hurry anymore." Frowning in perplexity, Fox studied the map on his open laptop. What were the Iranians and Russians aboard that tanker up to now? Circling in place like this wouldn't bring the ship any closer to the United States, and it was still several hundred miles outside the maximum predicted range for the 3-stage rocket hidden inside its hull. Then he froze. "Oh my God," he muttered. "We've been wrong." "Mr. Fox?" He looked up. "We've been wrong about the range of that missile. It's got to be more like 2,500 miles, not 2,000. They're in striking range, now." The weather's still really crappy, though, the camera operator offered. Even through my IR filter, I can see that ship, big as it is, pitching and rolling pretty significantly. Which explains why they're still steaming in circles, Fox realized. They've reached their preset launch coordinates. Now they just have to wait for the weather to clear. He slapped the intercom button on his armrest. "Laura, what's the most recent forecast?" he asked urgently. "Wait one," she replied from the cockpit. After a moment, she came back on. "This front's passing faster than first predicted, Brer Fox. And OAA says its computer models and satellite data now suggest a return to good conditions over this part of the Atlantic sometime in the next 4 to 6 hours. They're calling for light winds at just 7 to 10 knots with diminishing wave action." Fox nodded to himself. While its record of long-range weather prediction was as mixed as that of any other group of meteorologists, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's short-term forecasts were highly regarded. And they were widely broadcast, which meant the crew of the Gulf Venture must now realize they would have an acceptable launch window in just a few hours. Rapidly, he typed a short text message to Flynn and his assault force standing by in Central Florida. Containing the tanker's current latitude and longitude and its observed movements disguised as stock market share prices, it closed with a simple exhortation. "Execute buyback immediately." That was the coded signal for the Dragon team to go, and go now. Fox hit the send button and then keyed the intercom. "We need to set down on Bermuda as soon as possible," he told Van Horn. "Copy that," she said tersely. "On this heading, we'll be outside of that ship's radar horizon in 30 minutes, maybe less. As soon as we're clear, I'll declare a minor in-flight passenger medical emergency and request landing permission from the controllers at LF Wade International there. We should be on the ground in less than an hour." Despite the obvious tension in her voice, there was a tiny undercurrent of humor. "So one of you guys back there better get busy pretending to be sick and make it convincing, because I don't want some snotty British bureaucrat making trouble. Not when I have another plane to catch." Aboard the Gulf Venture. That same time. Victor Skoblin held on tight to the railings of the bridge ladder while the oil tanker rolled through an arc of more than 20 degrees, slammed broadside on by a large wave. From this high up, he could see that the sea was a vista of white-capped gray rollers all the way out to the close horizon. In the gathering darkness, thick clouds and bands of rain obscured the sky, cutting visibility to less than a nautical mile. As the big ship rolled back the other direction, he gritted his teeth and pulled himself up the rest of the way and out onto the open starboard wing. They'd been in the grip of this storm for more than a day, but for most of that time the tanker had been heading northwest on its pre-plotted course, keeping its stern to the oncoming waves and wind. Now, though, for some reason, the Gulf Venture was steaming in circles, which greatly worsened the impact of the bad weather on its motion. Instead of simply pitching up and down as the following waves rolled down the length of its hull, the huge vessel was currently pitching, rolling, and yawing almost all at once as it shouldered across an endless succession of foaming, white-capped swells. For once, the two Quds Force commandos guarding the bridge entrance stepped aside without being asked. Despite their bright yellow foul-weather gear, they looked drenched from head to toe. Skoblin hurried past them without making eye contact. Once inside the bridge, he grabbed hold of the edge of the plot table to stay upright as the bow of the tanker smashed through another wave. Spray fountained high into the air before crashing down across the forecastle. The Gulf Venture's captain, Reza Haidari, and Dr. Hossein Majidi, the missile scientist in charge of the Zuljana rocket, looked across the plot table at him. "You have a question, Major?" Haidari asked mildly. "I do," Skoblin said, unable to stop himself from scowling. "Why the devil are we circling in place like this, in the middle of this fucking storm? Why aren't we proceeding directly to the launch point as planned?" Haidari shrugged. "For the simple reason that there has been a slight change in our plans." What sort of change? Skublin demanded sharply. His orders from Voronian might counsel patience with their Iranian allies, but there were limits to the amount of nonsense he was willing to put up with. Haidari might command the ship, but he was directly responsible for ensuring that this operation went ahead as intended. If the local sea or weather conditions dictated a need to delay their arrival at the launch point, he should have been briefed first. A flicker of suspicion stirred into flame inside his mind. Were the Iranians in communication with Tehran after all? Despite all their talk about the need for absolute radio silence, and if so, were the ruling theocrats suddenly getting cold feet about going through with midnight? It was a contingency Voronian had planned for, which was one of the reasons the nuclear submarine Podmoskovia was secretly trailing them now, with additional Raven Syndicate troops aboard. In answer, Haidari nodded toward a digital countdown clock fixed above the plot table. Its readout showed the estimated time remaining before their intended attack. As Skublin watched, the numbers it showed abruptly changed, altering from T-minus 26 hours to just T-minus 4 hours. Caught off guard, he swung back to the two Iranians. "You're launching almost a day early," he blurted out. "How is that possible?" Majidi smiled back at him. "Simple," the white-bearded scientist said. "Our Zuljana rocket has always been able to fly farther than we told you, Mr. Voronian, and the rest of your people." Skublin stared at him. "You lied to us from the beginning," he growled. "Naturally," Haidari said flatly. His eyes held no trace of any emotion. He shrugged. It seemed a simple precaution in the circumstances. Just in case you had secret orders of your own to alter the conditions of our mutual alliance at the last moment. "I have no such orders," Skublin lied. "That is good to know," Haidari said. He shrugged again. "As I said, this one small deception was only a precaution." "And are there any other changes of plan I should know about now?" Skublin demanded angrily. "Just one," the Iranian Revolutionary Guard naval officer said blandly. He nodded to someone behind the Russian. "Carry on, Rostami." Skublin stiffened, hearing the unmistakable sound of a submachine gun bolt cycling. Carefully, he glanced over his shoulder and saw one of the Quds Force commandos at the hatch covering him with his 9mm weapon. He swore inwardly. This act of treachery had been carefully planned. The bearded Iranian commando was too far away for him to reach before being shot down, and both Haidari and Majidi were well out of the line of fire. Slowly, he raised his hands. "A wise move, Major," Haidari told him. He picked up an internal phone. "Duraj, we're done up here. Carry on with your end of things." "So what now?" Skublin asked bitterly. "You kill us?" The Iranian looked at him quizzically. "Why would we do that, Major? We are allies, are we not?" He nodded toward the commando. "This is only another temporary safeguard. For the time being, I've decided to disarm you and your men. My own soldiers will provide any necessary security until the rocket lifts off. Once that's accomplished, we'll return to the normal state of affairs for the voyage back to Iran." The phone buzzed sharply. Haidari picked it up and listened intently for a few moments. He nodded abruptly. "Excellent work, Turaj. We'll send Major Skublin down to join his men shortly." He turned back to the Russian. "I'm sure you'll be glad to know that we've secured and disarmed your Raven Syndicate personnel without any serious injuries, apart from a few bruises, that is. You'll be held securely in one of the ship's storage compartments until after the missile is away." He smiled and gestured to the countdown clock, which now showed T-minus 3 hours and 55 minutes. "I realize your new accommodations may not be very comfortable, but at least you can console yourself with the knowledge that the inconvenience will be of short duration." Aboard BS-64 Podmoskovia. That same time. 100 meters below the surface of the Atlantic, Captain First Rank Mikhail Nakhimov frowned at the circular grease-pencil track drawn on the control room's plot table. It showed the Gulf Venture's course according to Podmoskovia's passive sonar systems, which were picking up the noise made by the tanker's enormous screws thrashing through the water. He looked up at Konstantin Danilevsky, his Raven Syndicate co-equal for this mission. The ex-Spetsnaz colonel wore a similarly perplexed expression. Does anything in what you know of Operational Plan for Midnight explain this sudden change of course? Nakhimov asked. Danilevsky shook his head. Nothing. That ship is still more than 400 nautical miles from the projected launch coordinates. Nakhimov leaned over the table, watching as his navigating officer penciled in another arc, showing that the oil tanker was continuing the series of 360-degree turns it had unexpectedly begun making several minutes before. And nothing in the covert satellite phone reports from your men on board suggested this was coming? You saw the same communications summaries from Moscow I did, the Raven Syndicate officer replied icily, so you already know there was nothing. I'm also familiar with the concept of special coded messages hidden within otherwise innocuous reports, Colonel, Nakhimov said, and it occurred to me that you might have seen something that I did not. Danilevsky allowed himself the hint of a smile. A reasonable assumption, Captain, but in this case, I've received no such communications. He gestured upward. Can you come to periscope depth and raise your communications mast? Our team aboard the Gulf Venture may be trying to signal us now with some explanation for this change. Nakhimov shook his head. That would be far too dangerous. In the current rough sea state, our periscope mast would feather. He saw the bigger man's look of incomprehension and explained, I mean that our mast would throw up a spray of white foam whenever it hit a wave, which could easily be spotted by lookouts aboard the tanker, Danilevsky realized. Nakhimov nodded. Precisely. His mouth turned down. I don't know just how our Iranian allies would react to learning that they were being trailed by a submarine, but I can't imagine they would be pleased. He made a decision. We'll drop back a few kilometers so that we're out of sight and contact Moscow using one of our remaining satellite buoys. How long will that take? Danilevsky demanded. Aware that nothing about this conversation was private in the submarine's crowded control room, Nakhimov turned to his radio officer, Lieutenant Volkov. What's your estimate, Leonid? The younger officer pursed his lips, considering the question. Between transit time to a safe distance and the time required to launch and recover our Relay 1 submersible, I would guess somewhere around 45 minutes, sir. Danilevsky grunted. A lot could happen between now and then. Nakhimov shrugged. True. But our passive sonar arrays can pick up the propeller noise from that ship out to more than 100 miles, even in this storm. If anything changes, we'll know soon enough. 36. Orlando Apopka Airport, Florida. A short time later. The Quartet Directorate's leased LM-100J Super Hercules was parked just off Orlando Apopka's single runway. Long shadows cast by the last sliver of sunlight stretched across the thin strip of grass and train tracks separating the runway from a nearby divided road, the Orange Blossom Trail. Lights from some of Orlando's outlying northern suburbs already glowed brightly along the dark eastern horizon. Nick Flynn waited at the foot of the large aircraft's open rear ramp. Ahead of him, the other 7 members of his Dragon assault team struggled up into its cavernous cargo compartment. They were hauling themselves along a rope rigged to the ramp. Between their wingsuits, ram parachute packs, oxygen masks and cylinders, weapons, ammunition, and other special gear, they were carrying significantly more than 120 pounds of added weight strapped to their backs, chests, and thighs. He fought down a laugh when Cook looked back at him and uttered a high-pitched bray, mimicking a heavily loaded pack mule squalling in angry protest. 2 more men in coveralls stood waiting at the top to assist each overburdened member of the assault force into one of the mesh seats that lined one side of the compartment. In flight, they would crew a rail-mounted tracking camera and telescope system, the twin of the one aboard Fox's Gulfstream G650 business jet. If the Gulf venture drastically altered its course before their civilian Super Hercules turboprop aircraft reached the target area, that long-range IR-capable camera would be their only hope of finding the ship. The big aircraft's 4 powerful Rolls-Royce engines were slowly spooling up, with their 6-bladed propellers starting to spin. Dust and small bits of debris kicked up by the steadily increasing prop blast swirled away into the air. Flynn saw Gwen Park leave the rented hangar they'd been using as temporary quarters and a base of operations. She hurried over to join him. "What's the word?" he asked loudly, raising his voice to be heard over the rising engine noise. "NOAA's most recent forecast confirms the weather conditions are improving rapidly over your target zone," Forrest Chief of Security for Avalon House shouted back. "By the time you reach that area, winds near the surface should be minimal, but the high-altitude winds will still be fairly strong." He nodded. "We've trained for that," he assured her. "Any more news from the Gulf Stream?" "Just that they're headed for Bermuda now," she said. "That plus a personal message for you from Miss Van Horn." She leaned closer. "She asked me to tell you again that you are not, repeat not, to get yourself killed. Or she will be extremely pissed off." "Yes, ma'am. I'll do my best on that," Flynn promised solemnly. Gwen Park nodded. "See that you do." For a brief instant, the trace of a dry smile appeared on her face. "For what it's worth, I've never yet seen Laura get really angry, but I strongly suspect it's an experience I would rather avoid, so spare me that if you can." Then she clapped him gently on the shoulder and stepped back. "Good luck, Nick." Flynn grabbed hold of the rope and pulled himself slowly up the raised surface of the ramp and into the rear of the Super Hercules. By the time he reached his seat, the ramp was already whirring upward. It closed and latched into position with a sudden vibration that could be felt even over the pulsing throb created by the aircraft's engines, each producing more than 4,500 horsepower. The LM-100J's pilot, Jack Ripper Ingalls, came aft from the cockpit a moment later. He checked to make sure each of his passengers was belted in, making his way steadily down the row of seats toward Flynn. "No jump master this time?" Flynn asked with a grin. Ingalls shrugged. "Hell, Nick, I don't even have a co-pilot on this jaunt." He tapped himself on the chest. "I'm the sole member of this bird's flight crew." "Isn't that totally illegal?" Ingalls matched his smile. "Oh, yeah. On the other hand, if we get caught, I'm guessing the act of transporting a bunch of heavily armed private soldiers out to board and capture an Iranian-flagged oil tanker will make the fact that I also tore up a whole bunch of FAA regulations doing it the least of my worries." Flynn chuckled. "There is that. But since I am risking both my personal liberty and pilot's license for you guys, I've got a question I really need answered," Ingalls continued. "Shoot." The pilot pointed to the oddest-looking piece of equipment worn by Flynn and all the others on his Dragon team. Each of them had what appeared to be a 3-foot-wide streamlined wing with twin-engine nacelles attached to a breastplate. "What in God's name is that Rube Goldberg contraption?" "This, Rip," Flynn said, tapping the aluminum and carbon fiber casing, "is what turns us from being basically falling rocks with a slightly better glide ratio into real live birdmen." He grinned tightly. "Well, at least for a few minutes anyway." The experimental assistive propulsion devices were the brainchild of an Austrian stuntman and wingsuit enthusiast named Peter Salzmann. Together with a team of innovative BMW engineers, he'd pioneered the creation of these miniature flying machines. Each weighed in at only about 26 pounds. Their twin nacelles contained tiny carbon fiber impellers capable of spinning at up to 25,000 revolutions per minute. Powered by 50-volt lithium batteries, each unit's electric motors could produce around 20 horsepower for up to 5 minutes, enabling wingsuit wearers to reach speeds of up to 160 knots in horizontal and even climbing flight, and greatly extending the distance they could glide. Ingalls whistled loudly when Flynn finished his quick run-through on the technology involved. "And this high-tech gizmo really works?" "Both times we've tried it," Flynn said. The aircraft pilot stared at him. "You've flown these things just twice?" he said in disbelief. "And now you're going to use them in combat?" "Yep." Ingalls breathed out slowly. "Has anyone ever told you that you're batshit crazy, Nick?" he asked carefully. "Well, I prefer the term sanity challenged," Flynn replied. "It sounds more official somehow." "That is true," Tadeusz Kosek nodded gravely. "Though I prefer the Polish version. We are Oddział Wariatów, the lunatic squad." Alain Ricard grinned. "Ah, but Tadeusz, my friend, it sounds better in French. L'escouade lunatique." Ingalls snorted, unsuccessfully attempting to hide his own sudden grin. "The lunatic squad, huh? Catchy name." He bumped fists with Flynn and then went back up the line, doing the same thing with every man in the Dragon team. "All right, I'll go get this plane off the ground. Far be it from me to interfere with crazy people doing their duty." Just a few minutes later, with everything set, the big LM-100J Super Hercules taxied out onto the beginning of the little airport's short asphalt runway and halted in place. Its engines ran up to full power, thrumming at high volume. When Ingalls released his brakes, the 4-engine aircraft shot forward, steadily gathering speed until it lumbered heavily off the ground, not far from the end of the short strip. Red, green, and white navigation lights blinking from its wings and tail, the plane climbed steeply into the swiftly darkening sky. It banked sharply to the right and kept climbing, steadily accelerating toward its maximum flying speed of 362 knots as it headed northeast toward the Atlantic Ocean. Aboard the Gulf Venture. 2 hours later. Captain Reza Haidari studied the repeater screens showing the measurements recorded by various weather instruments. Anemometers, barometers, temperature sensors, and others, sighted at different places around the hull and superstructure of his ship. They all confirmed the evidence of his own senses. The weather was improving fast, as so helpfully predicted by the Americans themselves. He picked up the intercom phone and connected to the launch control center 1 deck below the navigation bridge. Dr. Hossein Majidi answered him on the first ring. "LCC here, Reza." "What is your evaluation of the meteorological data we're seeing?" Haidari asked. "I recommend that we proceed with our pre-launch preparations," the scientist said confidently. "Based on current trends, all the necessary conditions, most critically wave motion, wind strength, and direction, should be nominal by the time the Zorjana rocket is in position and ready to lift off." "Very well, stand by," Haidari acknowledged. He turned to his second-in-command, Turaj Dabir. "Set launch preparation warning condition 1, he ordered. "Set warning condition 1, aye, sir," Dabir repeated. He stabbed a button on the control panel in front of him. Immediately, klaxons blared throughout the massive ship. Bright yellow emergency lights positioned around the hull and superstructure turned on and began rotating. Their quick, strobing pulses of light would alert any sailors working out on the windswept deck or in the noisy turbine and generator rooms to what was happening. "Warning 1 set," Dabir reported. He watched a row of lights turn green across his panel. "All departments acknowledge and report they are ready to proceed." Haidari nodded, pleased by the rapid, efficient response to his orders. During the nearly month-long voyage from Iran to this point deep in the Atlantic, he'd run his crew through repeated drills to simulate the steps required to carry out a successful missile launch. Now all that hard work and practice was paying off. "Begin jettisoning our ballast oil," he instructed. The younger naval officer pushed a new set of buttons, sending electronic orders to the technicians manning the pump control room, which lay deep inside the hull below the tanker's above-deck superstructure. More lights turned green. "Pump room acknowledges, Captain." One after another, the special high-speed pumps installed aboard the Gulf Venture during her secret retrofit went into action. A rhythmic vibration, accompanied by a low rumble, steadily built up, until it could be felt in every compartment from the ship's bow to its stern. The cargo pump outlets were located on both the port and starboard sides, roughly halfway down the more than 800-foot-long hull. Abruptly, black gouts of thick crude oil spewed out, jetting toward the ocean below. The pumps were emptying the tens of thousands of barrels of oil stored in compartments above the concealed Zuzana ballistic missile. Haidari watched this operation proceed. He was utterly unmoved by the damage it would do to the ocean and its abundant marine life. He supposed the world's naive environmentalists would have been horrified by this intentional oil spill, but it was necessary. Ridding the ship of the crude oil they'd used as camouflage was the only way to clear the way for their rocket launch. And, as an added bonus, deliberately creating a massive slick would also further dampen any wave motion around the tanker as it steamed in circles through layers of oil slowly spreading across the sea. He looked at Dabir. "How much longer until all the camouflage compartments are empty?" The younger man studied his readouts for a moment. "Judging by the observed flow rate, another 30 minutes or so." Haidari checked the monitors, which showed the Gulf Venture's current range of motion. It was already greatly reduced, but there were additional measures available to him. "Deploy all stabilizers," he said quietly. Dabir obeyed. His hands darted across the control panel, flipping switches. Additional instrumentation lights changed color from red to yellow and then, finally, to green. Large stabilizer fins rigged to the tanker's bow and stern slowly unfolded and locked into position. Like those used by cruise liners, they significantly reduced the ship's roll rate. Satisfied that matters were well in hand, Haidari settled back to wait for the high-speed pumps to finish their work. Just short of the predicted 30 minutes, the gouts of oil jetting over the sides sputtered, slowed, and then stopped. The rumbling vibration rippling through the ship's hull faded away. He glanced at Dabir. The younger man had his eyes fixed on his control panel. He leaned forward to check a bank of monitors displaying infrared and low-light imagery from inside the ship's upper tier of oil storage compartments. "All camouflage oil jettisoned," he confirmed. "Are there signs of excessive sedimentation?" Haidari asked. Over long periods of time, some of the various components of crude oil in storage could settle out, forming a thick, toxic sludge. Given the relatively short duration of this voyage, that should not be a serious problem for them, but there was no point in taking any chances now. "No, sir," Dabir answered. "Very well. But purge the tanks anyway," Haidari ordered. His second-in-command sent more instructions to the technicians manning the pump controls deep inside the hull. Obeying, they opened a series of new valves and then restarted the pumps, flooding the compartments with successive sprays of pure water and then high-pressure steam to wash away any oil residues still clinging to the bulkheads, vertical and horizontal framing, and fittings. Several minutes later, the cleaning process was finished. Haidari spoke again to Hossein Majidi in the Launch Control Center. "We're ready to proceed with the next phase." "Understood, Reza," the missile scientist said. "The rocket remains stable. All systems are go for launch pad roof retraction." Haidari swung toward Dabir. He could feel his pulse beginning to speed up with growing excitement. The months-long process of rebuilding this massive ship to carry out its role in Midnight and training its specialist crew was now coming very close to fruition. Set launch preparation warning condition 2. The younger man followed his orders. More klaxons blared. And now the rotating emergency lights scattered around the ship glowed red. Again, acknowledgments rippled in from the various departments. Satisfied that his crew was ready, Haidari issued the final necessary orders. Retract the launch pad cover. From here on out, Majidi and his technicians would be in charge. Near the Gulf Venture's midsection, powerful motors activated. In sequence, sections of the deck and inner hull slid apart and folded up, opening bulkheads and frames to reveal the missile storage unit hidden deep inside the ship's hull. Once that was done, the twin doors built into the roof of this secret compartment unlocked and lifted, exposing the Zoljana rocket for the first time since it had been loaded aboard at Bandar Abbas. Topped by its black nose cone, the 25-meter-tall missile lay on its side, still safely secured to its surrounding framework. From the sealed control center below Haidari's feet, Majidi reported, "We are beginning the transition to the rocket's vertical launch position." Slowly, the rocket and its attached gantry elevated, swinging through a 90-degree arc until they pointed skyward through the opening in the oil tanker's deck. Only the upper third of the finned launch vehicle was visible above the hull. "The gantry is locked in position," Majidi said calmly over the intercom phone, "and the launch pad's own internal motion compensators and stabilizers are fully engaged. All internal systems remain nominal. We are beginning our final checks of the Zoljana's first 2 solid-fueled stages. Once those are complete, we will begin the process of loading the upper stage with its more volatile hypergolic fuel mixture. The clock is now at T-minus 45 minutes and counting." Secure Conference Room, National Defense Management Center, Moscow. That same time. Russia's main defense command center occupied a vast complex of Stalinist-era white concrete buildings sprawling across the Moskva River's north bank. Most of its above-ground offices and auditoriums handled the day-to-day routine of managing the military's peacetime functions. The real work of coordinating serious military action around the world was handled by smaller command centers and other facilities safely buried far underground. Inside one of those secure subterranean conference chambers, President Pyotr Zhdanov and Pavel Voronin were seated next to each other at a semicircular table. They had been brought here by the sudden and unexpected flow of flash message traffic from the converted SSBN BS-64 Podmoskovia out in the middle of the Atlantic. Nakhimov's first signals reporting the Gulf Venture's abrupt alteration of course had been worrying enough. The submarine captain's new messages were even more troubling. With the storm diminishing and the coming of night, Podmoskovia had been able to creep close enough to the Iranian tanker to use its night vision periscope. The pictures it was taking were being relayed in real time via communications satellite to Moscow. Zhdanov glared at the green-tinted images displayed on the large screen in front of them. They showed the Zoljana rocket now locked into its launch orientation, and none of Voronin's Raven Syndicate security personnel were visible anywhere aboard the huge ship. Instead, several armed Iranian sentries were clearly posted at various points on the tanker's tall aft superstructure. "The fucking bastards in Tehran lied to us," he snarled. "They're launching a day early." Unconcerned and even a bit amused by this evidence of Iranian duplicity, Voronin shrugged his elegantly tailored shoulders. "Nothing in our own plans is actually affected by this unexpectedly early missile strike, Mr. President," he pointed out. "Our own ICBMs are already on standby, ready to strike as soon as we receive confirmation of a successful EMP attack on the United States. All the Iranians will accomplish by this minor act of treachery is to advance the time of their own destruction by a few hours." Zhdanov breathed out. "I suppose that is true," he said grudgingly. "But what about the team you had aboard the Gulf Venture? Aren't you concerned about them?" Voronian smiled thinly, a smile that never reached his pale eyes. "If Skoblin and his men are now prisoners aboard the tanker, what of it?" He gestured toward the screen. "They weren't expected to take any action until after that rocket is launched. And with the Podmoskovia already lurking below the surface, with Colonel Danilevsky's additional commandos, nothing really changes." His smile widened minutely. "Except, possibly, the personal fate of Skoblin and the others on the Gulf Venture. And if they die," he said callously, "they die. Some men are always expendable." 37. Aboard the Gulf Venture. A short time later. "Captain!" one of the Revolutionary Guard ratings manning the tanker's air search radar console said suddenly. "I have an unidentified large air contact on my screen." Hadari was at his side in less than a second. "Show me," he snapped. The rating tapped a tiny blip blinking into existence every time the radar swept that portion of the sky. "It's right there, sir." "What's your evaluation?" Hadari asked, closely watching the blip as it moved slowly across the screen. If this was an air attack, he might have only seconds to send his gun and SAM crews to their stations. The rating frowned. "The contact is currently south of Point Omega, about 22 nautical miles out." Point Omega was the featureless spot on the ocean around which the Gulf Venture was currently steaming. With the tanker's actual heading constantly changing as it continued turning through complete circles, the coordinates served as a useful reference point. "The bogey is currently on a heading of 075 degrees, and I estimate its altitude at more than 9,000 meters. "What is this plane's airspeed?" Hadari demanded. "Very slow, Captain," the rating told him, scanning his readouts. "Not more than 150 knots. Puzzled, Hadari frowned. This unknown aircraft's flight profile didn't match that of any regular commercial passenger or cargo aircraft that would normally operate this far out in the Atlantic. Could it be one of the U.S. Navy's carrier-based E-2 Hawkeye reconnaissance planes? He swallowed hard, suddenly afraid. The presence of an American carrier task force and its accompanying escorts in this part of the ocean could be catastrophic for Midnight. During its ascent phase, their Zul'jana rocket would be horribly vulnerable to the SM-3 interceptor missiles carried by some U.S. destroyers and cruisers. Had he and his crew come all this way only to fail ignominiously in what should be their moment of triumph? Regaining control over his emotions, the Iranian naval officer forced himself to think carefully. This bogey's observed airspeed was far below the normal cruising speed of those American Hawkeye early warning aircraft. They ordinarily flew at more than 250 knots. He turned to the sailor manning the Gulf Venture's improvised electronic warfare console. "Are you picking up any active radar emissions from that contact?" "No, sir," the other man assured him. "Not so much as a single pulse." Hadari's frown deepened. The absence of any surface search or air search radar emissions made it extremely unlikely the unknown aircraft was a military reconnaissance plane out on patrol. And while the weather had greatly improved over the past several hours, there was still a nearly unbroken layer of clouds across the sky at low altitude. No one aboard an aircraft that high up could hope to spot anything on the surface of the sea without using special IR cameras or sensors. So if that distant bogey represented a real threat to his ship and its mission, he couldn't make out what it might be. Nevertheless, he found its sudden appearance at this critical moment in the rocket's launch sequence disturbing. especially when he considered it in the light of the several other aircraft they'd spotted over the past few days. At the time, he'd written those contacts off as routine, the sort of chance encounters that might be expected with 2,000 to 3,000 commercial flights crossing the Atlantic every single day. But what if he'd been wrong? Should he bring his anti-aircraft defenses to full readiness, Haidari wondered. He checked the clock above the plot table. It showed that they were at T-minus 31 minutes and still counting down. He picked up the intercom phone connected to the launch control center. Majidi here, the scientist answered tersely. What is it, Reza? He and his launch crew were just beginning the delicate task of fueling the rocket's third stage. Short of an ignition failure or the uncontrolled detonation of the first stage's solid propellant on liftoff, this was the most dangerous phase of readying the Zoljana missile for flight. Quickly, Haidari ran through the situation and his concerns. Majidi's reaction to his proposal to send their weapons crews to their action stations was immediate and strongly negative. That would be a terrible mistake, he said urgently. Many of those out on the deck when we launch would almost certainly be killed or terribly burnt. Even worse, the rocket plume itself could trigger the accidental detonation of exposed ammunition and surface-to-air missiles. And that would be cataclysmic, potentially destroying both the rocket and the ship itself. Very well. We'll hold off for now, Haidari agreed, but it may be necessary to put the countdown sequence on hold if the situation changes. He hung up and turned toward Turaj Dabir. Put the weapons crews on full alert. They're to stay safely inside the superstructure for now, but if I sound general quarters, I want them to break every record we've set getting those guns and SAM launchers into action. Is that clear? The younger officer nodded. I'll pass the word, Captain. He cleared his throat nervously. Perhaps we should release Skublin and his men too? If we're attacked somehow, we could use the extra armed manpower. Rapidly, Haidari considered the idea and just as quickly dismissed it. No, I don't think that freeing them is worth the risk yet, he said. Not until the Zoljana is on its way into space. His eyes narrowed. But have a team move their weapons and ammunition into position outside the storage compartment where they're confined. Just in case we need help from the Russians after all. Aboard the LM-100J Super Hercules, over the Atlantic. That same time. Breathing carefully through his oxygen mask, Nick Flynn gripped a bracket mounted through the insulation lining the plane's cargo area. Ingalls had depressurized the large compartment 10 minutes before, making sure he could safely open the rear ramp the moment they were within striking range of the Gulf Venture. At 30,000 feet, the air pressure was barely a third of that at sea level. Without the oxygen flowing through their masks, all 8 members of the Dragon assault team and the 2 tracking camera crewmen would have been unconscious in a minute or less. The others on his team were lined up behind him, each holding tight to one of the special grips fitted to this far aft section of the aircraft. Since they would be making a free-fall, high-altitude jump, none of them were attached by static or safety lines. Once the ramp came down, Mark I muscle power would be the only thing stopping any of them from being bounced out into the open air if the plane hit turbulence. Dragon team, stand by, Ingalls said from the cockpit over their joint tactical radio circuit. Tracking crew, give me a read. Copy that, Major. One of the technicians manning the rail-mounted tracking camera and telescope system replied. He had his eyes fixed on the system's monitor, intently studying the green-tinted thermal images it showed. Target sighted, he said excitedly. Bearing 327, range 21.3 nautical miles. The ship is still circling at approximately 5 knots. Rapidly, he rattled off the GPS coordinates that corresponded most closely to the tanker's observed position. Flynn and the rest of his men automatically checked the personal navigation gear fitted to their helmets, comparing their current readings to those of the ship. Originally designed for hikers, these slim devices contained GPS receivers, electronic compasses, and barometric altimeters. During the early part of their planned drop from high above the thick cloud layer, the data these receivers provided would be crucial. Once they broke through clouds, they should be close enough to the Gulf Venture to navigate the rest of the way by sight, using their night vision goggles. "Target aspect change," the tracking crewman snapped. "Jesus! I can see the nose cone of what looks like a rocket protruding above the deck at roughly amidships, maybe 300 feet forward of the aft superstructure." Flynn's jaw tightened. The Russians and Iranians must be in the final phases of preparing their nuclear-armed missile for launch. He'd known from Fox's frantic messages that they were probably running very close to the edge on this mission, but having that assessment confirmed so dramatically wasn't any more welcome. He half-turned to look down the row of solemn faces. "Well, hell, that sure sucks," he said, forcing himself to sound conversational. Wade Vukovich raised his hand. "Hey, sir," he asked over their tactical circuit. "What would happen if a stray round hits that rocket?" Someone had to ask, Flynn supposed. "Scientifically speaking, it would be bad. Very, very bad." That drew the tension-relieving laugh he'd hoped for. "So I guess y'all better be real careful what you're shooting at once we hit the deck. I'm not real eager to find out what it's like being at ground zero when a rocket blows up." His wry caution drew tight, answering grins from his men. Triggering an uncontrolled detonation of the Iranian missile's solid and liquid fuel propellants would certainly eliminate the EMP attack threatened against the United States, but none of them wanted to commit suicide in the process. They were acting as soldiers on this mission, not kamikazes. On the plus side, he suddenly realized, their enemies should be equally hampered by the need to avoid accidentally destroying their own missile and ship. That wasn't much comfort, he supposed, but right now he'd take anything he could get. "Your guys set, Nick?" Ingalls asked from the cockpit. "We're approximately 30 seconds out from the drop point you calculated." Flynn took a deep breath. Time had seemed to pass with leaden slowness during the hours-long, uncomfortable flight out from Florida across the ocean. Now everything felt much faster, as though seconds were flashing by in the blink of an eye. "Dragon is ready to go, Rip," he radioed back and turned to face the rear ramp. "Okay, I'm opening the rear ramp now," Ingalls warned. A moment later, the tail section of the LM-100J opened. Its top half lifted higher, while the wide rear ramp rotated down and ratcheted into position. As it lowered, the metal ramp took on an eerie silvery glow, touched by the light of the nearly full moon almost directly overhead. Even before the whole 20-second-long opening process was complete, the deafening roar from the Super Hercules' 4 huge turboprop engines drowned every other sound. Temperatures inside the cargo compartment plunged instantly. 30,000 feet above the surface of the ocean, the thin outside air was far below freezing, more than 50 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. "Here goes everything," Flynn thought, suddenly fighting down a wave of fear. Not so much for himself, but of the horrible consequences to the United States and hundreds of millions of innocent civilians if they failed. The jump light above the ramp flashed green. He let go of the bracket he'd been holding, raised his clenched fist up high, and then yanked it down as a signal. "Go, go, go!" he yelled. Without waiting any longer, Flynn sprinted down the ramp and dove headfirst out into the moonlit night sky. 38. Over the Atlantic Ocean. That same time. Caught by the aircraft's prop blast, Flynn whirled away through the brutally cold air. The tremendous force generated by 4 large, 6-bladed propellers, each revolving hundreds of times per minute, sent him tumbling head over heels. For a split second, he fought down a growing sense of alarm. This churning maelstrom was far worse than anything he'd experienced during their dozens of practice jumps, all of which had been made from much smaller civilian aircraft. If these howling winds ripped his wingsuit, or tore off the BMW electric impeller strapped to his chest, he'd fall far short of the Gulf Venture and then drown in the icy waters of the Atlantic. And then he fell out of the turbulent wake curling off the LM-100J's wings. Instantly, the sub-zero roiling currents around him smoothed out. The wind's shrieking madness faded away, replaced by the low rumble and hiss of air rushing past the nylon fabric of his wingsuit as he plunged toward the ocean at more than 140 knots. But he was still tumbling out of control. Carefully, Flynn spread his arms and legs into tapered V-shapes, creating a wider surface to bite into the air rushing past him, and then just as quickly curled his arms back toward his chest whenever he felt himself again starting to lose control. The effect was much the same as that created when a space capsule rolling too fast rhythmically pulsed its thrusters in opposite directions to counteract the spin and slow its rate of rotation. Gradually, he regained complete control over the wingsuit and was at last able to turn himself over to face downward and extend its fabric fully to create a stable airfoil. His speed had decreased to a little over 120 knots. The glowing figures on his navigation display showed that he was now descending through 26,000 feet above sea level. "Dragon lead proceeding to target as planned," he said into his throat mic. "Dragon 2 is same," Tadeusz Kossak replied over the circuit. "I have your helmet IR beacon in sight, lead." One by one, the rest of his team checked in, reporting that they too had made it safely through the vortex created by the Super Hercules and were following him down. As his fear of plummeting out of control faded, Flynn felt a surge of elation. Despite the incredible danger involved, the sensation of wingsuit flying was intensely exhilarating. It was the closest thing possible to achieving the sensation of free, unencumbered flight so long dreamed of by humans. For these minutes, as he glided onward toward the still distant Gulf Venture, he would be almost a true master of the air, mimicking the birds and the gods of myth and legend. He looked ahead along his glide path. Those towering masses of cloud below, etched in silver and gray by the moonlight, were now much closer. He checked his heading and lowered his right shoulder slightly, banking a few degrees to bring himself back on the most direct course toward the oil tanker's predicted position. Under the overall sense of euphoria provoked by this near-silent flight through the darkness, he was conscious of a gnawing worry. How close were their enemies to launching their missile? If he and his men were too late after all, the first warning would be a brightening glow through those same clouds, a diffuse glow that would quickly resolve into a blinding plume of fire as the Iranian-made rocket and its Russian-produced nuclear warhead soared onward toward space, completely untouchable and unstoppable. Still gliding toward the ocean's surface at about 120 knots, Flynn arrowed into the clouds. Instantly, the sky around him disappeared. He was surrounded by a sea of impenetrable gray. Ice pellets hammered at his arms, legs, and chest. And then, as he descended into warmer air, the ice impacts stopped, replaced by rivulets of rain that blurred across his clear polycarbonate face shield and streamed away to either side. Without any visual reference points, he had only the faint sensation of falling through endless nothing. Time seemed to slow again. Only the steadily decreasing numbers on his altimeter and GPS readouts provided any sense of movement. Resolutely, he held to his current course. While slashing through this mass of cloud with near-zero visibility, the risk of a fatal collision with one of the other Dragon Team wingsuiters was high. Several close calls during training had shown that the only way to minimize the danger was to stay on a rigidly defined flight path and make any needed corrections only once you were free of the cloud layer. Sooner than he'd expected, Flynn broke back out into the open. With the moon obscured by the solid overcast, the sea below and the surrounding sky were nearly pitch black. But there, still thousands of feet below and some miles ahead, he could make out a tiny, brightly lit point against the unrelieved darkness of the ocean. As he continued his descent, it steadily grew larger and clearer. "Target in sight," he reported. Confirmations of the sighting from the rest of his assault force echoed through his headset. They were all now about 6,000 feet up and a little more than 6 nautical miles out from the Gulf Venture, trailing behind him in a ragged line across the sky. This was another danger point for Flynn and his men. At their present speed and rate of descent, they were still approximately 3 minutes out from the tanker. And if a sharp-eyed lookout using IR binoculars spotted them on the way in, that was more than enough time for the enemy weapons crews to man their guns and blow them out of the sky. So it was time to make use of the tactical edge offered by their BMW assistive propulsion gear. Flynn decided. "Follow me," he ordered, "and stand by on your impellers." He sharpened his dive angle, plunging ever faster toward the surface of the Atlantic. Swiftly his altitude decreased, flickering from 6,000 to 4,000 to 1,000 feet in less than a minute. Moments later, scarcely 100 feet above the rolling wave tops, he flared his wingsuit slightly, shedding velocity to pull out of this steep dive and into near-level flight. In the same motion, the gloved fingers of his right hand curled inward and pushed buttons on a controller strapped to his wrist. "Impellers on." With a high-pitched whine, the BMW electric propulsion unit activated. Inside its twin-engine nacelles, the tiny carbon fiber impellers spun up to 25,000 RPM, pulling him through the air like the conventional propellers used on larger aircraft. Flynn accelerated instantly. As his speed jumped, he adjusted his angle of flight carefully so that he was now flying straight and level, racing across the surface of the sea with only feet to spare. Ahead, he could see the massive bow of the Gulf Venture swinging toward him as the huge ship continued maneuvering in a series of repeated 360-degree turns. One corner of his mind noted that a huge patch of the ocean around the vessel seemed oddly flat, as though it were being held down by weights. Through his headset, he heard sudden loud whoops of glee from Hines and several of the others. A wild grin flashed across his intent face. He figured that overexcitement at this breathtaking flight just above the waves was better than screams of sheer terror. The oil tanker grew rapidly in Flynn's sights. They were drawing together with a combined velocity of almost 170 knots, closing the remaining gap between them nearly 300 feet with every passing second. His eyes narrowed as he rapidly judged distances. There wasn't any more time to rely on instruments. Things were happening too fast. Everything was going to come down to instinct honed by training and practice. With only about 300 yards to go, the Gulf Venture's tall, rounded bow loomed out of the darkness, rising high above him as it shouldered through the slowly heaving sea. Flynn's shoulders tensed. "Ready, set, now, go for pop-up," he yelled. He threw his shoulders back and arched his back to zoom skyward, going vertical to bleed off forward velocity and gain altitude in the same maneuver. In less than a second, he'd climbed 300 feet above the deck of the oncoming ship. "Dump impellers and deploy your chutes," Flynn radioed. His gloved fingers pressed another control. Electronic latches on his breastplate opened. Cut loose, the winged BMW propulsion unit tumbled away into the darkness, throwing up a white-foamed splash when it hit the surface of the ocean. In that same moment, his ram parachute streamed out behind him and snapped open with a tooth-rattling jolt. Tugging on the front risers to control his heading, he slid downwind along the length of the enormous oil tanker, aiming for a comparatively clear patch of deck a couple of 100 feet forward of the ship's towering aft superstructure. A quick glance over his shoulder showed him 7 more camouflaged rectangular parachutes floating down out of the sky behind him. The Quartet Directorate's Dragon Assault Force was coming in right on target. Aboard the Gulf Venture. That same time. "Enemy in sight!" a lookout screamed suddenly. "Directly over the ship!" Startled, Captain Reza Haidari jolted upright from his seat at the navigation plot table. with the countdown clock now at T-minus 21 minutes and proceeding smoothly. He'd been busy calculating the series of turns needed to bring the tanker directly through the selected launch coordinates at precisely the right moment. He stared out the bridge window, stunned by the horrifying sight of parachutes unexpectedly blossoming just above his ship's hull. This was impossible, one part of his mind screamed. The unknown aircraft his radar had been tracking had never approached closer than 22 nautical miles. That was well outside the range of any feasible conventional airborne assault. With an effort, he closed his open mouth and regained a measure of control. Theoretically impossible or not, it was happening. A hostile landing force was touching down on his deck, right in front of his bewildered eyes. All that mattered now was to destroy this group of enemy paratroopers before they wrecked midnight beyond repair. Haidari whirled round on his second-in-command. Like him, the younger officer stood rigid at his station, gaping up at the descending parachutes with utter amazement. "Dabir," he snapped. "Sound general quarters. Order our Quds Force commandos to attack immediately. I want that deck cleared." A swift counterattack to hit the enemy airborne troops while they were still struggling out of their parachutes was the only sound tactical move. Allowing them time to get their bearings and seize the initiative would be disastrous. "But the rocket," Dabir protested. "Stray bullets from a gun battle could set it off." "Fuck the rocket," Haidari growled. Then he forced himself to think clearly. "Belay that. I still want our commandos to attack, but they are to engage the enemy only at close range, and using precise, aimed fire. Make that clear to them." "Yes, sir," the younger officer nodded rapidly. He hit a button at his station. Klaxons blared out across the whole ship, deafeningly loud. Then he grabbed an intercom phone and started yelling into it, relaying the captain's orders to the senior warrant officer in charge of the 2 reinforced squads of Quds Force soldiers aboard. He stopped in mid-sentence and looked back at Haidari. "What about the guards posted outside launch control?" "Send them all," Haidari snarled. This was no time to plan a cautious defensive fight. Allowing the enemy free rein over the Gulf Venture's deck was tantamount to accepting ignominious death and defeat. For all he knew, they had orders to plant explosives to destroy the Zoljana rocket and his ship together. This far from land, such a move would probably be suicidal, but not all infidels were cowards afraid to sacrifice their own lives when needed. "In fact, pass the word to the anti-aircraft gun and missile crews. I want them out on deck in combat too." For a moment, Dabir only stared at him. "But, Captain," he protested, "our sailors don't carry personal weapons. They'll be cut to pieces by trained enemy troops." "The crews can fight with fire axes and other tools," Haidari said grimly, "or using their bare hands if necessary." He saw the younger man's horrified expression. "Don't you understand, Touraj?" he said through gritted teeth. "Lives mean nothing now. Not theirs, not yours. Not mine." Shaken, Dabir nodded hurriedly and bent back to the phone to pass on his orders. Haidari swung around toward one of his petty officers, a reliable veteran of years of service aboard the Revolutionary Guard's fast attack combatants. "You," he said curtly. "Sir?" the middle-aged sailor answered, stiffening to attention. The captain fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a set of keys and tossed them over. "Get down to the storage locker where we can find those Russians and let them out. Tell that idiot Skublin to throw his men into this battle before we lose everything." The petty officer nodded once and hurried off, rushing toward the nearest ladder. Thinking furiously, Haidari turned back to the windows. Outside on the deck, the first enemy paratrooper had just landed. He swallowed hard, seeing the digital clock over the plot table still counting down. Somehow, he and his men had to either drive this hostile force into the sea or hold the launch control center until Majidi and his technicians were finally ready to send their missiles soaring aloft toward the United States. 39. Dragon Assault Force on deck. That same time. The moment his boots touched the tanker's steel deck, Nick Flynn punched out of his parachute harness and yanked off his oxygen mask and cylinder. The pungent stench of raw crude oil stung his eyes and nose. These sons of bitches have been dumping their oil overboard, he realized. That odd coating he'd noticed spreading over the sea was a thick oil slick, which must already be more than a mile or two across. He shouldn't be surprised. Even deliberately causing a major environmental disaster was petty vandalism compared to the vicious act of mass murder the Russians and their Iranian partners intended to carry out against the United States. The alarm sirens blaring across the ship suddenly cut out. In the comparative silence, he heard shouts from the 6-story-high superstructure looming above him. Feet rang on metal as armed men rushed down the companionways and ladders leading to the deck. Whoever was in charge up there obviously wanted to hit the Quartet Directorate force while it was most vulnerable. Flynn sighed. He hated it when the enemy reacted intelligently. But it figured that Iran and Russia's mercenary Raven Syndicate would have entrusted this high-risk operation to some of their best officers and men. He tore at the zipper sealing his wingsuit and kicked out of the bunched nylon fabric as quickly as possible. Then he dropped prone and rolled into cover behind a ladder to the steel catwalk running above this section of the hull. While readying his Kel-Tec carbine, he kept an eye on the deck ahead. There, not more than a couple of 100 feet away, hunched shapes were already moving toward him, darting from cover to cover as they drew steadily closer. "Dragon lead in position port side near frame 30, hostiles on the move," he warned over the team's tactical net. From his personal perspective, facing aft, he was on the Gulf Venture's right-hand side, but the relative directions of port and starboard on a ship were always set from its bow, not its stern. "Dragon 2 ready to," Tadeusz Kosek answered coolly from the other side of the massive vessel. "Another group is advancing up the starboard side." Voices crackled through Flynn's headset as McGill, Cook, Hines, and the rest of his men confirmed that they were safely down on the deck and moving aft to join up. As the first two out of the Super Hercules, he and Kosek had landed the closest to the tanker's superstructure, and that now put them directly in the path of this oncoming enemy counterattack. They would have to hold long enough for the others to make their way along several hundred feet of hull crowded with a maze of piping, machinery, and shipping containers concealing the ship's heavy weapons. He risked a quick glance over his left shoulder and saw the dark nose cone of the Iranian rocket just visible above a collection of the large cylindrical oil pipelines that ran the length of the ship's upper hull. It was positioned along the ship's center line, about halfway toward the distant bow, which meant anyone shooting toward him risked hitting their own highly explosive rocket by accident. Given the tangled assortment of ladders, catwalks, crossovers, pipelines, and other machinery in the way, the odds of that happening were fairly low. But it was still something for the bad guys to worry about, unless they were willing to take a chance on blowing themselves up. They would be reluctant to fire without a clear target. He and Kosek, on the other hand, had relatively clear fields of fire against the attackers. Advantage, Flynn and company, he thought calmly, sighting through the optic fitted to the short barrel of his carbine. "Lead to 2, he radioed the pole. "Engage when ready." "Copy that, lead," Kosek said. Flynn saw a bearded man appear in his sights, not more than 100 feet and 50 away. That was practically point-blank range. The Iranian attacker wore standard-issue sailor's coveralls, but he moved like a trained soldier and carried a submachine gun held ready to fire when he jumped out from behind a mooring bollard and sprinted forward. Flynn squeezed off 2 quick shots, holding the carbine stock tight against his shoulder as it recoiled slightly. There was no real visible muzzle flash, thanks to the suppressor threaded onto the end of the barrel. Both spent 7.62 millimeter cases were ejected forward out through a port and rolled away. Hit twice, the Iranian folded over and collapsed in a heap. Blood, black in the dim light, pooled across the deck. There were cries of alarm as his companions dove back into cover. A sharp, piercing crack echoed from the other side of the ship as Kosek opened fire too. Jaw tight, Flynn shifted his aim. A quick blur of movement at his 1 o'clock had caught his eye. He saw another enemy crewman rearing up from behind a pump housing with a grenade in his hand. Shit. These bastards were both evilly smart and experienced. Even if a random fragment from a grenade blast somehow flew all the way to the launch pad a couple of 100 feet behind him, it would have lost so much energy on the way that it probably wouldn't even penetrate the rocket's relatively thin skin. Despite his ballistic helmet and body armor, Nick wasn't likely to come off as well. He fired 3 times in rapid succession. Flashes sparked off the pump casing from 2 near misses, but one bullet tore through the Iranian's chest and exploded out his back in a spray of blood and shattered bone and tissue. With a muffled groan, the man fell backward. The grenade dropped out of his hand, rolled onto the deck in front of him, and went off with a blinding flash. Whang! Flynn buried his face against the steel deck as razor-sharp fragments sleeted past overhead, pinging and clanging off the catwalk and piping above him. He heard agonized screams from the area around the pump casing. Some of the other attackers must have been caught in the blast. Taking advantage of the sudden chaos, he rolled out from behind the ladder to go prone again behind the corner of one of the big fake shipping containers the Iranians used to hide their gun mounts and SAM launchers. Staying in any one place too long against enemies of this caliber would be a lethal error. He was just in time. Submachine guns crackled, firing short bursts aimed at his first position. 9mm rounds tore at the ladder rungs and deck plating and went howling away in coruscating clouds of pulverized steel. Flynn steadied his weapon, waiting. And sure enough, just as the flashes faded, 2 more bearded Iranians charged forward, shouting as they came. He squeezed the trigger several more times, holding the Kel-Tec carbine on target as it kicked back a little against his shoulder with every separate shot. One of the attackers stumbled and went down. The other dropped to one knee, swung his submachine gun toward Flynn, and opened fire. Rounds whip-cracked low over his head, punching holes in the metal-sided container. Sharp splinters exploded outward. Most were stopped by his armor. One tiny, burning piece of steel tore across the side of his right leg, tracing a line of white-hot fire across his skin. Teeth clenched on a hiss of pain, he shot back, firing again and again and again. Hit repeatedly, the second Iranian crumpled to the deck and lay still. Flynn pulled back behind the container and rolled over to check his wound. It was minor, just a thin, bloody slice along the outside edge of his calf. Not even worth slapping on a bandage, he thought with relief. Then his eyes widened in shock as a new shape loomed up from around the other side of the container, the side facing the ocean. While his comrades had drawn Flynn's fire at the price of their lives, another Iranian had somehow squeezed through the narrow gap between the container and the railing to outflank him. Desperately, Flynn whipped his carbine around, already sure that it was far too late. Adrenaline rushed through his body, slowing time until every second seemed an eternity. But all that did was give him more time to realize just how badly he'd screwed up. Suddenly, gunfire erupted close by, shatteringly loud. The Iranian lurched away in a torrent of ripped cloth and flesh. Screaming, he pitched backward over the railing and toppled into the ocean far below. "Sorry I cut that one a bit close, Nick," Flynn heard a voice say through his ringing ears. He looked around and saw Tony McGill lower his own carbine. The ex-SAS sergeant had just skidded to a stop a few yards away. His bright white teeth gleamed against the backdrop of his camouflage-painted face, rather like those of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, just before it disappeared. He breathed out. "Close was good enough, Tony," he said gratefully. Behind McGill, Cole Hines and Mark Stadler took up their own firing positions, going prone behind whatever cover they could find. "Geez, sir," Hines called over to him, sounding aggrieved. "Couldn't you have waited a little for the rest of us to get here?" Flynn risked a quick look around the corner of the bullet-riddled container. Bodies littered the deck in front of him. For the moment, there was no further sign of any movement ahead. "Sorry about that," he told Hines wryly. "I meant to ask the bad guys to wait until you were in position, but in all the excitement, I clean forgot." "All hostiles are down on the starboard side," Tadeusz Kosek reported over the radio. "Cook, Ricard, Vukovic, and I are set to advance." Flynn nodded. "Same situation here on the port side, Dragon 2, he replied. "We've smashed their counterattack." He climbed back to his feet. So far, all they'd accomplished was to stave off immediate defeat. The only way to win this was to break into the tanker's massive superstructure to find and then destroy the enemy's launch control center. And a nagging itch at the back of his mind suggested they were fast running out of time to get that done. "Holy shit!" Hines yelled suddenly. "Here come more sons of bitches, a whole shitload of them!" Flynn looked ahead to see another wave of attackers erupt out of the shadows around the tanker's superstructure. He bit down on a startled oath. There must be at least 20 charging across the deck toward his little group of 4 men. And unlike their predecessors, these sailors made no effort to take cover. Instead, they ran straight toward him, shouting and yelling wild battle cries and waving fire axes, crowbars, and heavy wrenches. He stared in shock for a split second. Holy Christ, he thought in utter astonishment. This was a human wave attack like something out of the Middle Ages, or a ship-to-ship boarding action in the Napoleonic Wars. Tools and axes against rifles? What kind of crazy bullshit was this? Then he recovered. An axe or crowbar swung hard enough could kill you just as dead as a 7.62 millimeter bullet. "Open fire!" he shouted, sighting on the charging mob and starting to squeeze off shots. Hines and the others followed suit. Iranian sailors started dropping, knocked to the deck by the impact of rounds moving at more than 2,500 feet per second. But there were a hell of a lot of them. And they only had a couple hundred feet of relatively open deck to cover, Flynn realized. His first magazine ran dry, and he quickly dropped it out and slammed in a fresh one with 20 more rounds. But by the time he had his weapon back up and ready to fire again, the mob's survivors were on top of them. At close quarters, everything came down to reflexes and instinct. Flynn ducked the wild swing of an axe, slammed the muzzle of his carbine against the attacker's ribs, and pulled the trigger. Crack! Blood spattered across his face. The dying axeman dropped to his knees, still feebly trying to grapple him. He kneed the Iranian hard in the face, feeling bones and teeth shatter, and then whirled away as a long wrench flashed right past his shoulder. This was bad, he thought desperately, sidestepping to dodge another sailor charging at him, this one wielding a crowbar. Really, really bad. On the superstructure. That same time. Out on an open catwalk 3 levels above the tanker's main deck, Viktor Skablin took the folding stock assault rifle offered to him by Yevgeny Kvyat. He automatically checked to make sure it was fully loaded. His eyes narrowed. The Iranians might have returned their weapons, but the fools had neglected to include their body armor. And now there was no time left to retrieve that valuable protective gear. He glared back at the Iranian petty officer who'd come to let them out of their improvised prison. "What did Haidari say?" he demanded. "He wants you to join our counterattack," the other man repeated, "and destroy what remains of the enemy paratroops at close range." Skablin risked a glance over the edge of the catwalk. The scene below was one of unrelieved madness. Corpses by the dozen sprawled across the deck. Forward of the superstructure, on both the port and starboard sides of the ship, he could see tiny knots of men fighting hand to hand. A horrific cacophony of gunshots, shrieks, and yells rose above the conflict. He looked back at the petty officer and shook his head. "I won't waste my troops like that," he snapped. "Your captain can shove those stupid orders up his tight ass." Almost unbidden, the Revolutionary Guardsman's right hand dropped to the pistol holstered at his waist. "Are you refusing a legal command, Major Skablin?" His tone was dangerously calm. At once, Skablin offered him an apologetic smile. "Naturally, I meant no disrespect," he assured the other man. The fingers of his left hand twitched in a private signal to Dmitry Fadyeev. The former GRU assassin nodded minutely. Then, without warning, he hacked at the Iranian's right wrist, paralyzing the nerves there. Stunned by the sudden onslaught, the petty officer's mouth opened wide to yell a warning that might be heard by those on the bridge above them. But before he could make a sound, Fadyeev's clenched fist smashed into his throat, crushing his larynx. Gasping, straining for breath that would not come, the dying man sank to his knees. Skublin studied him dispassionately for a second, and then turned to two more of his men. "See if this asshole can fly," he ordered. Nodding grimly, they grabbed the choking petty officer under his arms and hurled him over the edge of the catwalk to plunge 50 feet straight down onto the steel deck. Nervously, Kvyat licked his full lips. "What do we do now?" he asked softly. Skoblin stabbed a finger at the pudgy ex-GRU intelligence officer. "You take 4 men and hold this catwalk against any attack from the deck," he said. He nodded to Fadyeev, Yuri Linyk, Kirill Zaitsev, and 2 more members of his Raven Syndicate security team. "The rest of us will head up 2 decks and guard the approaches to the launch control center." He hefted his assault rifle. "That's the key point. If we hold that, nothing else matters." "Captain Haidari won't be happy that we've disobeyed his orders," Kvyat pointed out carefully. Skoblin shrugged his massive shoulders. "I don't give a shit one way or the other." He nodded toward the deck below. "If any of the enemy make it alive out of that bloody mess, we'll stop them cold." "And if the Iranians win?" Skoblin considered the possibility dispassionately. "Even if they do, there won't be many of them left in one piece," he said coolly, "which will leave us with all the power aboard this damned ship. And then once that rocket is away, we can carry out the rest of the orders Voronian gave us, and finish off that pig Haidari and all of his remaining fanatical madmen." His men nodded eagerly. After the indignity of so easily being taken captive by the Iranians, they were looking forward to turning the tables on their supposed allies. Then, while Kvyat and his 4 men settled somewhat uncertainly into firing positions along the catwalk, Fadyeev, Linyk, and the rest followed Skoblin as he loped toward the nearest accommodation ladder up to the higher reaches of the Gulf Venture's superstructure. 40. Dragon Assault Force, on deck. That same time. Frantically, Flynn backpedaled away from a desperate crewman wildly swinging a wrench and fired directly into the man's open-mouthed face. Killed instantly, the Iranian crumpled. Silence fell across this part of the deck. Panting, he turned rapidly through an arc looking for any remaining threats. There weren't any. All of the sailors who'd rushed them were dead or obviously dying. The only ones still on their feet were his own men. But not all of them, he realized with sorrow. Surrounded by the Iranians he'd taken down with him, Mark Stadler lay face down on the deck. He had an axe head buried deep in his back. Obviously swung with tremendous force, it had smashed right through his armor. Cole Hines, with blood dripping from a long gash across his cheek, knelt down and quickly checked the former Marine over. He looked up grim-faced and shook his head. "Mark's gone, sir." Flynn winced. He'd known the odds were against all of them making it out of this mission alive, but somehow he'd hoped to beat those odds. As it was, he knew they were extraordinarily lucky to have lost only 1 man so far. From what he could see, the others like him were bruised and shaken, but not otherwise seriously injured. The combination of firepower superiority and the protection offered by their helmets and body armor had given them just enough of an edge to survive that swirling, brutal melee. "What's next, Nick?" Alain Ricard asked somberly. After destroying their own wave of enemies in close combat, the former French Marine Commando officer, Cossack, Cook, and Vukovic had crossed over to this side of the oil tanker. Flynn pointed toward the aft superstructure looming above them. We take the key areas of the rest of this ship, especially whatever compartment they're using as a control center, and we do it before that goddamn rocket lifts off. Ricard studied the stretch of open deck between their current position and the metal staircases and ladders climbing up the outside of the 100-foot-high superstructure. Corpses were strewn everywhere. "Unless we've just eliminated the whole crew, getting there may not be easy," he warned. "That clear section is a perfect killing zone." "As we just proved," Flynn agreed, "so we'll do this the smart way." He saw Hines open his mouth to make a crack at that and shrugged. "Yeah, Cole, I know." He sighed. "The smart may would have been not to be here at all, right?" "Something like that, sir," the shorter man said with a crooked grin. Quickly, Flynn indicated Ricard, Hines, and Cossack. They were his best long-range marksmen. "You three, take up positions here. You're our base of fire while the rest of us maneuver. Once we've cleared those catwalks, I'll call you forward. Got it?" They nodded and swiftly dispersed to find good cover around this part of the deck. Flynn looked at the rest of his assault team. Cook, Vukovic, and McGill returned his serious gaze. "Okay, listen up," he said quietly. "The only way to do this at all is to do it fast. If someone gets hit, leave them. Don't stop to return fire. Keep moving and fire on the move only if you have a target. If we get bogged down out there or on those stairs and ladders, we're dead." McGill nodded. "Speed is life," he commented. "Thus endeth the lesson," Cook agreed. Wade Vukovic only nodded. "Right, then let's ammo up and do this," Flynn said. He checked the magazine of his carbine and saw that it was only half full. He dropped it out and slid it into a reserve pouch on his assault vest before slapping in a fresh magazine. The others did the same with their own weapons. "Dragon 2, are you and your guys ready?" he radioed. "We're set, lead," Cossack confirmed. Flynn took a deep breath. "Follow me," he snapped. Cradling his weapon, he leaped out from cover and sprinted forward. McGill and the others were at his heels, spreading out as they ran to make it harder for any single burst of fire to hit them all. They had only covered a few yards when a near-continuous crackle of assault rifle shots erupted from one of the catwalks halfway up the superstructure. 5.45mm rounds hammered down across the deck at a steep angle, ripping through the thin plating at supersonic speeds. Gouts of glowing, half-molten steel splashed away from each oblique impact point. Ignoring the danger, Flynn lowered his head, lengthened his stride, and ran even harder, racing all out toward the shelter offered by a low overhang near the first flight of stairs heading up. Kneeling behind a bulbous mooring bollard 70 yards from the superstructure, Tadeusz Cossack sighted in on one of the hostile gunmen leaning over the catwalk to fire down at Flynn and the others. His scope's crosshairs settled on the figure, and he stroked the Kel-Tec carbine's trigger twice. Crack, crack. He saw the gunman fling his arms wide and fall backward. The Pole's lips creased in a satisfied smile. "One down," he thought. From their own positions, he could hear Hines and Ricard firing too. He tracked along the railing and spotted another of the enemy riflemen folded lifelessly over it, hanging limp with his head and arms dangling in the air. The others stationed there seemed to have gone to ground, driven back into deeper cover by the sudden deaths of two of their comrades. Ahead, he saw Flynn reach the overhang and then lunge up the stairs, with McGill and Cook close behind him. Wade Vukovic had stumbled and gone down about 3/4 of the way across the deck. His left leg was a mangled mess, ripped wide open by a bullet slanting down from above. Cossack could see the American fumbling desperately through one of his equipment pouches for a combat tourniquet to stop the bright arterial blood spurting from his wound. "Cover me!" Hines yelled. He darted out from behind a big oil pump and sped toward his injured friend. When he reached Vukovic, he grabbed hold of the back of his assault vest and dragged him onward toward the overhang. Suddenly, Cossack spotted movement on the catwalk high above them. One of the enemy soldiers stationed there had just reappeared. Assault rifle at the ready, the man was leaning far out over the railing, obviously lining up to butcher the two helpless Americans. "Govno, shit," the Pole snarled, furious with himself. Awed by Heinz's heroic and foolish gesture, He'd lost track of the tactical situation at exactly the wrong moment. 2 more gunshots rang out. Hit in the head by Alain Ricard's carefully aimed fire, the hostile gunman whirled around and toppled behind the railing. "My bird, I think," the Frenchman called out cheerfully. Cossack breathed out in relief and grimly sighted down the short barrel of his own carbine, sweeping it back and forth across the superstructure, scanning closely for the slightest sign of any movement. He'd made one bad mistake already in this battle, one that might easily have cost the lives of friends and comrades. He didn't plan to make another. Aboard BS-64 Podmoskovia. That same time. His mouth set in a frown, Captain First Rank Mikhail Nakhimov looked across the crowded control room toward his diving officer, Senior Lieutenant Anatoly Yalinsky. "Surface the boat," he ordered. The realization that an enemy airborne commando force was attacking the Gulf Venture had triggered an immediate reaction from the Raven Syndicate's Colonel Danilevsky. His instructions from Moscow were clear. The huge tanker and its missile must not be allowed to fall into enemy hands. That imperative, plus the obvious need to swiftly reinforce the ship's defenders, overrode any further interest in keeping their presence here a secret. "Surfacing the boat, aye, sir," Yalinsky replied. His fingers danced across the control board in front of him. With a faint hiss, compressed air replaced some of the water in the 18,000-ton nuclear submarine's forward ballast tanks. As Podmoskovia's bow rose a few degrees, the deck took on a perceptible slant. Around the control room, officers and ratings held on tight. "Passing through 10 meters, the diving officer reported, watching his instruments closely. Abruptly, the submarine's broad, rounded bow broke through the oil-coated surface, followed by its tall sail. The bow climbed several meters into the open air before splashing back down in a rolling wave of dirty brown foam. "Surfaced," Yalinsky snapped. He leapt into action to open valves across his board. More water flooded into different ballast tanks along Podmoskovia's long hull to make sure it rode evenly, gliding across the ocean at 5 knots, matching the slow speed of the oil tanker they were tracking. For several seconds, Yalinsky studied his various gauges and dials. Then he whipped around to Nakhimov. "The boat is stable, Captain," he reported. There was no longer any serious danger of losing control over the submarine's buoyancy and plunging back underwater. "Very well," Nakhimov acknowledged. He darted a finger at the 2 sailors in foul-weather gear clustered at the base of a ladder to a hatch on the ceiling of the control room. It opened into a chamber at the base of the sail. From there, another ladder led up to the observation platform at the top. "Lookouts to your posts." They swarmed upward and through the hatch. Donning his own jacket, Nakhimov followed them up. The raw, acrid smell of oil greeted him as soon as he scrambled through the final hatch and came out into the narrow navigating station at the top of Podmoskovia's sail. He raised his binoculars, focusing on the huge oil tanker a couple of 1,000 yards off the submarine's starboard bow. Repeated flashes lit the night at different points on the ship's aft superstructure, accompanied by the distinct pop-pop-pop of distant gunfire. He lowered his binoculars. The battle was still in progress. He swiveled around and leaned over the combing to peer toward the stern. Danilevsky and the other Raven Syndicate mercenaries were already out on the hull there. Bulky in their body armor and life jackets, they were busy wrestling equipment and weapons out through a large hatch. Held by lines, 3 inflatable high-speed boats bobbed alongside, buffeted by low waves curling off the submarine's glistening flank. Even as he watched, Danilevsky and his troops slithered carefully down into the 3 crowded boats. One by one, the 3 rubber-sided craft cast off and motored away toward the Gulf Venture, cutting V-shaped wakes through the thick layer of crude oil covering the sea. 41. On the Gulf Venture's superstructure. That same time. Flynn took the metal steps 2 at a time, with his carbine raised and ready at his shoulder. Staying on the right half of the accommodation ladder, he swiveled from side to side, looking for the faintest hint of any movement, or even a shadow in the wrong place. Shannon Cook followed him, a few feet behind and on his left. Tony McGill brought up the rear, guarding against any sudden ambush that might erupt from behind them. On their way up these external staircases and their adjoining catwalks, they'd already passed 2 solid, weather-tight doors into the superstructure. Both had seemed bolted shut from the inside. For now, Flynn was content to bypass those entrances into the lower levels of this massive ship. With severely limited time and only a handful of men available, the Dragon Assault Force couldn't afford to get caught up in a prolonged fight to clear a labyrinth of unimportant corridors and compartments. Both logic and their examination of before and after photos of the Gulf Venture indicated that the mission-critical locations, the Launch Control Center and the bridge, were on the 2 highest sections of the superstructure. The bridge itself was obvious, with its array of large windows and 2 open-side wings. Flynn's bet was that the rocket's control center was on the level immediately below it. Before the tanker's refit, that part of the ship had portholes like all the other inhabited areas. Those glassed-in openings were gone now, replaced by a layer of what appeared to be solid steel. That design change only made sense if you wanted to create a highly secure compartment for vital equipment and personnel, like the computers, technicians, scientists, and engineers required to launch a powerful rocket. "Contact left high," Cook blurted. He fired twice in rapid succession, and then kept firing as quickly as he could pull the trigger, aiming at the rectangular opening to the next catwalk up. The gunman who had popped upright there to jump them shot back just as frantically. Without thinking, Flynn exploded into action, charging straight up the stairs, firing on the move. Caught exposed and without any possible cover, attacking into the ambush was his only option. Rounds slashed past and caromed off rungs and risers in a glittering spray of sparks and white-hot splinters. One 5.45-millimeter bullet clipped the edge of his body armor, ripping through cloth and cracking one of his composite ceramic ballistic plates. Sudden pain flared red along his ribs. Hit by somebody's fire, the enemy gunman fell backward, with his hands clutching futilely at the red-rimmed holes torn through his chest. The assault rifle he'd dropped slid down the stairs and came to rest at Cook's feet. Flynn reached the top of the stairs and threw himself down, rolling onto his side to keep his carbine pointed down the length of the catwalk. More corpses were sprawled there, one draped over the railing and 2 others curled up on the deck. He caught a glimpse of movement and saw a pudgy-faced man, pale with terror, fumbling with a Russian-made assault rifle. He'd been lying prone behind one of the dead men and was now hurriedly trying to bring his weapon on target. Flynn shot him. The gunman slumped forward, with the top of his head blown off. 2 levels up, outside the sealed launch control center, Victor Skoblin heard the sudden burst of gunfire die away. He was crouched inside one of the small compartments that lined the narrow corridor leading directly to the center's armored hatch. He'd left the compartment door open just far enough to let him aim down the corridor. There, at the far end, another sealed weather-tight hatch barred the way out onto a wide covered platform just below the starboard bridge wing. "Do you think Kvyat and the others have stopped the enemy?" Fadeev hissed from his concealed position in another compartment just across the corridor. Skoblin shook his head dismissively. "Not likely," he growled. He shrugged. "If we're lucky. They got 1 or 2 before dying themselves." All along, he'd never had any illusions that Kvyat's small force would accomplish anything more than delay the attackers fighting their way up the tanker's superstructure. Like the ex-GRU intelligence officer, the 4 other Raven Syndicate operatives he'd assigned to hold the lower catwalk were more experienced at surveillance work and other non-lethal dirty tasks. He'd deliberately held back his most skilled and ruthless killers, Fadeev, Linyuk, and the rest, to hold this position. Grimly, he sighted down the barrel of his rifle. It wouldn't be long now. Flynn watched Tony McGill mold tiny pieces of plastic explosive over the hinges of the latched, weather-tight door blocking their way into the Gulf Ventures superstructure. During his service with the SAS, the former sergeant had mastered the art of opening locked doors by blasting them open. Not exactly a transferable skill to Civvy Street, he'd commented wryly during their planning sessions for this mission. Unless I went in for aiding and abetting bank heists, that is. With his charges in place, McGill finished off by tamping in non-electric blasting caps attached to short sections of detonator cord, which were in turn tied into a length of thin, flexible shock tube with an igniter at the other end. Only a millimeter wide on the inside, the shock tube contained tiny particles of HMX aluminum explosive powder. Once it was set off, the resulting shock wave would travel down the tube at more than 6,500 feet per second toward the sections of det cord and their connected blasting caps. That should do it, he told Flynn. Unreeling the shock tube as they went, they backed away from the door and down the nearest accommodation ladder. Setting off a breaching charge without seeking good cover might look cool in movies. In real life, it was a ticket to traumatic brain injury and even death. Cook, who was now providing rear security for three of them, suddenly stopped dead, staring out across the catwalk's low railing. Jesus Christ, Nick, these bastards have a goddamn submarine with them. Flynn saw what he meant. There, about a mile away across the sea, he could see the tall, shark-like fin and humpbacked bow of a huge submarine silently gliding along. It was keeping pace with the oil tanker. Bloody hell, McGill said in awe. That's a Russian Delta IV class SSBN. It's worse than that, Flynn said abruptly, pointing at the trio of inflatable boats headed their way. They were crammed full of heavily armed soldiers. My bet is that's the Podmoskovia. I heard Moscow outfitted it as a special operations sub a few years back. Cook stared at them. So those boats are probably full of Spetsnaz commandos? Flynn nodded. That or Raven Syndicate thugs, which amounts to the same thing. Well, heck, the ex-Army Special Forces operator said reflectively, his Southern Virginia accent thicker suddenly. I suppose it's too late to resign from this mission? Flynn grinned back at him. Sorry, but yeah, it is. Way too late. He went back on their radio circuit. Dragon 2, this is lead. So here, Tadeusz Kossak replied immediately. Alain and I are moving up the accommodation ladders toward your position now, Dragon Lead. Heinz will join us as soon as he finishes putting a tourniquet on Vukovic. Scratch that, Tadeusz, Flynn said tersely. Check the view out to port side. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Kossak murmured, Święta Matka Boża, Holy Mother of God. You said it, Flynn agreed. These guys are playing for keeps. What are our orders? Kossak asked. Flynn thought quickly. There was only one alternative that made sense in the tactical circumstances they now faced. If those Russian reinforcements made it onto the Gulf Ventures deck, he and his men were as good as dead. There was no way they could take on that many highly trained and well-equipped opponents and win. Repel boarders, he said simply. Keep them off our backs while we finish the job up here. Understood, the Pole told him calmly. We will stop the Russians cold. Or die trying. Dragon 2, out. Damn, I wish I could tell them not to push it that far, Flynn thought bleakly. He was getting very tired of seeing good friends killed and wounded following his orders. But he knew there was no choice. Tad Kossak, Alain Ricard, and Cole Hines represented the only armed force he had left to block this enemy move. Assuming, of course, that you could really call just 3 men an armed force when they were outnumbered so heavily. We'd best get a move on, then, McGill said softly, still holding the length of flexible shock tube with its attached igniter. If we can still take out that rocket, at least all this will have mattered. Flynn nodded sharply. The other man was right. Let it rip, he ordered. They all moved back out of the direct line of the stairs and hunkered down. Fire in the hole, McGill called out. He yanked the igniter ring. A puff of gray smoke eddied away. Whoomp! The catwalk they were sheltering on flexed slightly, absorbing the shock wave flashing outward from the detonating plastic explosives. Barely a second later, a dense cloud of smoke and burnt fragments of paint swirled down through the opening from above. With Flynn in the lead, they all jumped to their feet and raced back up the stairs. When they burst out of the smoke, they found that the watertight door, scorched and blackened, had been blown inward and now leaned drunkenly to the side, still partially held upright by one twisted and torn pair of hinges at the bottom. The other fastenings had all vanished. Through the smoke still curling away from the blast, they could make out a 10-yard-long hallway with doors opening to either side, and a solid-looking armored hatch at the far end. But before they could plunge through that narrow gap, the defenders hiding inside opened up with rapid 3-round bursts. The warped door rattled and clanged, torn by bullets that punched through from end to end, tearing off strips of wood and steel and paint. Sparks danced around the deck-level combing. Son of a bitch! Flynn dove to the right out of the line of fire and hit the deck. McGill did the same to the left. Hit by ricochets that shattered his left arm, Cook stumbled away and went down next to Flynn. Ah, crap! The Army veteran muttered. White-faced with pain, he grabbed the carbine he dropped when he fell and tried to aim the weapon toward the door one-handed. Through gritted teeth, he forced out, "Only one way anyone's getting down that damn corridor, Nick, and alive ain't it. Those guys have too much firepower." Grenades? Flynn wondered. Each of them carried a couple of different makes. Might get one or two of them if we were lucky and they were dumb, Cook allowed. Then he shook his head. But you saw all those hidey holes in there. Odds are they can just ride out the blasts and then blow us to hell the moment we show our faces in that doorway. From his own position flat against the deck, McGill nodded tightly. And even if we could winkle those bastards out, that hatch up ahead looks like a bloody bank vault. Like something out of your Fort Knox, say. I'm not sure that I could blow it open with the limited demolitions gear we've got. Frustrated, Flynn slammed his fist into the deck and then immediately regretted the childish gesture. The quartet directorate had signed him on to accomplish missions, not to bitch and moan about how difficult they were. So think, Nick, he told himself sternly. That was his job as a leader. He stared at the blown-open door. The enemy soldiers inside had stopped shooting, obviously preferring to conserve their ammunition to repel the next real attack. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Cook and McGill were right. A hey-diddle-diddle straight-up-the-middle charge would only be suicide, so what other approach did that leave? Instinctively, his eyes rose to the last remaining deck above them on the tanker's superstructure. The navigation bridge there must be directly over whatever compartment was behind that armored hatch. And then he saw a possible answer. It was time to make this battle a 3-dimensional fight. He fought down a grin, and after all, he had been a captain in the U.S. Air Force, hadn't he? So maybe he'd been intelligence puke and not a real balls-to-the-wall fighter jock. But tactics were tactics, right? Quickly, Flynn looked around and saw a ladder that led straight up toward the open bridge wing above them. He turned back to McGill and motioned to him. "Toss me your demolition charges, Tony." The other man unslung the satchel from around his neck and lobbed it across to him. "What have you got in mind?" he asked. Flynn told him. McGill smiled narrowly. "Nice," he said appreciatively. "It might even work." "I sure hope so," Flynn said simply, as he looped the satchel over his own shoulder, "because otherwise our only option is to shoot the hell out of that doggone rocket and hope we can blow it up on the pad, along with this whole ship and all of us with it." Cook winced. "I vote for your first plan." He swallowed hard, clearly fighting down a wave of agony shooting up his broken arm. "What do you want Tony and me to do?" "Keep those assholes down that corridor busy," Flynn told him. "Don't give them a chance to wonder what else is going on out here." "Can do, Nick," Cook said. Awkwardly, he braced his carbine against his remaining good shoulder and started squeezing off rounds toward the doorway. McGill followed his example. The odds were very much against either man scoring any hits on the enemy troops forted up inside the ship's superstructure, but pouring a volume of fire down that corridor ought to keep their heads down and persuade them their opponents were still trying to break in, instead of making an end run. Flynn scooted away until he was sure he was out of sight, and then scrambled toward the ladder heading up. On the way, he slid another fresh magazine, his last full one, into his carbine. Given their time constraints and the enemy forces assembling against them, this was basically their last throw of the dice, he realized, feeling cold. So he'd better not crap out. 42. On the Gulf Ventures Bridge. That same time. Seemingly surrounded by danger on every side, Captain Reza Haidari struggled to remain calm and centered on his primary mission. The unexpected sight of the huge Russian submarine surfacing off his port bow was only the latest shock he'd experienced. From this vantage point high above the tanker's hull, he could see bodies carpeting the deck. His counterattacks had failed utterly. And now, from the staccato rattle of rifle shots drawing ever closer, the enemy's commando force was steadily fighting its way up through the superstructure toward the bridge, coming closer with every passing minute. "Hold your course," he directed the helmsman. "Maintain 5 knots. "Steady on 150 degrees at 5 knots, aye, sir," the helmsman said. The young sailor sounded frightened, but still determined to do his duty. Haidari nodded encouragingly at him. "Keep up the good work, Seaman Vaziri. Soon we will strike the Americans a blow from which they can never recover." The countdown clock now showed less than 5 minutes remaining before launch, so he'd brought the Gulf Venture out of its seemingly endless succession of 360-degree turns onto a straight course. They were now heading directly for the point picked out by the experts in Tehran and Moscow as the ideal set of coordinates to fire the Zorzhana rocket toward its planned detonation point high over the American Midwest. The intercom phone connected to launch control buzzed. He snatched it up. "Yes, Haidari here." "We're under attack down here, Reza," Hossein Majidi blurted out. "There's a pitched battle going on just outside the hatch. We can hear bullets striking the armor." Haidari bit down on an oath. "The whole ship is under attack, Doctor," he said with forced patience. "You and your technicians are safer in there than anyone else aboard this vessel. You certainly have nothing to fear from mere small arms fire." He checked the digital readout. It was still counting down. "What is the status of the rocket?" With an audible effort, Majidi pulled himself together. "We've almost finished fueling the 3rd stage. Once that's complete, we'll run the last sequence of checks to verify the final readiness of the Zorzhana's engines, staging systems, navigation, and the EMP warhead itself. As soon as those are done, we will be go for launch." "Very good," Haidari said. He put iron in his voice. "Focus on your task, Hossein. Let nothing distract you. Everything now depends on the missile in your charge. Is that understood?" "Yes, Reza," the scientist assured him. "The Zorzhana will strike home and destroy America, I swear it." Haidari nodded. "As God wills. Bridge out." He hung up. From across the bridge, his second-in-command, Turaj Dabir, spoke up, the tension plain in his voice. "Those boatloads of soldiers the Russian submarine is sending across have nearly reached our hull, Captain." "I saw them," Haidari replied. "Then if we can hold long enough, this battle is won," the younger officer said hopefully. "Isn't it?" Haidari eyed him. "You think so?" He shrugged. "I am not so sure." "But the Russians are our allies," Dabir protested. "If so, they have a curious way of showing it," Haidari said dryly. The petty officer he'd sent to release Skablin and his men had never returned to the bridge, nor had the Raven Syndicate mercenaries obeyed his orders to clear the lower deck. That, plus the realization that they'd been secretly trailed, probably for days at least, by this Russian submarine, was a clear sign that Moscow was now only following its own interests, without any regard for those of its one-time ally. Dabir looked even more worried now. "Then perhaps we should—" Before he could finish, the sailor posted as a guard at the open hatch to the port wing shouted a sudden warning while drawing his pistol. "Look out! The enemy is—" He spun around, caught by a burst of point-blank gunfire, and went down hard. Before the dying sailor had even stopped moving, a man in unfamiliar camouflage leaped through the opening with a short, stubby rifle at the ready. Haidari fumbled for his own sidearm, cursing himself for his slowness, furiously aware that he was already far too late. Flynn caught the sign of movement over near a table piled high with charts and some sort of digital readout. He fired twice and saw the hawk-nosed naval officer he'd shot fold over and go down. Then, still moving to the side, he swung his carbine through a wide arc, squeezing off shots every time his sights settled on a new figure. Caught by surprise by his rapid, unrelenting attack, most of the Iranian sailors stationed on the bridge died before they could pull their own weapons and shoot back. Only one man, a taller and heavier-set officer, was able to duck behind a console. Shouting loudly, he came back up with a pistol in his hand and opened fire. Flynn felt a crushing impact across his chest. Pain exploded across his sternum. It knocked the breath out of him and rocked him back on his heels. He'd been hit by a 9mm pistol round. "Hell, that hurt," he thought fuzzily, seeing the bridge around him go weirdly red. Reacting instinctively, he shot back and hit the other man twice, in the stomach and in the chest. The Iranian groaned and collapsed to lie unmoving on the blood-spattered deck. Panting, straining for air, Flynn scanned the rest of the bridge, ready to open fire again at the least sign of movement. But it was empty, populated only by the bodies of those he'd just killed. Only then did he risk looking down at himself. A blackened ring with a faint gleam of brass at its center showed where the pistol bullet had embedded itself in the middle layer of his body armor. He relaxed a little. He'd be bruised and battered as hell for days from the impact, but that was a lot better than fighting a punctured lung. Recovering a bit, he automatically replaced his carbine's nearly empty magazine with one that still held around 10 7.62mm rounds. If this battle went on much longer, he thought tiredly, he was going to be reduced to waging it with his own pistol and combat knife. The digital readout over that chart table ticked down again. Now it showed T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Oh, crap, Flynn realized. That must be the time remaining until the crew launched their rocket. This battle was just about over, after all. Ignoring the pain spreading across his chest, he kneeled down in the middle of the bridge, swung McGill's demolition satchel off his shoulder, unzipped it, and started quickly laying out the gear he would need. Alongside the Gulf Venture. That same time. Colonel Konstantin Danilevsky crouched near the prow of the second inflatable, watching closely as the Raven Syndicate operatives aboard the first rubber boat reached the tanker and hooked onto the metal ladder at its side. The men aboard his own boat tied up to the side of the first, with the last inflatable doing the same thing on the other side. All three small craft rocked in the low wake curling off the massive hull towering high above them. Wavelets coated with a thick scum of drifting oil sloshed over their low sides. "Any change in orders?" the leader of the first boat asked. His eyes shone bright against the rivulets of black crude oil staining his face. Motoring through the widening slick surrounding the Gulf Venture had doused them all with splashes of the foul-smelling gunk. Danilevsky shook his head. "None. Clear the aft deck and superstructure. Kill everyone you encounter. Then, once that missile is away, we'll scuttle this damn tanker and shoot anyone trying to escape from below decks." He nodded vigorously. "Now get moving." Loaded down with weapons and equipment, one by one the first boatload of former Spetsnaz soldiers leaped for the ladder and started swarming upward. Men from the second and third inflatables crowded in behind them, ready to begin their own laborious ascent to the ship's deck as soon as the way ahead was clear. Tadeusz Cossack and Alain Ricard swung over the edge of the first catwalk, lowered themselves by their arms, and then let go, dropping heavily onto the deck several feet below. Jumping up, they unslung their carbines and sprinted aft along the edge of the hull toward the stern. There, in the darkness ahead, they could see a man clambering up and over the ship's outer railing. More men crowded the ladder behind him. The 2-4 agents opened fire on the move, peppering the area around the ladder with 7.62 millimeter rounds. With a muffled cry, the first Russian aboard fell sprawling. Another, caught by a bullet just as he threw a leg over the railing, screamed shrilly and tumbled backward into the sea. Cossack and Ricard charged on, still shooting. Around the edge of the superstructure, Cole Hines heard the sudden burst of firing. His head reared up and his eyes widened. The Russians were already coming aboard. Weakly, Wade Vukovich put his hands on the combat tourniquet his friend had been frantically applying. "I got this, Cole," he said, gripping the tourniquet rod and starting to twist it to stop the blood pulsing from his bullet-torn leg. "You go." Hines nodded once. "Don't screw this up, Wade," he warned, scrambling to his feet and grabbing his weapon. "Make sure that sucker is tighter than an off-base loan shark." Vukovich tried to grin back at him. "Count on it." But Hines was already gone, racing toward the sound of the gunfire. Ricard and Cossack skidded to a stop beside the railing and leaned over to open fire. More Raven Syndicate troops fell screaming from the ladder to plunge into the ocean. They were dragged under instantly by the weight of their weapons and equipment. Instead of panicking at this sudden threat, the Russians, still crowded aboard the boats, started shooting back, aiming for the two dimly seen shapes high above them. Cossack drew a line across the closest boat, firing rapid, aimed shots that knocked down 2 men in as many seconds. Suddenly, he heard a startled gasp from beside him. He turned his head in surprise. "Alain?" Hit in the head and killed instantly, Ricard slumped forward and slowly crumpled to the deck. "Damn it," Cossack murmured. Somberly, he swung back toward the boats below, determined to pile up more dead Russians to avenge his comrade of many years. But then 2 hammer blows hurled him back from the railing. He spun around and slid down to his knees. Distantly, he realized that he was very badly wounded, perhaps fatally so, if help could not arrive in time. Already the world around him seemed to be growing even darker and colder. "No!" the Pole thought angrily, summoning all his willpower to push back against the darkness. Doggedly, he pawed through one of the pouches on his assault vest. He would not yield to death or unconsciousness, not yet. He would not lose this fight. He would not make another mistake. At last, his hand closed on the cylindrical shape he'd been hunting and pulled it out. Desperately, he strained to stand back up. And then Cole Hines leaned over him. Almost gently, he took the grenade from Cossack's trembling hand. "I got this, Tad," he said quietly. Cossack looked up with a smile. "Vyshli ich do piekła." "Send them to hell," he said in Polish, not caring that the American would not understand his words. Letting go at last, he slid gratefully into darkness. Hines stepped toward the railing, already twisting the grenade's pull ring and then yanking it out to release the pin. With one smooth motion, he lobbed the AN M14 TH3 incendiary grenade into the nearest Raven Syndicate boat and ducked back down. With a snake-like hiss, it ignited, spewing a glowing ball of blinding white flame burning at more than 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Instantly, it set the oil-coated sea ablaze. On the Gulf Ventures bridge, that same time. Flynn finished wiring the last of the several demolition charges he'd fixed to the bridge's steel deck. Lines of det cord now snaked across the floor in different directions, all connected to another length of flexible shock tube. Sweating, he sat back on his heels and checked the time shown on the readout over the enemy's chart table. He now had less than 2 minutes left before the countdown reached 0, and that rocket roared aloft on its way toward the United States. But one detail remained to make sure his hastily rigged charges would work as planned. He grabbed a water-filled IV bag out of McGill's satchel and duct-taped it down across the lump of plastic explosives he'd just set. Then he hurried over to the others and did the same thing. This was a field expedient pioneered by the U.S. Marine Corps to create shaped charges out of ordinary C4. The liquid in those IV bags should compress the explosions when they went off, directing much of their force downward through the deck. The countdown clock now showed just over a minute remaining. Unreeling the shock tube as carefully as he could while still hurrying, Flynn backed out through the hatch and onto the bridge's port wing. He moved all the way to the far end, about 30 feet from the open hatch. This was still way too close, he knew, but he was now completely out of both time and sensible, safe options. "Fire in the hole!" he yelled over the Dragon team's tactical radio net as a warning to Cook, McGill, and the others. Then he laid down with his head aimed toward the bridge to present his helmet to the oncoming blast, pressed his face hard against the deck, and yanked the igniter ring. .43 aboard BS-64 Pod Moscovia. That same time. From the small navigating station atop the submarine's tall sail, Nakhimov stared through his binoculars, transfixed in horror by the gruesome sight of Danilevsky and all of his Raven Syndicate soldiers abruptly transformed into blazing human torches. Writhing and screaming in eerie, high-pitched agony that could be heard across the water, even that far away, They flailed wildly at each other before toppling into the oil fires that were now roaring skyward all around the Gulf Venture. He lowered his binoculars, feeling nauseated. At that instant, a powerful explosion ripped through the very top of the tanker's aft superstructure, lighting up the night sky for miles around. First, a blinding flash silhouetted the large bridge windows from within, and then they all blew out simultaneously. A huge cloud of smoke and shards of shattered glass and burning debris billowed outward, cascading down across the tanker's weather deck and into the sea. Sukin-sin, Nakhimov murmured, scarcely able to believe what he was seeing. Son of a bitch. But then he leaned forward and punched the intercom to the control room. Helm, this is the captain. Full left rudder. Come left to 090 degrees and increase speed to 10 knots. Full left rudder coming left to 090 degrees, making revolutions for 10 knots. Aye, sir, the helmsman repeated from below. Nakhimov felt his submarine heeling sharply as it began executing the rapid turn he'd just ordered. He wanted out of this damned oil slick before they too were engulfed by the flames he could now see rippling outward across the ocean. He raised his binoculars again, tracking back toward the tanker. A plume of gray-white smoke curled away from the ruined bridge. The open-air platform just above it was now a tangle of fallen radio and radar masts. He frowned. Moscow's orders in this situation were explicit. Whether or not the Iranian missile launch was successful, there must be no survivors left alive for anyone to interrogate. And now that Danilevsky and his Raven Syndicate mercenaries had failed so miserably, that task fell to him. Control room, this is the captain, Nakhimov snapped. Get me Captain Second Rank Arshevin. Arshevin here, his executive officer replied. Listen closely, Maxim, Nakhimov said. I want you to plot an immediate torpedo attack against that tanker, using 2 of our UGST wire-guided torpedoes. For one brief moment, there was only silence. But then Arshevin came back on the intercom. Understood, Captain. I'll report when our torpedoes are ready. Aboard the Gulf Venture. That same time. Groggy, with his ears ringing from the enormous blast, Nick Flynn pushed himself back up, first to his knees and then, with a renewed effort, all the way onto his feet. He stood there swaying for several seconds. Then he shook his head to try to clear it and peered through the roiling smoke at what was left of the tanker's bridge. Small tongues of flame guttered red and orange through openings that had once been windows. He limped forward toward the hatch. The watertight door was just gone, blown off its hinges by the blast and hurled out to sea. One of the ship's radio masts had fallen across the port wing and now partially blocked the opening with a bent and twisted metal pole and a snarl of broken wiring. Awkwardly, he climbed over the obstruction and entered the ruined bridge. Consoles, tables, and other furnishings had been converted to mounds of crumpled metal and splintered, charred wood. He averted his eyes from the explosion-pulped remains of those he'd gunned down earlier. Swallowing against the sour taste of bile, Flynn edged his way carefully around the worst of the wreckage until he came right to the edge of the jagged hole his demolition charges had blown through the deck. He looked down and saw a scene of carnage and destruction. The mangled bodies of white-coated technicians who'd been ripped apart by flying steel splinters or crushed by the blast were heaped across smoldering equipment consoles. A couple of monitors flickered eerily in the red-tinged darkness, somehow seemingly left intact by the massive shock wave that had smashed down across the compartment. Flynn let his breath out. No one would be firing that rocket now, he thought coldly, not from a shambles like that. Midnight was dead as all those charged with launching the genocidal attack on the United States from this ship. He straightened up. His job now was to get the survivors of his Dragon team off this vessel. He switched the frequency on his tactical radio. Lariat 1, this is Dragon Lead, requesting evac soonest, over. In reply, he heard only a hash of fuzzy, indistinct static, perhaps broken by what might have been blurred words or, more likely, simply the meaningless pops made by random radio waves as they sleeted through the ionosphere. Flynn repeated his call. There was still nothing distinguishable coming through his headset. He frowned. Either his radio was on the fritz, knocked out by the blast he'd just set off, or all the metal debris heaped across the ruined bridge was interfering with his signal. Or just possibly his hearing was still damaged from that shattering explosion, he thought. Turning, he carefully made his way back outside onto the open wing. Aboard BS-64 Podmoskovia. That same time. Arshavin here, sir. Nakhimov heard his executive officer report over the intercom. The torpedo room reports ready to fire. Stand by, Maxim, he replied, again raising his binoculars and focusing them on the Gulf Venture. His submarine was now roughly 3,000 meters off the big tanker's port side. Surrounded by a widening ring of burning oil, the Iranian vessel was still steaming straight ahead at barely 5 knots. He nodded to himself. That was as close to a sitting duck as anything moving at sea could ever be. He leaned over the intercom. Torpedo room, this is the captain. Shoot! One fired. Nakhimov hadn't even felt the weapon go. That wasn't really surprising, he supposed. Compared to the Podmoskovia's 18,000-ton mass, the energy involved in launching a 2-ton wire-guided torpedo was like an elephant flicking a fly away with its tail. He waited another several seconds before ordering the next launch to avoid the risk of either torpedo interfering with the other. Shoot! 2 fired. Tensely, Nakhimov counted in his head. Both torpedoes were now slashing through the water at 60 knots. At a range of roughly 3,000 meters, their run should take about 90 seconds, which meant the first weapon should reach the tanker and detonate under its keel just about now. A huge plume of water and foam erupted around the forward section of the Gulf Venture. The blast was powerful enough to shake the massive tanker from stem to stern. Only seconds later, the second torpedo exploded, this one almost directly below its aft engineering spaces. Propelled upward by the enormous shock wave generated by the underwater detonation, the stern of the Iranian ship visibly rose out of water before crashing back down. Within moments, the tanker lay dead in the water with its back obviously broken. Fires now raged across its foredeck, fed by oil gushing out of torn storage tanks. That vessel was doomed now, Nakhimov knew. No ship, no matter how large, could take so much damage and stay afloat for long. Outside the launch control center. That same time. With a groan, Viktor Skoblin rolled over and sat up. He mopped at his face, trying to clear his vision. His hand came away stained red with blood. The rapid succession of 3 massive explosions had tossed him around the inside of this small metal compartment like a dried pea rattling around inside a tin can. He had a hazy memory of striking the walls, door, and even the ceiling before ending up splayed across a far corner. His assault rifle lay across his legs, apparently undamaged. He scooped it up. What the hell just happened? He wondered. Was all that noise and confusion produced by the Iranian rocket as it roared aloft? Or had it blown up on the pad? The deck tilted beneath him, settling suddenly toward the stern. Skoblin's eyes widened in terror as he realized the truth. The tanker was sinking. He had to get out, and get out now. Swearing, he scrambled upright and struggled across the sloping compartment toward the door into the corridor. Fadyeev, Zaitsev, and Linik were already there. All were injured in some way, but they still carried their weapons. "Where are the others?" Skoblin demanded. His voice sounded far off in his numbed ears. Fadyeev shook his head. "Dead," he mouthed. "Their necks were broken." Skoblin nodded grimly. The same thing could have happened to any of them. He gripped his rifle tighter and hobbled along the corridor. Beyond the blast-scorched doorway ahead, the night sky glowed with reddish-orange light. There were fires raging somewhere outside. "Come on," he snapped. "We're getting off this damned ship before it sinks under us. Shoot anyone who gets in our way." Growling their agreement, the 3 survivors of his Raven Syndicate team swung in behind him. They didn't see the 2 grenades rolling across the deck toward them until it was far too late. Tony McGill saw the twin flashes as his grenades detonated and smiled thinly. "Too bad, so sad, chums," he muttered. With the ship obviously going down, he'd figured the bastards holding out near that missile control center would finally make a break for it. "Nice work," Shannon Cook said tightly through pain-clenched teeth. He gripped the forearm of his broken left arm with his right hand. When those explosions rocked the tanker, they'd both been bounced across the deck, ending up being slammed against the nearest railing, and unfortunately his already injured arm had taken the brunt of the impact. "So now what do we do?" "We're leaving, and pronto," they both heard Flynn say wearily. He just slid down the ladder from the bridge wing above them. "This tub is going down fast, and I don't plan on letting any of our guys who are still alive go down with it, so come on." McGill and Cook levered themselves off the deck and followed him down the stairs to the next catwalk, holding on tight as they stumbled down the steeply inclined steps. The Gulf Venture was listing to port now as more and more seawater poured into her ruptured storage tanks. Ahead, the ocean was on fire. Oil-fed flames danced across the surface. A thickening cloud of greasy black smoke hung low above the inferno. Inside the launch control center. That same time. Biting down hard to avoid screaming, Hossein Majidi painfully pulled himself along the slanting deck. He left a spreading trail of blood behind him. He knew he was dying, but the faint glow of a working computer console, the only one left intact in the bomb-ravaged control center, drew him like a moth to a flame. Gasping aloud, he slid the horrifically mangled body of one of his technicians aside a few inches, just far enough so that he could see the display and reach the console's keyboard. The dead man must have shielded this equipment from the worst of the blast. All the steel shards that would otherwise have ripped through the computer had instead shredded his corpse. Through a fog of almost unendurable agony, Majidi studied the readouts currently displayed on the screen. Most indicators glowed red. A small inset on the display showed images captured by the single surviving external camera mounted on the Gulf Venture's superstructure. In it, he could make out the ring of fire surrounding the sinking tanker, along with the sharp fin-like sail of the Russian nuclear submarine slicing through the water not far off. Carefully, focusing all of his remaining energies, he tapped a control on the keyboard, opening a new menu. It was labeled Special Weapon Parameters. With the shattered halves of the ship flooding fast, successfully launching the Zoljana rocket was no longer possible. That left him with only one remaining choice. He coughed once, and then found he could not stop coughing. Blood dripped down his chin and spattered across the console. His life was fading, along with his vision. Knowing he had only seconds remaining, Majidi very deliberately altered several key parameters governing the nuclear warhead's operation. He hung on just long enough to see several of the readouts on his screen turn green, and fell back, dead. 44. Aboard the Gulf Venture. A short time later. Carrying Tadeusz Kosek between them, Flynn and Hines struggled up a steeply inclined accommodation ladder and fought their way along a tilting exterior catwalk to a landing perched in the middle of the tanker's superstructure's second level. Bandages, already reddening, swathed the Pole's chest, but he was still breathing, if only just barely. McGill and Cook were there ahead of them, standing guard over the badly wounded Wade Vukovich. Below this landing, a bright orange enclosed lifeboat hung down at an angle. It was perched along twin slide tracks that stretched outward from the ship, aimed toward the sea. Like all modern oil tankers, the Gulf Venture was equipped with gravity-launched, fire-resistant lifeboats. "Let's go," Flynn shouted, stumbling to a stop as the ship lurched over another few degrees. Sweat glistened on his face. With the vessel listing ever faster, the fires raging across the water below were suddenly that much closer. "Cast loose and get that damned hatch open." McGill leaped to obey. Swiftly, the former SAS sergeant released the secondary lashing line securing the lifeboat to the davit. Then he yanked the rear hatch wide open. Working feverishly, he and Hines loaded first Vukovich and then Cossack aboard. Flynn was the last one in. He banged the hatch shut and latched it tight. Emergency lights glowed faintly, revealing a fully enclosed cabin. Rows of airplane-style seats faced the steeply raised stern of the lifeboat. The others were already strapping the injured men and themselves into chairs. Perched on a raised platform above the passenger compartment, a single seat faced forward, offering a view through narrow slit windows. This was the lifeboat's control station. Straining, Flynn pulled himself up and dropped into the seat. He quickly snapped his safety harness closed to avoid falling face first into the panel ahead of him. With the Gulf Venture's rapidly increasing list, they were hanging almost straight down off the side of the massive ship. Rapidly, he scanned the rudimentary steering, engine, and davit release controls. Fortunately, they matched those in the manuals and training videos he'd studied while preparing for this mission. Using these lifeboats had always been one of their best options for evacuating the tanker in an emergency. Flynn glanced over the side of his seat. Cossack and Vukovich lolled unconscious in their chairs, only held upright by their harnesses. McGill and the others flashed him thumbs-up signals. "Hey, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that no smoking is allowed for the duration of this flight," Hines reminded them all with a twisted grin, "which ought to be about 1 second. No one laughed. "Gee, tough crowd tonight," Hines said with a shrug. McGill grinned at him. "Comedy is hard," he remarked thoughtfully. "Soldiering is easy. Stick to what you do best, Cole." "Jesus," Flynn muttered to himself, feeling the tanker roll even farther over. Through the windows ahead of him, the oil-fed fires licked higher. All the technical mumbo-jumbo boasting about fire resistance in those manuals had better be accurate, he thought, or this would be the shortest, most lethal thrill ride in history. Swallowing hard, he turned the key to start the lifeboat's engine. It roared into life smoothly. One hurdle down. Then he reached down and removed the pin securing the release lever. A quick twist closed the lifeboat's bypass valve. "Here goes," he said loudly. "Hang on tight." Then he pumped the lever several times in rapid succession. Outside, the two metal clamps still holding the lifeboat in place opened wide. Suddenly freed, it slid straight down the rails, picking up speed as it went, reached the end of the track, and plunged almost straight down toward the ocean. Flynn slammed forward hard against his harness as they splashed into the sea with tremendous force, hurling a column of burning, oil-coated water high into the air. He bit down hard on his lip as the jolt sent a wave of pain flaring out from the bruised areas of his chest and ribs. The stern fell backward with another splash, and they settled on an even keel. Flames roared higher on all sides, accompanied by drifting smoke that reduced visibility to only a few yards. The temperature inside the lifeboat spiked rapidly. Without waiting any longer, he shoved the engine throttle all the way forward, took hold of the wheel, and began steering the little craft away from the dying oil tanker's side. "See if you can raise Larry at 1, Tony," Flynn called down to McGill. Squinting against the hellish flickering glare, he stared ahead through the smoke, trying to find the quickest path through this sea of fire. "Tell him that we could sure use a lift and ASAP." They all knew escaping aboard this lifeboat was only a means of staving off the inevitable for a little while longer. With that Russian submarine lurking nearby, they were doomed. Through his headset, Flynn heard the other man start calling over the radio, enunciating clearly in a calm, measured tone. "Dragon Team calling Lariat 1, Dragon Team calling Lariat 1. Do you read me? Over." Aboard BS-64, Podmoskovia. A short time later. "Sir, small surface contact, off the starboard bow. Range 4,000 meters. One of the two sailors posted as lookouts yelled. Nakhimov looked in that direction. There, barely visible in all the drifting smoke and dazzling flame, he caught a brief glimpse of a small orange boat crossing behind the stern of the sinking Gulf Venture. One of the lifeboats from the tanker, he realized immediately. So there were a few survivors after all. He focused his binoculars on the distant craft, only to see it vanish again, hidden from view by the much larger burning listing ship. He leaned over the intercom. "Sonar, do you have the new contact?" "Negative, Captain," he heard his sonar officer say apologetically. "The breaking up noises from that tanker are drowning out anything else in the immediate area." No great surprise there, Nakhimov realized. His passive sonars were deafened by the horrific din created by huge pieces of machinery inside the Gulf Venture's hull tearing loose, and the pounding roar made by millions of gallons of seawater flooding into its ruptured compartments. Then he shrugged. The lifeboat couldn't get far. Not up against Podmoskovia's greatly superior speed, even with the submarine still riding on the surface. He bent down and snapped out the necessary helm orders. They would circle around the sinking ship. Once they were on the other side, they'd have a clear line of fire and be able to get a sonar fix to guide on. And even a single torpedo ought to suffice to reduce that tiny lifeboat to a few torn shards of orange plastic floating on the sea. A few minutes later, Nakhimov heard one of his lookouts exclaim, "There the tanker goes!" He turned his gaze toward the Gulf Venture in time to see its two broken halves sliding fast into a boiling cauldron of froth and foam. The Zul'jana rocket, still securely clamped to its launch gantry, vanished from sight. In moments, nothing remained to be seen but a blazing ring of oil-fueled fires and drifting pieces of debris. "Air contact dead ahead!" the other lookout suddenly screamed. "It's crossing our bows only a few thousand meters off." Nakhimov whipped around in shock. There, roaring in low over the surface of the ocean, he saw a large twin-engine aircraft. The floats fixed to the ends of its high wings showed that it was amphibious, a seaplane capable of landing on and taking off from the water. It was flying straight toward the tiny lifeboat, already descending even lower as it came in to make a landing. "Sonar, this is the captain. Can you get a fix on that small surface contact yet?" he growled. "Negative, sir," his sonar officer admitted. "The noises made by the sinking tanker still obscure everything else." Nakhimov swore under his breath. Zhdanov would never forgive him, he realized, feeling an ice-cold shiver of fear run down his spine. His only chance of escaping the wreckage of the Russian president's cherished Operation Midnight had been to ensure that no one escaped to report what Moscow and Iran had been planning. And now he'd failed. Even at that. Numbly, he watched the float plane touch down and taxi over to the wallowing lifeboat. Lariat 1. A short time later. Laura Van Horn glanced back from the cockpit of the Viking aircraft CL-415. Originally designed as a firefighting aircraft, the Canadian-made seaplane had a narrow aft compartment. It was crowded now with the Dragon Team's survivors and a small cadre of qualified merchant marine officers, more of the Quartet Directorate's part-timers. They were on this flight out from Bermuda in case Flynn and his men had been able to take the Gulf Venture intact. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of the two severely wounded men being laid carefully across the seaplane's deck. A former combat medic who'd signed on with 4 was already hard at work on Tadeusz Kosek. "Everybody on board?" "We're all here," Flynn replied. He sounded exhausted. "Alain and Mark didn't make it." She nodded tightly, holding her own regret under wraps for the moment. "Then strap in," she ordered. "This takeoff might be a little rough." Compared to being shot at, hacked by axes, blown up, torpedoed, and diving head-on into a bunch of flames, Hines said carefully. He shrugged. "I'll take it." "We were inside a lifeboat when we dove into that fire," Flynn reminded him with a weary grin. "So it's not quite as bad as you're making it sound." Inside, her heart beat a little faster. So Nick was still himself where it counted, she thought warmly, despite how battered, tired, and sad he looked right now. Hiding her own smile, Van Horn swung back to her controls and pushed her engine throttles forward. Slowly, the big seaplane picked up speed, bouncing across shallow waves as it roared ahead. Twin plumes of white foam and spray lengthened behind her floats. At last, she pulled back strongly on the yoke. With a final sharp jolt, the CL-415 broke free of the ocean and climbed away, gaining altitude fast. She banked sharply back to the west and flew high over the Russian submarine, which had turned after her in vain pursuit during her takeoff run. Hundreds of feet below the surface, the environmental sensors inside the Zolzhana's rocket's warhead obeyed Hossein Majidi's last commands. As the torn remains of the Gulf Venture plunged into the ink-black Atlantic depths, they detected rapid changes in pressure and temperature. Milliseconds later, critical relays inside the sinking weapon closed, and the 500-kiloton bomb detonated. Several miles behind the speeding twin-engine seaplane, a huge flash as bright as the noonday sun suddenly erupted beneath the surface of the sea. Seconds later, an enormous column of water, hundreds of yards across, erupted like a volcano, soaring thousands of feet into the air before slowly collapsing back in on itself. At the same time, a massive tsunami-like wave roared outward from the center of the blast, racing across the ocean at hundreds of miles an hour. Caught broadside by a shock wave with pressures far beyond human comprehension, the Podmoskovia was crushed flat in the blink of an eye, along with its entire 135-man crew. And when the blast-created tsunami arrived, the submarine's twisted wreckage was casually tossed aside like a crumpled beer can caught in the surf. Carried along for some miles, it finally sank below the surface, spiraling around and around as it plummeted into the abyss. As it rippled outward from the detonation point, the shock wave's power fell off rapidly, but even miles from the center, it was still strong enough to hurl the seaplane into a left-hand spin. Thrown suddenly out of control, the CL-415 corkscrewed down out of the sky. Watching the ocean and sky whirling across her cockpit canopy with dizzying speed, Van Horn reacted instantly. One hand slammed both engine throttles back to idle. The only way out of this spin was to get her plane's nose down and fly out it. Powering up would only make things worse, since it would tend to raise the aircraft's nose. Next, she brought her ailerons to their neutral position and applied right rudder to reduce the CL-415's rolling and yawing movement as it twisted down out toward the sea. Her final move was the most counterintuitive of all. Even though it felt as though they were falling straight out of the sky, she shoved her yoke forward, deliberately lowering the seaplane's nose to reduce its angle of attack. For long seconds, as they kept spinning, she was afraid her various measures weren't going to work, at least not in time to stop them from crashing into the Atlantic. But then the spin slowed and finally stopped. With her aircraft back under control, Van Horn quickly zeroed out her rudder, pulled back gently on the yoke, and carefully added power to level out the heavy twin-engine seaplane only a few feet above the white foaming sea. Breathing heavily, she regained altitude and flew on. At 1,000 feet, she risked a glance over her shoulder into the cramped passenger cabin behind the cockpit. "Everybody okay?" she called out cheerfully. Shaken, Flynn and the others slowly disentangled themselves from where they'd been thrown. Hines looked at her reproachfully. "You know, ma'am, when you said that takeoff would be a little rough, I figured you were just exaggerating." "Mea culpa," she said with a crooked grin, "but that little joyride wasn't entirely my fault." She banked the CL-415 around so that they could all see the vast seething cauldron below. "When you guys set out to sink a ship, you sure don't screw around." Flynn whistled softly, staring at the foaming turmoil below. He shook his head in astonishment. "I guess not." He looked back at her. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "That we just saw that Russian warhead go off?" Van Horn said. "Uh-huh. That's what I'm thinking." Her expression turned serious. "And Nick?" "Yeah," he said absently, still watching the ocean boil below them. "I'm damned glad it went off out here. And not over the United States," she said softly. "You and your guys did good today, really good. No one died in vain." Having made her point, Van Horn turned back to the west and advanced her throttles to full power. The thundering roar of the two big Pratt & Whitney turboprops grew louder. She'd seen the grave look on the medic's face while he kept working on the seriously wounded Tadeusz Kosek. The sooner she got them all back on the ground, the happier she would be. She'd lost 2 of her quartet directorate comrades that day. She wouldn't lose any more. Not if she could possibly help it. Epilogue. Secure conference room, National Defense Management Center, Moscow. A short time later. Nervously, President Pyotr Zhdanov lit another cigarette. He took a single deep drag and then, viciously, ground the cigarette to ash on the polished table in front of him. For a time, he stared down at his hands, before looking up again to glower at the group of senior military officers and government officials arrayed around the conference table. "Well," he grated out, "what the devil is going on?" Now there was a foolish question, Pavel Voronin thought with carefully concealed contempt from his place beside the older man. Zhdanov knew full well that no one in this subterranean room had any more information than he did at this instant. Fragmentary signals from the Podmoskovia had indicated that something had gone badly wrong in the final stages of midnight. But for long minutes now there had been only silence from the submarine. And so far, all efforts to re-establish contact with Nakhimov and his crew through Russia's network of military communication satellites had failed. A secure phone buzzed sharply next to Gennady Kokorin, the elderly Minister of Defense. He picked up. "Yes?" Slowly his face turned pale. "I see," he said at last. "I'll relay the news to the President." He hung up and looked at Zhdanov. "Pyotr, our EKS missile warning satellites have just detected an underwater nuclear detonation in the Atlantic Ocean." "Show me!" Zhdanov snapped. Kokorin murmured to one of his aides. The younger officer input commands on his computer. In response, an icon appeared on the large digital map displayed on the wall screen. It matched the last known location of both their strangely silent nuclear submarine and the Gulf Venture. For a long, almost unbearable moment, there was absolute silence in the room as Zhdanov and Voronin absorbed the catastrophic news. Somehow, their carefully laid and intricate plan to cripple the United States and permanently alter the balance of power in both the Middle East and the world itself had been wrecked. At last, the president turned his baleful gaze toward Corcoran. "Signal the 42nd Rocket Division to stand its missiles down," he snarled. "There will be no retaliatory nuclear attack against Iran." Corcoran nodded gravely. "Yes, Pyotr." He cleared his throat. "Do you have any other orders for us tonight?" Zhdanov turned pale with barely suppressed rage. "Only one." He gestured curtly toward the exit. "Get out. All of you. Now." He swung his head to Voronian. "Except you, Pavel. You will stay." Ah, Voronian thought calmly. The moment of maximum risk. The moment of truth. He kept his countenance while all the rest of them filed out the room. When they were alone, Zhdanov stared icily at him. "Well?" he demanded. "What now?" Aware that he was now on very dangerous ground, Voronian projected an air of complete confidence. True, the destruction of the Podmoskovia is a blow. But our Navy has more such submarines in its arsenal, does it not? And wars, after all, cannot be fought and won without casualties. He looked straight at the older man. "Today we may have lost a hand," he continued coolly. "However, the great game goes on. Our enemies were lucky this time, but they have to be lucky every time. We do not." Slowly, Zhdanov nodded. Midnight was not the only aggressive scheme Voronian had proposed. In the undeclared shadow war that he and the younger man's Raven Syndicate were now waging against the United States and its allies, the side on offense had the edge. Sooner or later, one of their deadly covert operations was bound to penetrate the West's defenses. His mood shift was apparent. Privately, though, despite his outwardly calm demeanor, Voronian felt a wave of cold rage welling up deep inside. The failure of Midnight had cost him dearly, in money, in the loss of many of his most experienced and best-trained agents, and most bitterly of all, in prestige. His enemies in Zhdanov's inner circle would undoubtedly try to use this setback in a bid to discredit him. For now, he was confident of his ability to retain the president's trust, but he knew only too well that Russia's ruler had limited patience with those whose promises went unfulfilled. Before that day came, it was vital that he hunt down whoever was responsible for inflicting this unexpected defeat on him. He would hunt them down, he vowed. And then he would destroy them utterly. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. A few days later. Close beside the Spanish-style mansion used as a headquarters for the Quartet Directorate's American station, a simple stone column rose at the center of an elegant, carefully maintained garden. Loosely modeled on those put up after the Second World War by veterans of the British Special Operations Executive to honor their fallen comrades, the pillar bore only an inscription. They gave their lives so that others might live. And a list of names. 2 new ones had been engraved, Alain Ricard and Mark Stadler. Now Nick Flynn, Laura Van Horn, and Gwen Park stood in a solemn line, facing Fox. They each held a glass of whiskey. "We fight our battles in secret," Fox said quietly to them, "without acclaim, without cheers, without parades, and without public honors." He looked somber, What we accomplish is known to us alone, as are the losses we bear, painful though they are. This is our burden, and a heavy burden it is." Flynn nodded and saw the others doing the same. "But we bear it nonetheless," the older man continued gently, "because the inscription this pillar carries is the truth. We risk our lives, and sometimes lose them, not for money or medals, but for the freedoms and lives of others. Others we may never even know. We do it because it must be done." He raised his glass. "To fallen friends and comrades." "To fallen friends and comrades," Flynn said firmly, echoed by Van Horn and Park. With one quick motion, they all drained their glasses to the very bottom, and then hurled them against the base of the pillar, where they shattered. The glittering fragments of other such final toasts, made over the course of many years and decades, gleamed in the sunlight there. Later, sitting with Flynn and Van Horn on the tiled veranda that ran the length of Avalon House's lakeside, Fox briefed them on the fallout thus far from their daring raid against the Gulf venture. "To date," he said dispassionately, "the news of an underwater nuclear blast in the middle of the Atlantic has been kept from the public and the press." Flynn nodded. That wasn't surprising in a way. Their battle occurred far outside the normal shipping and air traffic routes, so there were no witnesses to the massive explosion. "What about the sub the Russians lost?" "Moscow has reported the apparent sinking of its converted ballistic missile submarine, the Podmoskovia," Fox told him. He shrugged his narrow shoulders. "But they're blaming the loss on a probable torpedo accident during the Northern Fleet's most recent peacetime naval exercise." He smiled thinly. "As part of the cover-up, Zhdanov has ordered a massive search and rescue operation in the Arctic waters off Russia's northern coast to find Captain Nakhimov and his gallant sailors. Naturally, of course, their efforts haven't succeeded in turning up any trace of the missing submarine." "Naturally?" Van Horn said with disgust. Flynn leaned forward. "What about our own government?" he asked curiously. "They must know that a warhead went off." Fox nodded seriously. "They do. And the entire intelligence community and the whole of the defense and political establishments have been scrambling to try to figure out what just happened, without any success, as yet." "Do they have any theories?" Flynn asked. "A few," Fox said with a wry smile. "The CIA's upper echelons are apparently convinced that something must have gone wrong aboard the Gulf venture, resulting in the premature detonation of the missile the Iranians were smuggling." He steepled his hands. "In fact, my understanding is that Langley has decided to toot its own horn in administration circles by slyly suggesting one of its own covert operations was actually responsible for thwarting a major terrorist nuclear threat against the United States." Flynn and Van Horn stared at him in disbelief. "You're kidding me," Flynn growled. "We took all the risks. We suffered all the losses. So that the CIA's pencil pushers and ass kissers can claim all the credit? For preventing an attack they ignored from the very beginning?" Fox nodded. "I told you the truth a few moments ago, when we honored Alain and Marc," he reminded them quietly. "This is the darker side of our secret war, and it is one we accept. accept. Can only be effective, and in fact only survive, so long as we operate entirely in the shadows, outside the public square and beyond the control of risk-averse government bureaucrats." With a sigh, Flynn pushed away his disgust and anger. For the moment, anyway. One of his mother's favorite sayings was that life wasn't fair. That obviously went triple for anything in the world of covert operations. He sighed. Well, if we're skipping the medal ceremony for this mission, I guess I'll take some leave instead. In the civilian world, we call it vacation, Laura Van Horn reminded him dryly. He grinned back at her. Leave, vacation, time off, I don't care what it's called, as long as it involves lots of doing nothing much. Preferably on a sunny beach, with tall, iced, strongly alcoholic drinks. She raised an eyebrow. Got anywhere in particular in mind right now? Somewhere in the Caribbean, Flynn told her. Probably Aruba. I had a hell of a lot of fun there a few years back when I was just a kid. I bet it's even more fun as an adult. An excellent choice, Van Horn agreed. She looked speculative. I've been meaning to take a break myself. Care for some company? Flynn's grin widened. I think I could be persuaded. Sitting across from them, Fox, they suddenly noticed, had a thoughtful look on his face. You know, Aruba is only a few miles off the coast of Venezuela, he commented, almost idly. And lately we've been hearing some very disturbing rumors coming out of Caracas. Rumors we should probably investigate. So, perhaps you could handle that for— No, Flynn told him bluntly. With a smile, Fox turned to Van Horn. Well then, how about you, Laura? She smiled sweetly at him. Nick here is a man of very few words, Brer Fox, she said. Personally, I prefer to be a little more eloquent. And? Fox asked, curious. Hell no, Van Horn replied.